Okay, we're live streaming right now because Aristides wouldn't pick up. I hope he's okay. And it's just Brendan and I now. Brendan is the anchor of the call at the moment. So we'll see who else we can bring on, dear Brendan. Thank God you're there. Oh my fucking God. So go ahead and start talking, please, by all means.
Is my audio being heard?
Yeah, you're heard. It's not ideal, but we hear you distinctly. Yeah.
Good to speak with everybody and yourself. But did you see that shit I sent you earlier?
Yes. And so I want you to start explaining to everybody what's going on. Now, I remember what happened was, of course, Japan snubbed Israel because of Israel's busy committing genocide. So Japan said, you don't need to come to the memorial for the atomic bombings because it's offensive, and so they told America's ambassador not to show up. Then essentially, that's what happened. Okay, yes. Yeah. By the way, T-Tank Barry says, good evening from San Mateo, loud and clear, brothers. God bless you. We love you, T-Tank Barry. Thank you so very much. Okay, continue, dear Brendan. Yes.
Yeah. So from the NHK perspective, they're saying that the American ambassador is saying that he didn't want to come because they disinvited Israel. So
he said, you mean he said bluntly? He just said it out loud.
Yeah, he said it straight up. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Go
on.
They won't go to. The whole reason that whole fucking thing is there is because of the Americans. Like, they're obligated to show up. I mean, I'm sorry to say.
Yeah. Thank you.
About it. So now the J people are above the fucking A bomb. It's just like, this is getting out of hand, and this is ridiculous.
Well, the J people are above God to Americans, you know that, and the old Americans, the old generation. Go on.
Yeah, but right, you had explained that the A bomb was like the pinnacle, right? That
was
like our pinnacle. Now they are the pinnacle of our creation.
Well, as I said before, the Americans, there's basically a holy trinity. There's the three things that Americans worship is the bomb, the Jews, and the Russians.
You brought this up.
Yeah, I brought that up before. It sounds crazy when people first hear it, but then you have to hear the explanation. I mean, this is basically first, who did they say ended World War II? They say that. They say it was the bombs. Then they said it was the Soviets, and now they're just saying, well, the Jews are above that. So yes, there we are.
Yeah, I mean, this is World War III. I mean, it's over.
Yeah,
game over.
Yeah, it is. By the way, I'm sorry. Continue.
I said the lines have been drawn. I mean,
yeah, definitely. Now, I'm going to try and see if I can bring... here's the problem. Aristides, be patient.
I'm here.
Oh, you're here. Okay, the problem is now the Skype screen isn't. So this is common. Skype has been updating a lot lately, and it's been... Every time it updates, this happens. When it updates, then as soon as I bring people onto a call... then the screen goes white, which means I can't work with the Skype. So what I'm going to have to do is call both of you back and reestablish this call. So this time I'll call Aristides first and then bring Brendan and a few other people onto the call. Okay, gentlemen? Okay, good. Sounds good. All right, thank you. All right, everybody hang up. Thank you. Okay, there we are. And now let's see what we can do. We're going to... Oh, yes. Let me reset the page, make certain our stream is coming along. Eric Cradle says, hey, Doug. Hello, Eric Cradle. Shout out to everybody. And thank you, everybody, for being here, period. Let's see if we got myself showing up on the live channel. We'll reset the channel here. Get that. And let's see if we have a little bit of a echo here effect. Okay. Let's make certain everything's going on well here. And now we're going to... Okay, everything seems to be going fine. All right, now let me try and start the call again. Okay, what am I going to have to do? We're going to have to... Control, Alt, Delete. Then we go to Task Manager, and we're going to end task. Select the Skype. Okay. And end task. Here we are. All right, and that should end that. Now we shut this mini screen here. Fucking close, bastard. And now we open up the Skype again, hopefully. And it restructures itself, hopefully. Yes, looks like it's doing that. So exciting. Stress after stress with each show. And, okay. Now we call back our man Ari and Bren shortly after that. Okay. Let's see if he... Okay, thank you so much for your patience. And thank you for being here. And if you have any adventures to share about, your delay, go ahead. That's don't know if it's any story worth telling. Whatever, if you feel it is, go ahead and vent and cathart. I know I sure as hell will about what happened to me recently.
Me? Are you talking to me?
Yeah, you're the only one here.
Okay. Oh, right. I didn't see anybody else here. What did I want to vent about?
I don't know. There was a slight delay in your being there. Most of the time, you're right there when I call. So I just thought maybe something happened.
We were just kind of. It's a dog walk again. There's rain, rain, a lot of dogs, and I had some help, and I'm like, we got to do this now, and I was okay. So
sounds good.
But I'm good on that. A lot of rain. I think there's remnants of this whatever storm that hit. A couple days ago, around last time, was hitting Florida,
right,
or the South. So, yeah, just and then you get those days of just rain.
Yeah.
As it kind of disperses into the continent.
Yeah, got it. And
that's all.
Yeah, that's that's enough. That's quite a bit, and certainly enough to impact everybody. Heather, where's fucking Heather on my list? Oh, she changed her icon, so it might be harder to recognize her. And so let me see if I can press that button. Heather Holman. Are they in? Did they finally get it into alphabetical order? No, of course not. That would be asking too much. Okay, so I'll have to do Heather the hard way. We have to type her name into the search bar. There she is. Okay, now we close that. And we press the add button. All right, now I'll add the others on. And it went white again. Fuck me gently with a chainsaw. Fuck me. That's like, okay. So maybe we'll just do this one at a time.
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, it's that I can't work with the screen though. So we'll see if that works for a while. Maybe I just don't need to see people on the screen. It'll just be you and I. The problem is I won't be able to see Moon Man if he shows up. So we'll need you guys to be on the lookout for Pete showing up.
Okay.
And because we'll go with this for a while, and then what I'll probably do is if I get frustrated with it, fuck it, I'll just call you guys back. But so what's going on, Brendan, is that Skype is updated again, and every time it updates, something happens with it where it really fucks things up. And the way it's doing it now, and it has done this often in the past, is when as soon as I bring someone else into the call, the screen disappears, the Skype screen. It goes white. It goes totally white. So I can't work with it. I can't access text. I can't, see who's there, anything. So that fucking sucks. So I'm going to try this time to just call you and Pete after I call Aristides, rather than adding Heather and Nemo and some others that I thought, since Pete's not going to be with us, I added a bunch of people at once that could be with us in the opening hour till Pete shows up. But this time I'll just call you two, Brendan and Pete, after I call Aristides back. So let's do that again. I'm going to hang up. All you guys hang up, and then I'll do the end task and call you back. Okay, so let's try that. It's like, fuck me. Okay, that really just frustrating. But, at least it's just that. At least it's like, doable or something, I guess. Control, Alt, Delete. Okay, Task Manager. We used to use that button to escape out of porn when you hit something that was just, a trap. Okay, Skype end task. Okay, Skype task is ended. Now we close that window, and we'll try this again. If it happens a third time, well, we'll just roll with it. And have two wonderful gentlemen so far in the chat. Let's see if this starts over again. And T-Tank Barry, Eric Cradle, hugs to both of you gentlemen. Okay, let's get back on the call with the guys we have available. Okay. Press that call button. Happy day. Wonderful. Okay. Now we're just going to add on Brendan and Pete. And as a matter of fact, we'll add on Pete later. We're just going to add Brendan right now. Then in a few minutes, we'll add on Pete. Oh, my God. So that worked. That worked. The screen stayed on. Screen stayed on.
Okay.
So doing this gradually, it works. There we are. So Brendan Zogit was able to hear half of my horror story from yesterday, and I hopefully he'll be patient enough while I regale everyone with that again. So aside from all of that, gentlemen, there must be some misadventures you guys have had. Feel free to share them before I, go on the attack. But in terms of what happened in Japan, I don't know if what we said was coherent enough for people to follow. Plus, there were some other news items. So please bring up all those news items that you sent to me, but re-explain that one in particular again so that our followers can follow the story. Okay?
Yes. So I sent you the Nihongo Kyokusai, the Japanese public news network article regarding their decision. The mayor of Nagasaki, they have an annual peace declaration, and they basically said, Israel, you're not allowed here.
Yes.
And this article just got published. This is like breaking news since when I sent you, but it says Nagasaki mayor explains his decision not to invite the Israel envoy to the peace ceremony.
Yeah.
And they put like a little bit of what he said, but he said the decision was made to ensure the ceremony to mourn atomic bomb victims would be carried out smoothly in a calm and solemn atmosphere.
Yeah.
This move continues as the fight between Israel and Hamas rages on.
Yes, thank you. And just so people know, it was the same at Hiroshima. Both at Hiroshima and Nagasaki will not allow the Israeli representatives to show up because it would be an insult to the memory of the victims. Yeah.
Why would you bring warmongers to a peace rally? I mean, it doesn't make sense.
Thank you. Well, not warmongers, genocidals. Why would you bring genocidals to a peace rally? Yes. But what makes it far more offensive now, say, how the Jewish control of America has led... so go on.
Yeah, so that's the important point, is that because the Japanese said that, and they got flack in their own country. Like, I think the Tokyo governor, a couple other people were saying you have to invite Israel, and both those mayors said no, we're not going to. And so the American ambassador withdrew his invitation and said, I'm not coming either if you don't let Israel in. So I mean, that's the crazy level we're at, when the whole peace ceremony is because America did that. So it's like, it's obligatory. We don't, like, America should never withdraw from a peace declaration, especially in Japan, and that's in that way.
Well, to iterate it, let me reiterate that. So I'll reiterate it in a way that's more accessible to our listeners, is for those of you who don't understand, obviously the American claim is that the atomic bombs ended World War II. Regardless of whether they ended World War II or not, and many Americans no longer claim that, by the way. For many years, America's academics, many of them simply being solid, hardcore, card-carrying members of the Communist Party, many of these communists who dominate American academia, which is the reason you lost the Vietnam War, a primary reason, never let that be forgotten, is the communist domination of American academia. Many of these people have for years been trying to revise history and claim that the Soviets beat Japan in World War II and that the atomic bombs were meaningless. Now, both the Soviets and the atomic bombs were fucking meaningless, just so you all know. And all you need to do is read my book to understand that. The Japanese won World War II, fucking period. But when they hold these peace ceremonies, obviously, because America has made the claim that these atomic bombs ended World War II, but regardless of whether they did or not, they were an act of terror, and America was responsible for this act of mass terror. The fact that America will not show up at the ceremony is offensive beyond measure. But the reason that they're not showing up is because the Japanese mayors in Hiroshima and Nagasaki will not invite Israel's representatives to attend, because that would be an insult to the ceremonies themselves. Now, all of this is when our man Brendan says the lines are being drawn. I have said that for years, but at the same time, we do have to look at the nuances of the difficulties of the adult world, which is a million shades of gray, and probably the better way to reconfigure that or re-say that for this instance is that we have to free ourselves from Jewish domination in America. And the lines being drawn would be that is part of the enemy fifth column, is the Jewish domination of America. That enemy fifth column needs to be taken out of power, and that the Americans need to free themselves from that. As I said, my own vision is about half the population of Jews in America, statistically and demographically, already live in the Northeast, configured around basically New York City, Long Island, and New Jersey. And honestly, I just want to relocate the other half that's here on the West Coast over to that part of the United States, where there will be a greater freedom for Americans from Jewish propaganda in Hollywood. And that is my intent. We want to free American media up for a new America, one that's free from Jewish domination, which brings us into endless wars in the Middle East, like they did in Iraq and Afghanistan. And I could go into the nuances of how Israel and the Jewish lobby was very much a factor in that. So all of that having been said, back to Brendan Zogit. Hopefully that puts it in some more perspective, just so people understand. America is still on the side of Japan, and understand that when I say that, you are in the second seat. You're not in the driver's seat. Japan is. Japan is the nation on the front lines. Japan is on the front lines of World War III because they're facing the most important enemy in World War III, which is the Communist Chinese Empire. So when Japan is facing that in the front lines and they go to war with China, they're defending you. It's not the other way around. So don't ever get the idea that somehow you're defending Japan, because that's just as crazy as your idea that you won World War II. So just try and read my book, get your head screwed back on straight. That will be the surgical rectal defilade you need, the surgery you need to get your head out of rectal defilade, so that you stop getting high on your own fumes. Once you've oxygenated enough and your brain starts to work again, and you're free of all this Jewish propaganda that the Soviets won World War II, then you can begin to see how weak they are, what a weak position they're in, and just basically understand that this war needs to be fought and won. And if I had secular power, I could do that in a single year. So Victoria Lauren Hobbs, Victoria is with us, and love you, Victoria. So while I'm tending to giving her kisses, back to Brendan Zogit for now, and add further dimension to this. By all means, Brendan, please. Thank you.
Yes, brilliant. And and that all ties in together, and it all makes sense what you said.
Thank you. Appreciate that. I do need that reassurance. Thank you.
Yeah, no, it was good. It was well done.
Thank you.
Well said. And regarding like the whole America, like what I meant, exactly, you clarified it, but what I meant by America has to be there, it's because supposedly we vowed to be the force of peace, quote unquote, in the world. So therefore we're obligated to help Japan in that ceremony, showing, look, this is, now we're in like this peaceful cooperation. So him withdrawing, our ambassador withdrawing, is showing that basically throwing the middle finger to any kind of peaceful situation. That's why it's so offensive, because that's how I see it anyway. Because it doesn't require politics or anything to just show up there and say like we want peace. That's the least of
Thank you.
That's all you have to say. You don't have to say anything about Israel or anybody, but
thank you.
About them, basically Israel had to make it about them. That's the problem.
Yes, it's always about them. Everything is about them. The whole world.
But the one that got the brunt of, things during that time.
Yeah.
As far as, they got like you said, nuclear bombs, got many issues.
Yeah. Thank you. And the lovely Victoria has joined us. Anyhow, hello. Go on, Brendan. Say that. Finish that sentence, Brendan. Repeat it.
No, that was it.
No, okay. Yeah, and so Victoria, welcome aboard. I'm going to try and bring out Peter now. But by all means, share with us whatever you wish, dear Victoria.
Oh, don't let me interrupt. I'm just here to learn,
Oh, you're wonderful. Thank you. Well, we all learn from you as well, I assure you. And so it's about, how would I say, what time is it where you're at? About 9:30 where you're at, Victoria? It's close to 9:30, 9:20?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm just calling Peter Moon right now, seeing if he'll respond. And if he doesn't, then at least he's able to jump on the call whenever he wishes. My impression was that he, was usually going to be here around the second hour because it's so early in Romania right now. It's like probably about 5:30 a.m. Correct, Brendan? Or Sire'sdies, whoever's keeping track of that for me.
It might be the third hour he's here. That's generally what he's saying.
Yes, yeah. Brendan's got kind of cooked up in his Wi-Fi or something. I think he's kind of scrambled.
It's about 4 to 5 a.m.
Okay. Yeah, so like Gary said, it'll be about maybe the third hour that he's here.
Another couple hours.
Okay, good. Yeah. So Victoria, just do us a favor when you're not speaking, just go on mute, because then we get an echo. And I think that's what's scrambling. Thank you. I think that's what's scrambling Brendan when he talks. Okay, so let me breathe, and I will add some further dimension to this. When Brendan says, for our listeners to understand, when Brendan says that the Americans should be there at a peace ceremony, the way that we should look at this is that this is a peace ceremony that involves a war that involved the United States. And the reason that Brendan said that the Americans have politicized it, whereas if they had simply showed up, it would not be political, etc. Let me clarify all of that for people and go a bit into some of the nuance of the adult world, the million shades of gray. We have to understand that, obviously, anything involving a ceremony like this is highly politically charged, period. It is politically charged in and of itself. It is quintessentially political. So, for that reason, the Japanese had to acknowledge the genocide being perpetrated by Israel and thereby deny their representation at this peace ceremony, because it would be an insult to the memory of the victims of America's terrorism, which is what this was. Now, the reason I say that is not based on some level of emotional or shall we say ideological sort of victimization. It's not that at all. Rather, the reason I say it's terrorism is because it is strategically was a bust. It was not a strategically viable option when the Americans deployed the atomic bombs. The atomic bombs had no strategic effect on the war, which we go into in the book The Roswell Deception, which again is required reading if you need to follow anything that I'm saying, so that we just don't go into these various topics again and again and retread them over and over again for our regular listeners, for the sake of our regular listeners. So when the Americans deployed these weapons in an act of desperation, they ultimately, even though they had a vague military rationale, which I could easily articulate, they did not succeed in their military objective. And therefore, because of all the collateral damage that they produced with against human beings, which was not considered collateral by the Americans considered damage to the Japanese people to be part of their military objective. I've articulated this ad nauseum before, and it's undeniable, it's irrefutable, it's inarguable, and it's official. The Americans wanted to exterminate the Japanese race. It's that simple. They said that was their objective, and they said it out loud. Multiple times they published it, and they published it for all Americans to read, so all Americans knew what they were involved with. Unlike the Germans, because the average participant in the German society had no idea about quote-unquote Die Endlösung, the final solution. So the Americans, on the other hand, had every knowledge, all knowledge, publicly and popularly, that the Japanese in America had been interned in concentration camps. And most Germans had no idea that Jews were interned in Hohenzollern. They didn't know where they went. And they were too busy with their own lives to ask. If you say that's insensitive, how is that insensitive when you take a look at the callousness, the sheer sadism of Americans who knew Japanese, who were their fellow citizens, had their citizenship revoked, and they were in camps, and they rejoiced in this fact. So this was public knowledge in America, and they rejoiced in it, and they had every knowledge that ultimately those Japanese would be killed. But America lost the war, and that didn't happen. So in terms of the Americans, they're far worse. There's no moral stance for the Americans to have, period. But since the atomic bombs had no ultimate strategic effect or military impact, they have to be considered an act of terror, which the Americans said out loud. The Americans said this in their strategic bombing papers, that they were conducting an act of terror, that this was a campaign of terror, and that word is used, especially even more so by the British than the Americans, as a matter of fact. But the Allies knew that they were conducting a campaign of terror because they really were impacting the Axis militarily to the great extent that they propagandized they did. And I've gone into this in enormous depth and detail. And again, I often throw people the same chart to show people what I'm talking about. The number of Axis military and civilian deaths compared to the number of Allied civilian and military deaths. The Allies lost astronomically more, orders of magnitude more people and military personnel than the Axis did. So by that alone, the Axis won the war. Okay, so all that being articulated, the point is, yes, it's all politicized from the beginning, but the Americans do not have the political right to stand down from attendance because they were part of the problem. I believe Brendan is saying be right back. Somebody's telling us be right back. Let me try and check on this. It's Brendan. Okay. So we look forward to your return, dear Brendan. Okay, so all that being said, Peter Moon is on the conversation, so he can join whenever he wishes. And as we said, it'll be a while. Just want to make certain that he had that accessibility. So we'll see if we add anyone else onto the call. But before Brendan returns, I guess I could start on sharing my own story of what happened recently. But I'll get to that soon enough. Let's ask a little bit of Aristides and Victoria first. So before I start sucking all the oxygen out of the room and just going into, my own adventures over the past few days, let's ladies first. Victoria, tell us a little bit about anything you wish. Your cat's doing well? You have one or two? Just one, right? Yeah, let's see. Yeah.
I have two cats. Yes, sir.
Oh, yeah. Tell us a little bit about this.
Well, I have one cat's black cat named Inky,
Mm-hmm.
and a little fluffy cream, like a grayish, whitish cat named Sophia, and they're my little sweet little furry familiars.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to think if I have anything to update, like anything interesting to update. I mostly just jumped on to say hello, but yeah, I don't know if I have anything off the top of my head.
Oh, that's okay. I'll easily, fill the blanks. I'll burn bandwidth in a second. I'm going to give credit to, of course, Brooke Hagberg again. I do want people to know, again, just so that people understand, there's all kinds of wonderful people. Stephen Myers, for instance, that sent money that contributed towards my rent. But as I said the last few episodes, it was Victoria's contribution of 30 United States dollars that took me right over the finish line. It really did. That I just could not have paid rent without that. So you really saved my ass, Victoria. And then what happened was I needed money for the taxi vouchers that got me to my hospital appointment and back for my upcoming surgery, or shall we say procedure, but it's endoscopic. An endoscopic procedure, it does carry some risks to fix my deviated septum within my skull. And that's my nose. The nose damage from all that cocaine abuse. So when it comes to that, I had to fill up my paratransit card, and I was only able to do that thanks to Brooke Hagberg's latest contribution. So goddess bless you, Brooke Hagberg. We will try and credit, again, so many other people who contributed. And it was that my cards were both empty after paying rent. And then I had to go to the hospital. I didn't have money for the cab. And it was Brooke Hagberg that covered that. Thanks to her, I was able to have paratransit fill the card up. And so, what she contributed was less than $90, but it was enough. $18 is all I needed. That I can only pay it by the PayPal. So the paratransit municipal services in San Francisco took $18 out of that to give me $90 back credit on my taxi card so that I could taxi around San Francisco, which was part of the misadventure that happened later. But all of that being said, I'll go a bit into, everything. Aristides, there must be some... Yeah. Oh, anything else, Vic? Go ahead, Victoria.
Oh, sorry. Here, let me find me.
I'm sorry, honey. Say that all again. You're coming in very
How are
garbled.
you, Aristides?
I'm all right. I'm just trying to get things settled here, a little, bullshit around the house and stuff, so I can sit with y'all for the night. And yeah.
And any misadventures? Certainly, there must be something.
No huge misadventures. I try to avoid that.
I understand, but they happen anyway.
Yeah. Nothing huge. Just dealing with a lot of rain lately. It's Victoria, a lot of rain there, or
Vic?
Yeah, a lot of rain. I guess my only misadventures were at work. I had an 80-year-old come in second day in a row, fist bumping my boobs. That was awkward. To a point where another employee at the store I was working at dragged this man away from me and I think threatened him. And then I had a 20-year-old try and give me his number, and I was like, how old are you? He's like, you can't be a day over 21. I said, honey, I'm 35. I could be your mom.
Goodness.
What the heck?
Cool.
The heck?
Well, you're
Why
wanted.
did this happen why are they so young? Why are they so young when they hit on me? Flummoxes me. It's really annoying.
Well, you're a wanted lady, and that's always cool. And in the end,
20?
Hey, look,
child.
Honey, they're in their best money-making years. Take them and put them to fucking work. Make them work 2 jobs.
Oh my! I would never. I go out of my way to stay broke, to have my dignity. You know this.
Yes. But
wild day.
It was. Oh, that's so exciting. I'm just so excited for you. Honestly, you're a hot ticket item, and you just got them all at your feet. In
between. Why no in between? It's either 80 years old or 20. Come on. Come on, universe.
Yeah, it's a fucked up universe. It's a fucked up universe. It is. But hey, with the 80-year-old guy, hey, how much longer can he be around? Go for it. Get his life insurance. Make certain it's signed out to you.
Dang it.
Pump him full of Viagra, and that guy will die before he even gets on top of you, and you're set.
Yeah, he came and he went in one fell swoop.
I mean, honey, you've got to start thinking practically. You're an idealist, but we've got to think about your security. And,
That's quite the retirement plan.
Oh, sir.
yeah,
What
that's right.
Sire'sdies?
That's quite the retirement plan. Like, find
Oh
8-year-old
my
man,
gosh.
pump him full of Viagra,
Yeah, yeah,
Good heavens.
get life insurance.
yeah. Get the life
You know,
insurance.
I've passed the billionaires. I don't need money.
Oh, well, still, it's always good to be, secure. And, but I get what you're saying. The problem with the younger
I'm
guy.
secure in my faith.
That's right. That's true.
Yes.
That's true. The younger guys, it's the biggest problem is conversation. There's not much conversation generally, right? I mean, it's usually just.
Actually, this kid would have been, I think, a really sweet friend. He seemed like a nice kid. He was a Christian. He just was very young. I didn't expect him to be that young, but he was apparently that young. So
Yeah.
that's okay. I was
Cool.
like, that's
Yeah.
okay. I'm your sister in Christ.
Yeah. No, that's
Oh,
right.
buddy. Anyway,
Yeah.
that was my day. Other than that, boring. Gym and Bible stream, my usual. So anyway, that's my day.
Cool. Well, thank you for sharing that. I appreciate it, and I find it uplifting. It's always good to know that there are, repetitive, routine events that kind of we can take to the bank. You can take to the bank that you're going to have old guys and young guys doing their thing with you and trying to get you to play in their groove, so to speak. Now that I'm showing my age by using a term like that, but all that being said,
Oh heavens!
yeah. All that being said, so let me share with people everything that happened with myself. Because of course I love to bitch, and this is just I at least have a venue on which I can do it, and it helps psychologically. It's therapeutic. But all such being said, so we have our dear Brooke Gibson, who is hopefully okay. I spoke to her for the briefest of moments, I believe, yesterday. Yes, it was yesterday. So yesterday, if I remember correctly, was Tuesday. And, of course, I had to discombobulate my biorhythms for an appointment at the head and neck surgery department. So when I got up in the middle of my night, which is always difficult, I tend to basically just, how would I say it? I mean, it all went well to get there. Got up, went through the usual motions. Now, I went to the French campus of Kaiser Hospital, which, by the way, is also the psychiatric ward. Believe it or not, I was not checking myself in there. Now, what I can tell people is that due to the number of people that used to be there in the past that were psychologically disturbed, there must have been a few deaths, suicides perhaps. But when my cosmetologist V at one point was in that same facility for what they call biorhythm therapy. And for those of you who are not familiar with that, I'd be surprised, but biorhythm therapy is essentially where you're kind of like trying to rhythmically attune your mind to a kind of relaxing rhythm and ultimately enter a kind of alpha state or hypnagogic state, a kind of meditative or contemplative state, and this is therapeutic in and of itself. So she was lying down trying to attune herself to the biorhythm machine when she felt this forceful finger, thumb, maybe a prick, poking her repeatedly in the thigh, in the waist, on the hip, just all around. And she kept opening her eyes and looking around. There was nothing there. She reported this to the man who was working the biorhythm machine. And he told her, oh, yeah, I just had to relieve another guy who was working the machine. because he got all freaked out because he was experiencing the same thing while standing up and working the machine. And he said the place is very haunted. A lot of dead people from who had died in the hospital in the past, because it's an old hospital facility, and a lot of maybe suicides or people who died who were in the psychiatric facility. And so this has its own ambience to the place, a kind of obviously a kind of somber feel to it. And when I got there, I was going there to see, of course, my the woman who will be performing this endoscopic procedure into my skull, Dr. Epstein, which she's a Russian. I asked her about that. Now, like I said, she's always been very friendly with me. I flatter myself that she might have a crush on me. Again, I've gone into some of the details of that before, and of course it all might be flattering myself, but she does seem to speak to me in a friendly level that it just goes a bit beyond the professional necessity. And, I consider myself a fairly charismatic or likable fellow, so we'll see what happens in the future, but I certainly just wanted her to be comfortable with me. Now let's see, Victoria, is it Victoria who says be right back? Let's take a look at this. Okay, so she's saying be right back. We look forward to that. Of course, when either of you return, Victoria or Brendan, let us know. Let us know when you return. And but at any rate, when it came to dealing with Dr. Epstein, she showed me, of course, what had alarmed her so much, the scans of my skull, where, of course, the right side of my skull was completely occluded with snot. A lot of it was snot, but what's remained in the skull is probably inflamed tissue. So she's probably going to surgically remove that inflamed tissue in the right cavity, nasal cavity of my skull. And of course, we're going to try and realign my deviated septum. Now, all of this carries its own risk because we're working very close to the brain, very close to the optic nerves and the eyeball sockets, all the rest of that. She'll be going around in there, and but I have every confidence everything will be fine. All that being said, she was asking me about the Olympics. So, were you watching the Olympics, and how have you enjoyed them? And I said, well, kind of not really. I didn't really know what to say because I have not really been watching the Olympics at all. I really had no interest in them. I certainly didn't want to talk to her about the crap Nemo showed me about the weird-ass gender bender, thing
the
they had.
meme Olympics.
Yeah, yes, tell us about this. Yeah.
It's just a bunch of memes.
Yeah.
Like the Turkish guy with the John Wick, Turkish John Wick. And then the Paul Volter that lost because his junk smashed against the bar.
Oh!
Yeah, he lost on a medal. He lost out on a medal because of that.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
And they were making a thing of it, right? He's proud of his junk.
They were blasting it all over to the point where he had no choice. He had to say, something.
Yeah. Oh, that's
it was just like.
Yeah. That's funny. And
then there were other people like showing the Romanian chick like she was doing some kind of like jump or something.
Yeah.
And then she's just in this like really crazy position with short shorts on.
Yeah.
It's just become like this zoo of just memes, internet.
Yeah.
Clips.
Of course. What about the Paraguayan chick? What was the Paraguayan chick doing that they asked her to leave the Olympic Village and then she retired from the Olympics and shit? What was going on there?
Oh, I'm not sure. I didn't hear about that. See, there's so much antics. Like, there's one guy that like he hated it so much he went and slept in a park.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And then they were like, he was forced to sleep in the park. It's like, no, he wasn't. He left on his own. But then on a side note, it's like, sleeping in a park in Paris, like he must have been really pissed off, I'm sure that wasn't too fun.
Did they say something about finding worms in their food? They found worms in their food?
I mean, the French eat snails. I mean, how much, what do you expect?
Oh, I love snails myself. And I eat abalone, of course.
Escargot.
Yeah, that's right. And abalone is just a giant sea snail, really. I mean, this
Of course.
yeah. So, at any rate, yeah, thank you for pitching in with that. But here's where it got, kind of sad. So I asked her, I'm sorry, I don't remember whether you were Ukrainian or Russian. And she said Russian. And then she got all sad and said the bad guys. And, I told her, look, don't think about yourself like that. And I said, if things had gone a little differently, I could easily have seen myself propagandizing for them instead of doing what I'm doing now. But when she asked me about what's going to happen, what I think is going to happen, I just told her, oh, things will probably get a lot worse before they get better. I mean, I just had to stay vague because everything, I told her that. Of course, I talk geopolitics all the time. I did say that. And I told her that, oh, by the way, Victoria, before you go, just say good morning to everybody and maybe you can come back later, whenever you wish, throughout the night, like when you wake up in the morning and hopefully you feel better. So what's this about your back? How did you throw your back out?
I don't know. This couch is not the best, and I don't know. I just need to stretch and I don't know, go to sleep probably, or just at least stretch and not I don't know. I might be in and out. I feel bad because again I can't really walk around my cabin with my phone on the call without it getting choppy. So it's one of those things I kind of have to time it, but
okay,
I'll be here.
Okay. Well, we love you dearly. And
Get that 20-year-old to rub magnesium oil.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
No say. Oh my.
It's not a big deal.
Yeah.
I'm obviously joking.
He'll do it for free, yeah.
Yeah, of course.
I'll be in the chat. I might not be on the call the whole time. So
Okay.
I love you guys.
Yes, we love you too. And just jump back in whenever you wish, whenever you feel okay.
Yes, there's
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, but Matthew 12.
Yes, that's right. And yeah, so when I was talking to her, I mean, the thing that obviously I have a view for Russia's future. I don't think the culture will disappear. I do perceive a future for it, and I certainly can't regale her with that within the environment we were in within a short period of time. But it's there you go with that, and so I was trying to be gentle with her about all of that, and then we're going into surgery at the end of the month, so I had to go down to the pharmacy, fill out my prescription for steroids because I have to start the steroids 5 days before the surgery so that I can, basically tone down the inflammation of the inflamed material that's in my sinus cavity. But at any rate, do me a favor, Brendan, and when you're not talking, just stay on mute because we're hearing a lot of the background noise from your car. You're driving, right? You're driving, right? Yeah. Feel free to answer.
Does it sound like a train?
Yeah, it does. It sounds like a train. Yeah, it sounds like you're. Yeah. Oh my God. So let us know when you reach your destination. Thank you. Thank you so much. And so all that being said, having that experience was fine, positive, and then I got my prednisone, the steroid, out of the pharmacy, and then is when we had to deal with the challenge of getting home. So the challenge of getting home is that this is, as I said, a fairly large, sprawling medical facility, and you've got the side where I was dropped off, which is basically 456th Avenue or 6th Street. And this is like right across the street from a police station. And it's like an odd entrance towards the head and neck surgery department. It is absolutely bizarre. It's like none of the cabs will ever enter there. They've got the, what do they call that clapboard? Help me out here, Sire'sdies. There's got to be a name for that. Like a drawbridge affair, except it's just this piece of wood that they slam down near a toll booth so that the cars can't come in until you pay the toll. What do we call this thing? I forgot.
Yeah, what is that?
The striped piece of wood that, yeah.
It's a gate of some kind, yeah.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, the barrier.
Yeah.
And so the toll booth has to lift the barrier for cars to go in and out. So it's no place for to wait for a cab to pick you up because you got the cars going in and out. So it's like the place where that's where I get dropped off, because that's the closest entrance to the head and neck surgery department. It is the weirdest fucking architectural structure. I'm sure there's plenty of weird things like it, but it's really strange. It's like you've got this weird little side building that is very thin, and you like take an elevator up to the second floor, and it's right in front of the toll booth, like it's part of the gate, like it's somehow, it's like just weird. But at any rate, to get home, I go through the pharmacy, and then I go out on 4141 Gary Boulevard, where it's a river of traffic. And it's like, they meet. So you can see the street where the gate's at, the street where the police station's on. You can see also incoming vehicles on the busy boulevard, Gary Boulevard, so that you can catch a bypassing cab if one happens to be available. But these days, cabs don't really work like that. And they usually are on call, and they won't stop to pick you up, or they're full of passengers. So you do have to call a cab generally to get one. It's not like in the old days where, like in New York City, you would just raise your hand and a cab would stop. That was the fantasy image. That might have been based in reality in New York City in the old days. It's certainly, San Francisco is very different. Now, when I called the cab, it's an automated system. So normally the automated system works fairly well. The problem is it's a quote-unquote expert system. It's not really AI. It's fairly simple-minded, and it will not hear your voice, or it will interpret your voice the wrong way sometimes, especially if you're in traffic, if there's ambient noise. So I go inside and I tell them where I'm at. And the biggest problem was I figured out my cell phone just was not in a good Wi-Fi area, was not in a good cell area, or wasn't working at the time. Maybe it was being scrambled. The potential for that is always there. So I asked the security guards to help me. And the security guards didn't speak English very well, but they don't have a desk like they do in some of the other Kaiser facilities. They're just guys sitting on chairs with cell phones. So they used their personal cell phones, and they were calling the cab company, but I found out the hard way. What they were doing was they were asking the cabs to come to 456th Street, which is across the street from the police station, where they're just waiting by that stupid pole, that barrier, and then they see nobody there and they take off. So basically, none of this took very long to figure out what was happening, but it probably went through at least 2 cancellations where the cabs show up, I see them there, I'm waving at them because I'm standing on the bus side of the street, as I would call it, the Gary Boulevard, where all the traffic's going, so that I can wave down a bypassing cab if one happens to be available. Well, I see them show up, I'm waving at them, but they just take off, okay, which is infuriating. And so that happens twice, and that's when my phone starts working again, and I call the yellow cab. And but the third guy shows up, probably in response to the calls from the security guards inside, at the police station side again. And I can see him, and this time I'm waving violently, and I get on my phone and I yell at him. Now there's reasons for this, aside from my being upset. I'm near traffic. He's not going to hear me otherwise, with all the ambient noise. So I said, "Why are you there?" And pretty much at this tone, and I need you here. And because there's no point in running to them because of my experience of them all taking off while I'm running towards them. So maybe they think I'm going to carjack them or something. But at any rate, he then turns the corner and stops in front of me. Okay, so he's this Chinese guy. Now, remember, I'm half Asian myself. I'm pretty good at this. I know one thing. He's definitely not Japanese. He's either Chinese or he's Korean. Pretty much that's it. He's not Vietnamese. And so basically, I should be able to deal with this guy. But he's like an ABC, an American-born Chinaman. He's like totally acculturated. Probably doesn't speak any of the native language. And he's crying. He's crying. As a matter of fact, he was crying when he answered the phone. and by the way, for those of you who wonder how I was able to call him directly, when these cabs show up and you get it just right and you call back the cab automated system at just the right time, then it will give you the option, if you want to talk to your driver, press 1. So it was just at that moment of convergence where I was able to press 1 and then shout at him, "What are you doing there? I need you here." And he was like, he actually responded to me before he drove over, like an idiot, instead of just driving over. "Why are you yelling at me?" And I said, "Look, I've had 2 cancellations because of some miscommunication going on here. Just get over here." And he's like, "Why are you taking it out on me?" I'm like, this guy can't be real. So then when he stops in front of me, he is crying. He is bawling his eyes out. And I'm like, now, when I try to get in, he wouldn't unlock the door. So he wouldn't unlock the door. I stick my head in the passenger side of the front seat. So he's on the driver's side of the front seat. I stick my head in through the passenger side of the front seat. His doors are locked, so I'm sticking my head in through the window. I'm half into his car, like a hooker. And I'm basically saying, "What is your problem?" And he's like crying, "I take care of a wife, a family, and and I'm thinking, I don't give a shit. It's like, I don't care. We all have issues. It's like, we all have these responsibilities. So fucking what? I don't understand. Why do you expect me to care? How insane can you be? And it's like, and then you're yelling at me. And then he says, "Step back! Step back!" I said, "Okay." And he said, "On the curb!" I thought he was going to drive up to the curb after that. So I said, "Okay," I stepped on the curb. And he drives away. "Goodbye!" And I said, "Wow, what a pussy wimp. How is this guy, I don't understand, why is this guy driving a cab?" This is what is so bizarre to me, is that, I do this show, and I get verbal abuse every fucking day. I get death threats. I get bomb threats. I get rape threats. I get people calling me a liar. I get people calling me every name under the sun. You just, move on. It's like, these things happen. It's like, say, for instance, you're working at Chipotle, like that woman threw the food tray at that other woman's face, and the judge sentenced her to empathy punishment, where she had to work at Chipotle, the assailant, for a month or 2, something like that. And, and they were interviewing both sides and trying to balance out the story. Oh, they both had hard lives, the assailant and the victim. And the victim was saying, "I pretty much thought about this every day." And even that blew my mind. Why? It's like somebody threw a plate into your face full of food. It's like, okay, look at where you were. So fucking what? You were assaulted. It's like, comparatively speaking, maybe it's a little bit embarrassing, but you're not at fault. You're just there. You're behind the counter. You're not going to get demerits at work for this. It's like, if a woman assaults you, obviously she has issues. You're not going to get fired. It's not, how is this traumatic compared to shit that I've seen where people just randomly assault you on the street? It's like, I don't get these people. It's like, where are these fucking pansies coming from? These fucking pussy pansies who are like, they can't take life or something. How did they live to even be that old without killing themselves? But at any rate, it was, shall we say, disturbing in its own right to see someone that fucked up. Anyhow, luckily, and sometimes this doesn't happen that way, sometimes it doesn't work that way. Luckily, a cab came by that was open for service, and it was a black guy. He picks me up, and then we get to talking. This is how stupid it is with these cab drivers. It's like they're really sensitive to this. Like, I said, "I'm Douglas, I called." He said, I didn't get a call. I said, "Forget it. Just take me to," I gave him my destination. And so he starts driving me, and but this is how stupid these cab drivers are. Why would you care that you didn't get a call? So fucking what? You didn't get a call. You've got a client now. Just drive them and get your money. What the fuck? Why is this an issue? It's like, what happened to cab drivers who wanted money? Just, yeah, I'll get you there. It's like, this is not a relationship, people. We're not like starting a friendship. It's just, you're there to get someone to a destination. Where did all of this sudden touchy-feely shit come from? I never experienced this when I grew up, where all these cab drivers needed a back rub. What the fuck? So the black guy, while we're driving to the destination, which was actually the corner store, so I could pick up a bunch of Coca-Cola liquid, beer, and water. That's a Russian Hill Searchlight Market. While he's taking me to that destination, we start talking, and he basically lived in Oakland. And I was like, God damn, I used to work security in Oakland, Acorn Projects. And Heather Holman says the drivers get paid through the app or the call. So let me call Heather, see if we can bring her on. And of course, always good to have her with us. And let's see if we can have that backup. Here we are. And Peter likes her, so she would be welcome when he comes on. Okay, so Heather, join us if you can. Otherwise, you will be added to the call and you can jump on whenever you wish. Okay, so she did join. So Heather, please articulate. Yeah, explain. Yeah, by all means.
Oh, I think that the drivers, Douglas, how are you doing?
Oh, yes, always. Well, much the better for speaking with you, of course.
Okay,
I love you dearly.
Good.
So go on. Yeah.
The drivers probably get paid from giving rides through the app, which is connected through their phone call. So if they don't get a call, then the chances of them getting paid for that ride, probably it's going to cause problems for them.
I appreciate what you're saying. Is that how it works in your city?
Yeah, if it's a Uber or a Lyft or something like that, that's how we have ride sharing.
You don't have cabs where you're at?
Not really. Not too much. There are taxis you could call here and there, but there's just Uber and Lyft.
Okay, so basically what happened, what happened with Heather Holman's city of, where is it again? Phoenix, Arizona? Or where?
Phoenix.
It's Phoenix. Yeah, and so basically what happened with her city is that give me a second here because I'm trying to add Sammy. And multitask, and sometimes that's too much for my brain. So okay, we're adding Sammy Romero on, and I don't know if Sammy noticed this. There was a guy in the chat with the last transmission. Sammy, there was a guy in the chat with the latest transmission before tonight's transmission when you came on Sunday night for a while, and there's this guy in the chat who writes, "This guy doesn't represent all Chicanos," talking about yourself. I just thought I'd share that with you.
What are you talking about?
I found that so fucking funny because you were talking about Kamala Harris, and you were saying that she's a bit exotic. I don't know if the average American can handle that much exoticness. Of course, that's why, in case anyone didn't notice, that's why Kamala Harris chose a Klansman as her VP.
Well, look, and bless his heart, whoever's telling me that, and I do understand what he's talking about, but we don't have a Chicano or Mexican American, what do you call it, a nominee? Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
The last guy I remember who was in politics that was near the president was that attorney general for Bush Jr. Wilfred Gonzalez. I forget his first name. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Vaguely, but go on.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll get his name. But what I was talking about is because that hasn't happened yet, and what we were explaining about the voting system is our votes get canceled out by mid-America.
Yes.
Somewhere, some asshole in Indiana, his vote matters more.
Yeah, sadly, and that's why she chose. That's why she chose this this Klansman from the Heartland. Go on.
Which that I think she's trying to write off. Because what I mean is the optics, the look. Okay, the look. The U.S. is all about the look. It's not really about what they're doing because we don't really, this country does not work.
Yes, thank you.
I mean,
It's dysfunctional. Yes.
It's the optics, okay? The optics, illusion. Why do people think, Colonel Kino put on his military regalia or his uniform when anytime, his icon.
Yes.
It's the look. It's the presentation, okay?
Yeah.
It's just, or a pastor, or so on and so forth. Well, what I'm trying to say is the look of Kamala Harris, it's going to be challenging for her to grab Middle America if let's say she picked a female Asian.
They'd go nowhere. They'd go nowhere.
Of course not. That's what I'm trying to say is she is aware of the optics. Now, did she, besides that, did she sleep her way to the top? Absolutely. But that's what the card she was given,
Yeah.
So she's not, by any chance, I'm not saying she's incompetent. What I'm saying is she herself has to play the game. Obama played the game. Anytime you're a person of color, you can't be an idiot. At least a complete idiot. Unlike Trump.
True. Yes.
You had to be well polished. She was an attorney. She's very accomplished. She's also aware that she was somewhat attractive. That's how she got into the circles of, politics and being around, I believe she was associated with the San Francisco mayor at a certain point. I guess they were dating, or she might have been a lab secretary. I don't know.
Oh, well, which mayor? Do you remember?
I remember it was a black one. I could be.
Oh, Willie Brown. Willie Brown.
Yeah, Willie Brown. Yes.
Okay,
so she's aware. She knows Governor Newsom. They know each other very well. She's aware of what she has. The problem is what I'm seeing is the optics. Okay, and like I said, I'm not saying Trump is a complete slam dunk, but there is a lot of Chicanos, there's a lot of Mexican American people that are voting for Trump.
Unfortunately.
Why?
Yes.
Why? Because it's their version of the machismo. Trump, he's been to jail. It's almost just like a Stockholm syndrome.
Yes.
Where they are glorifying somebody who, there's nothing as far as a lie when it comes to Donald Trump that he's a liar and a criminal. Of course he is, but I mean, in a lot of ways they are.
Yes.
It's mostly the reason I would probably vote for Kamala is I want somebody who at least knows the position as a symbolic role and the decorum, and really civilized. Okay. And what I did like about Obama is he couldn't be ignorant.
Yes.
Person of color cannot be ignorant. Imagine if Kamala Harris said, "Hey, let's go invade the Capitol. All darkies, all brownies, all yellow people, everybody of color. Let's go bum rush the Capitol."
Oh, they would have been massacred. They would have been machine gunned.
They would have called the National Guard. They probably would have dropped a nuke.
Yeah.
I don't know. They would have called the internment camps. They would dust off, internment camp Manzanar and send everybody there. It's still there. But what I mean is it's the optics, okay? Notice all the people that overran the Capitol. They sure lack a lot of melanin.
Yes, overwhelmingly white. Melanin. Yes.
Sprinkle in, some of them. There were a couple that were sprinkled in there, but for the majority, they were a different, melanin as far as their skin. So, it is what it is. It's just the optics. And as far as he doesn't represent all Chicago, I don't represent nobody. I represent myself. I'm not a politician.
Yes, that's right.
But I know the game of the United States. There's certain areas of Southern California I cannot drive. I cannot go to Pacific Palisades or Palos Verdes estate and my car at night sticking out a broom. No, I'm gonna get shot. The broom, horsing around. I can't do that and say, "Oh no, I'm videotaping it from my, from my YouTube channel." It doesn't work like that. I don't know. Maybe if my name was Kyle, or I don't know. maybe, but no. I will be, presume a suspect. It is what it is. But I mean, and I'm not trying to be. I'm just being a realist. I hope she wins, but it's just, to me, she was given the short end of the stick. She should have been running last year.
And not only that, but I can't understand why Joe Biden just doesn't step down immediately and just let her become presidentress so that she can run as presidentress, as active.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But it's to me the mafia of politics as well. It's their own mafia. It's their own circle where she pretty much. I mean, the writing was there. Joe Biden is dying.
Yeah.
He is crumbling in front of us, and the fact if he can make Donald Trump look like Gavin Newsom as far as being articulate and understanding, there's a problem.
Yes.
And I think they kind of said, well, we're gonna have to tell him, his term is up.
Yeah.
And it's a symbolic role. The presidential cabinet is a symbolic role. It's just, I think, the only thing is, Kamala Harris was really nowhere to be found, even as a vice presidentress. She didn't do anything.
Yeah.
They kept her in the dark,
Yes.
And that's another thing that's going to bite them is she was never promoted.
Yeah.
So that worries me because you have to connect to the crowd. It's a lot of theatrics. Okay, the one thing Trump does is he connects to the people he doesn't like, but he knows he needs.
Yes.
Donald Trump never liked middle America or steel workers. No, he's some guy from Sac Avenue.
That's right.
He's a wheeler and dealer. He hung out with people that's going to benefit him. That's why he goes that route. And at the same time, I have to give him props in the sense of he's ballsy enough to go to a black media conference and be asked questions. Now, did he ask them? Did he respond to them really any intelligently? But he still has the balls to do it.
Yeah.
And he does unconventional things. But it's because when you believe in your bullshit and you can sell it as he does, they're very empty and very hollow. People are gonna buy it because people know he's full of shit. They do. It's just, I mean, come on, Doug. They know he's full of shit.
I wish the majority of us do, but at the same time, there's plenty of people who actually feel he's like somehow an agent of God. You've seen those paintings where they show Trump with Jesus.
I do, but here's the problem: we've never seen them in a church.
Yeah, of course not. No.
That's the thing about it. It's like me saying, Doug, I'm faithful to my wife, but I have the platinum membership at the whorehouse. You go,
yeah.
I saw you there. And you'd be like, no, Sammy, you're a compulsive cheater. But that's what I'm trying to say.
There's a flag that I drive by when I leave work, and it's like, it says Jesus is my Lord and Savior, and then it's actually like printed on top of a Trump 24 flag.
Yeah.
So they equate Trump.
Absolutely.
Bizarre.
And the problem, Brandon, it's like Brandon working at that Ralph's frying chicken. He had to leave. He was dying inside.
Yeah, that was Buddhist hell. Yes, it was Buddhist hell.
Right. It's like at least he's true to himself. And that's the thing about it is, with this, if this guy says, I don't represent all Chicanos, that's how I know he's not Chicano. No Chicano really cares. It's just the truth. I could understand saying, look, I vote for Trump because, he's abusive, he beats women, and, it makes me feel like a man.
Right.
I can have many whores and still keep my wife, and we have an arrangement. I can respect that, But to say he doesn't speak for all Chicanos, first off, your audience is not that diverse. It is, but it's not.
Thank you.
You have a very niche. So, whoever said that, hey, good for you. But I never said I like Trump. To me, she got that short end of the stick. And, I'm not surprised. They I think they kind of understood that Biden was just disintegrating.
Yes.
When Putin is when he's calling people, Putin and other people, that's bad.
Zelensky, no less. Zelensky, no less. He called him Putin.
Yeah, wrong cracker. Sorry, that's the Jewish cracker, right?
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Right. Not bad, but you know what I mean. It's bad. It's bad. So, I like the idea of maybe Biden advocating it to Gavin Newsom, but I don't think Gavin Newsom is. I don't think he's going to allow himself to get short-ended like that, in the sense of, if I'm going to run, I'm going to make sure I have, my full campaign.
Yeah.
So, which is understandable. It's just, the problem is Kamala has to get in office for him to actually run, have a chance.
Yes.
Because I think it's going to ride on her to kind of, okay, well, I beat Trump. Now, you can actually run, because I think this is Trump's last hurrah. I think he's pretty much, if he doesn't win, or if he doesn't create some type of conflict internally with the country, and this goes back to you kind of talking about him being another Antichrist.
Yes.
It's just part of him. Honestly, I really do think, a lot of time I think maybe Colonel Aquino offed himself at the right time.
Yes.
I think he probably would be laughing, but at the same time, he's like, I might as well should have ran. I mean, I am a PSYOP specialist. I am the, quote unquote, the guru of it. I should have ran. But, that's just, then again, the child of people trying to kill you probably didn't help either. But,
yes.
No, but as far as, Chicano, no, I'm not a politician. I never said I represent anybody, but it's the optics. To me, this country's all about optics still. We don't really can admit to any of our bullshit without it either fictionalizing it or kind of distorting it in the sense of, well, let's make it into a Marvel, let's make it fiction, and then let's call it the Satanic Panic and say it was just a little phase. But no, in reality, no, there was kids dying, and the graves are there, and
thank you.
You go on and so forth, to the point of even yourself, and that's just another. You just want to shake your head, because it's like, no, I don't. I'm not for this, or well, representing anybody. I think everybody here is an individual, because it's just what it is.
Yes.
People do get inspired about anybody they look for, as far as inspiration. But even yourself, I've told you I don't agree with everything you do, but it's not really why I follow you. I don't take advice for you as far as Sammy, I don't know. Be the best dad. Follow Doug's advice. No, it's But what I can connect you with is as far as how much you talk about what your parents taught you, especially your mother. She passed knowledge to you that's very valuable, and it's probably your inheritance as far as your identity. I think that's very important. That's what helped you, and I think that's what you're trying to help this country, is telling the truth about how it is. It's not pretty. It's very much ugly. It's something they don't like to hear, and they violently disagree. And I just find it hilarious when someone says Chicano. Nobody says Chicano. It's raza. Give me raza. Give me
Thank you.
Este vato or something. But no, it's just hilarious. But yeah, it's just you're going to. I think what we're going to see is really more and more promotion of I would say segregation, where Trump is really gonna promote more and more of these lies. As far as illegal immigrants, Islam, which is all these subjects he's talking about, is so anti what we are. We are an empire.
Yes.
A lot of people forget that, and that's one thing I always remember you say. We are an empire.
Yes.
So we're not. this is not the 1950s, and even then we were still trying to expand globally.
Yes.
So this is not, Leave It to Beaver days.
Yeah.
Those days never existed. That
Yes.
never was.
Yes.
And whatever was left of the good old US of A in a sense of people prideful of the country, it never was there. There was always this, how to say, these issues that we had. Even the fact that even yourself, where you can tell this country's dirty secrets, but there's a sense of what your dad's generation at least had some sort of hope to hold on to, where
Yes.
yeah, they did fight a world war and this and that, but there was a lot of moving parts still going on.
Yes.
And what we see now is just it's just theatrics.
Mhm.
It really is.
Yeah.
None of these issues are really going to get addressed. They don't really talk about any plans of this is what I'm going to do. It's mostly, hey, don't follow that guy. He's an idiot.
Right.
And it's cool, but there's no solutions. And I
Thank
think
you.
when stuff like racial recognition and really people being recognized as far as this whole idea of, how do you call it, this lie that, and as much as I respect, Martin Luther King, he also said I fucked up. Not to that extent, but
Yeah.
I led my people to a burning building.
Yes.
He realized that our dream speech is just a fairy tale.
Yes.
We can all not get along, and I think this is where they had to stop Reconstruction when it happened with the whole slavery. You've talked about it in the past, but
Yes.
they had to stop Reconstruction. Why? Because obviously, Tulsa, Oklahoma, they were building a great financial black institute there, and they had to burn it to the ground.
They did. By bombardment, no less.
Absolutely, yes. Nobody was prosecuted. Everybody went home and ate their apple pie.
Yeah. Yes.
It all works out, right? It just all works out to me, right? They weren't labeled, terrorists or domestic terrorists. No, but that's how it is, And I hate to, to sound this way, but like everybody, I can understand everybody's struggle. I'm not saying mine is the most important. I think everybody, has their own struggle. Get in line, grab a ticket. The line's back there. It's just at a certain point, you're just going in circles.
Yes.
And Trump really just, promoting this. It's a rerun.
Yes.
And guess what? If he loses, he's gonna say it's rigged. And
Yes.
that's great. But the problem is when he's now in power, he's not going to really be a president. He is going to have a contingency plan as to now install me as a permanent, quote unquote, president.
Yes.
I mean, I want to be like FDR, and it's a full circle.
Yes.
You see this. Well, FDR stayed, and I believe I deserve to be like FDR, and they uplift who they obviously they pick and choose who they want to uplift. He's not going to say FDR went and massacred all these Haitians and all this. They're going to promote as far as the agenda, and that's one of the things that I think I believe is going to happen. If he does win, he's going to want to not only almost like a robber baron.
Yes.
Where I robbed this place once, I'm really going to clean it out now.
Yes.
I am going to make it where they can't, my term can't end.
Yes.
And this is actually, I had a conversation with a Pakistani coworker of mine.
Yeah.
And he, he's a nice guy, but I know the cult. I can obviously see the cultural differences.
Yes.
I told him if he would shave his mustache like a walrus mustache and put on a Pendleton and some Dickies, he'll look like a cholo. Like you, I said, as long as you don't open your mouth and you wear deodorant, I'm playing. But you will look like us. But that's just a joke. But no offense, Brandon. I'm just What are you? He's Indian, right? Or
No. He practices the Vedic.
my bad. Okay. What I'm trying to say is, I asked him, go ahead,
South
brother.
America, like Indian, that thing influence. Because the Maya and stuff were actually from like ancient Vedic, like 5,000-10,000 years.
Oh yeah, you're glitching a little bit. Are you in a good cell? If you could get in a better cell. Okay.
I'm all right.
Okay. We couldn't really catch all of that, so say it again clearly. Yeah.
South America, Central America, Mexico, the Indians there.
Yeah.
It's proven that they are actually part ancient Indian. Like that whole genetic group is similar.
Right.
Very interesting. Yeah. That would explain why we look alike as far as certain features.
Exactly.
But he asked me, hey, I'm voting for Trump. Are you going to vote for Trump? And what I asked him is, well, what about the Muslim ban? I mean, what if he puts on the Muslim ban? And this is what he told me. And I quote, well, we don't got to worry about that. The Saudis are going to pay him off, and they're going to lift the Muslim ban. I don't know anything about that culture. Maybe Brandon can allude us to this. I didn't know the Saudis and Pakistanis got along. I'm not sure if there's the same type of Muslim, but what he told me is the Saudis are going to pay off Trump. That way he doesn't have another Muslim ban.
Is this guy? Did this guy say he's voting for Trump based on that expectation?
Well, I asked him that. I'm like, you do realize he had a Muslim ban, right? Aren't you afraid? You are Pakistani. You're Muslim. Aren't you afraid? That might he might throw you guys all in one basket. And according to him, no, he's going to pay the Saudis. The Saudis are going to pay him off to not do that.
By the way, what he says is not unreasonable, but it still doesn't make sense. Why would he vote for this man based on the fact that he's hoping that the guy will be bought off? I mean, what does he think? What other advantages does he think he will get if Trump is president? Does he?
I don't think he likes Kamala, and that's the thing. Her name is Indian. Like that's.
Oh, okay. So there's that is correct. That is correct. So it might be that, or it might be like some Muslims are so toxically patriarchal that they're so pathologically male supremacist.
That's it. They'll never vote for a woman ever. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. That they just won't vote for a woman.
Part of their genetics at this point. They would never want a woman ruling them ever. Ever. It's not possible.
Yeah.
They marry a bossy woman, but God forbid she's president, right?
It's not even, how would I say it? It's very bizarre. They're like, go on. I'm sorry.
And I told him about the Muslim ban, and he pretty much looked at me, no, the Saudis going to pay him off. But I'm like, yeah, but you're not Saudi. I don't know how that works.
Pakistan, Afghanistan.
Say that again, Brendan?
Yeah, say that.
Beit Saud.
Yeah.
Those people, they don't care about Pakistan or pretty much any other Muslim country.
Yeah.
Because actually all of Islam is ran by the Wahhabists. So they consider them all like fiefdoms.
Yeah.
Wow.
Because they own Mecca and stuff. So to them, they're like the pinnacle.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
They can expend any one of those countries. They don't care.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's what he pretty much relayed to me. And I mean, I'm not going to speak on, culture I already know, but what I did tell him is, look, honestly, I can't have him in office. It's just, I need to live.
Thank you. Yeah.
But, it is what it is. Politics is something that obviously this country it's a soap opera this country really tunes in. And, it is what it is. It's just, hopefully I'm wrong. It's just, I think, maybe, like I said, I think it's going to take the younger crowd, but really, I think, especially as millennials, it's one of these things where it's mostly learning your duty, and even then, kind of taking stuff with a grain of salt. I think I don't really put my faith in man as far as, I support this guy. He's gonna it doesn't. At least adulting. It really is from day to day. I think if you don't at least try to control at least what you can, putting your faith in politicians, I might as well just give it to you, Doug, as far as donation.
Thank you.
It's just, it is, at least I gained some knowledge as far as history and how it works and how the machine works. And from my point of view, I just think she should have been promoted a year ago. She should have started connecting to the people that are going to need to vote for her. Hell, wear a sombrero. Start selling the oranges on the side of the street. Literally these jobs, these start going and at least acting like you care. Because the one thing Trump does is he's ballsy enough to look like an idiot, but that's not really his. At least in my opinion, that's not really his motive. Is I look like an idiot, but at least I'm attempting to just be there.
Yes.
And it's and the thing about it is if you really ask them real questions like what exactly are you going to do for for illegal, what if an illegal wants to vote for you, or what if an illegal wants to donate to your organization, what if we have illegals? Why are there so many illegals joining the military? Does that mean the military also doesn't support you? And if anybody doesn't believe me, well, the information's there.
Yes.
The enlistment rates are not as high as people think now. Nobody wants to come home with PTSD and kill their girlfriend.
One hopes they don't. Yes, go on. Yes.
What I'm trying to say is, it's just part of this global empire that we're a part of. In 1950s, early 60s type of mentality, which actually is not that far off as far as segregation and racism. It's still alive and kicking. It's just we're not as modern and civilized as we think we are. We're very much still backwards. And this guy says, "Oh, well, he doesn't speak for the Chicanos." Well, I don't need to because we don't really have a voice.
Yes.
Even if, especially on this platform, you're on this literally is an enemy transmission.
Yes.
So,
right.
What patriots are going to be quote unquote fatherfuckers are really listening to this?
Yes.
Come on.
Thank you.
But at the end of the day, it's just I hope she does. I'm going to vote for her, but it's mostly because there at least has to be this, whatever this country is, it has to be at least taped up enough to, if it is going to be changed, then at least do it not as violently, or at least in a way where we're forced to look at ourselves as far as a nation and really say, well, we are an empire, we're a multicultural empire. These Masons that stole this land and betrayed the crown.
Yes.
We can't go by what they really forged, because most of the stuff is so outdated.
Yes.
And they're just a bunch of just radical European rejects.
Yes. Thank you.
I'm not Mr. I hate white people. I don't. It's just, it's very interesting how their apps are hidden, or what, when I speak of this is, what do you call it? It's called critical race theory.
Yes.
All of a sudden they relabel critical race theory. They it's they try to sweep it under the rug, and it's like, I don't know if you heard about a skit that Richard Pryor did, and I never seen it, but I was told what it was. It was pretty much they go into a pyramid. It's Richard Pryor and two other white gentlemen, and they pretty much go into the pyramid, and they see, the first man was, it's something to the effect of the first man that pretty much, the first teacher, the first man that taught everything to the world was black. Well, the white guys went behind him and locked Richard Pryor in, and he died inside the pyramid. And so he can never tell nobody, the first man was, the first teacher was a man of color or black. So it's almost to that effect where these subjects are being suppressed because we don't want to admit we've raped, killed, pillaged for our our um our empire.
Yes.
And we have to be universal. We have to be global now because we depend on the world now. It's no longer we're the breadbasket of this world. We're the police of this world. No, we're not. We are a welfare state because we just cannot. We have so many issues. We cannot go to at least admitting we got a problem, and it's idiots like this person who was not Chicano. Because really, it's like, and I don't mean to be stereotyped. It's just, Trump is the last thing, or Kamala Harris is. They are not even the solution. It's mostly, eventually, it's gonna have to come to a point where you can't do anything about it. But hey, it's gonna have to be conflict. It's gonna have to be, and more than likely, it's gonna be the people who, are less, as far as complexion than me. It's just what it is. They're very militant. They have their own militias down south. They're getting ready. It's not a matter of if they are. It's really when, and obviously Trump caters to that.
Yes.
Well, his rhetoric changes to them because it's allowable. These laws, as far as what the courts and as far as the judicial system,
Yes.
is catered to them. Okay, yes. Kyle Rittenhouse is really just a cholo. That's all it is. It's just a drive-by, except he's Kyle Rittenhouse. And, God forbid, that we have to. It's almost like you're saying, he did this, but we have to examine it. We have to understand why, rather than give him 50 years of life in San Quentin or And am I wrong? Prove me wrong, please.
Oh,
In fact, how about we do this? How about we change every congressman, every senator to a person of color? I would love that. I would love that. I would love to see how they feel. And I hate, why are you pushing? No, it's the optics. Optics are very important. It doesn't matter as far as, oh, well, they're fair. It's the optics. Optics are very much, it's like, if I have to say, Reese Monkey said something, appearance is the lowest form of black magic. I can give him props for saying that. Maybe he got it from you. I don't know. But, it's very true. And I never really quote him, but he's, hey, a dead clock is right twice a day, right?
Yes.
But it's the optics, okay? And it's very important to them. My thing is, it's not working. And it's time to realign the maps and really understand, okay, we need to find a solution where we can create an empire where we are okay with being separated. And I'm not promoting, well, you're saying, we shouldn't be a country. We never were. You guys, if you look at the faces in charge that do the policies, they don't look like me. And that's very important. If they say, go back, no, it doesn't work that way. Yeah, it just doesn't work that way. Yes. Because they don't go back to Europe.
Yes, thank you.
Why aren't they going to Ireland? No, they don't go to Ireland. Who are they, right? It's just, but at the same time, it's part of understanding each other's struggle. And for the most part, this podcast that you have, it's very helpful in seeing the diversity that you represent, because you're a walking embodiment of that. You're not only just ethnically, but species-wise.
Yes.
And a lot of, it's sometimes very hard to realize that, but it's something where I think this is why you're flying so much, because once you start introducing these ideas of, wow, we can acknowledge people's culture, and people say, well, we should acknowledge only the U.S. or the good old U.S. of A. That's the problem. It's all about manifest destiny. It's about, we bought the Louisiana Purchase, and it's great. the problem is it doesn't resonate now because look at the division, and most of it that's bought is desolate. Really, nobody lives in these areas.
Yes, thank you.
That's so on and so forth. But you see this more and more now, and to the point where it's not even me saying it; it's their actions. The actions of militias that are arming up. They're really doing it. I'm just already saying it, or you've been already saying it.
Yes.
But they're already doing it. If you go down south, it's a totally different country. It's just the optics. We want to. We think the world looks at.
Oh, let's see, did they cut him off? Oh, he had to go on pause for a second. That's yeah. Yeah. Okay. Continue. Yeah.
The world.
Oh God, they got him again. Let's take a look. Is he back on pause? Yeah, you're back on pause, Sammy. So let us know when you return. I'll try and explain some of the. I certainly want to respond to what Heather Holman said about the Ubers and the cab system, and I want to explain some of the nuances of Brendan's own, shall we say, Vedic tradition. I want to take a crack at that and see if he likes what I have to say, and I'll compare him, of course, to someone that I respect, Michael Cremo. Of course, Michael Cremo's not the most exciting guy in the world when it comes to presentations, but he's more of a he's definitely a very wise man, very
What
sage.
are you saying? You're saying he's a wise man, Douglas?
Yeah. Oh, who? Michael Cremo? Yeah. Why? What is that?
You know Michael Cremo?
Casually. I only met him once. He gifted me a Bhagavad Gita of all things. So this was at I could
You hear this, Brandon?
Oh yeah. Well, I didn't say Michael. I didn't say Brendan looks like Michael Cremo.
Yeah. Oh, I know the story of what Douglas is saying. Yes.
Yeah. So Heather, tell us your impression of this. What about this? Yeah.
Wow.
Okay. Yeah. So let me tell people a little bit about that. By the way, I think Brendan would probably prefer being compared to looking like Michael Cremo than Kyle Rittenhouse.
Yeah. You. I didn't want to go off, but yeah.
Oh shit! Yes. So, and yeah, just so people understand, Brendan Ząghe is actually, and correct me if I'm wrong, he's definitely Levantine, but I think specifically you're Lebanese more than anything else, genetically, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, good. When Sammy comes back, I want to bring up some aspects of that relation between the Mesoamerican peoples and Asian India, because I think it's profound and he should know about it.
Oh.
But I'm sorry?
Hey, what's going on?
Oh, there we are. So you're
Sorry,
back.
I'm back.
So let me explain something to you about what Brandon was saying earlier concerning the Mesoamericans, meaning the Aztecs, the
Right.
Maya, the Inca, and of course the Amazonian
Right.
tribes. And he was saying how they actually were all genetically descended from Asian Indians. That they're and then that way, that's why the Pakistani guy and yourself, the South Asian, and yourself can kind of like pull it off where maybe people think you're of the same tribe or something. But the whole point behind that is that understand this, that in the Espanol and the whole movement behind Raza and Aztlan, Aztlan transliterates as white earth. And it's actually an Aztec term. And for those people who don't know, the Aztecs did not call themselves Aztecs. The Europeans called them Aztecs, even though it's not an improper term. It's not the wrong term. They really called themselves Mexicans. So the term Mexico, it's actually Hispanified. It's Espanol tinted, or it's got that flavor to it. But it goes back to Mexico. Or back to the Aztec language. It's not too different from the Nahuatl, but it's somewhat softened with the Europeanization. But when it comes to White Earth and Aztlan, the idea of a kind of Reconquista that some people who used to call themselves Chicano would dream of or advocate, the reality is that the reason they use the term white earth is because in that borderland that covers Baja, the California girls that are south of the California border, Baja all the way through those northern tier of Mexican states, these are generally whiter, and they have a kind of more of a look at themselves as somewhat different from the Mexicans who are further down south and are centered towards the old heart of the Aztec kingdom, Tenochtitlan, and the ancient Aztec city, the capital, that Mexico City is simply built on top of. But when it comes to these people, they're really, if descended from the Asian Indians, they're actually Aryan. So this is why when you think of the La Raza, which means the race, and you think of Aztlan and White Earth, what this traces back to is the actual Aztec identity as an Aryan American identity. So actually, the people south of the border can actually claim an Aryan heritage with a greater sense, or at least as much sense, of true identity status and roots to Aryan Asia as the whites that claim that in the north. This is something that I do want to emphasize, and this is why I've always said that there is a potential, perhaps even an inevitability, for a Nazi Mexico. And this is one of the things that would require, of course, a lot of education and for people to come to terms with their real genetic heritage. But this is something that I've always bore in mind. And so I had to express that. Yeah, go on.
Oh, thank you. That's very interesting. That's an interesting take. I did took Chicano studies in college, but I didn't. It's very interesting to put that together. Yeah. I think it explains a lot of what Adolf Hitler really was cultured.
Yes.
Sense of his awareness of really different cultures in the world. It makes him even more suitable to even have if they would have wanted a Third Reich Empire across globally, or even explains even the Reich, the word Reich, as far as the Roman Empire, in the sense of understanding that lineage of background. See, now you're breaking it down even more, and I think this is where it's very dangerous. This is why I believe you're very targeted, is because this type of information is dangerous, because then you're talking about breaking this psyop of, trying to promote this inferiorism, as far as even Trump, in the sense of calling people that look like me criminals, rapists, illegals. Meanwhile, I would love to see, the British Isles and Great Britain call, Americans traitors to the crown.
Oh, it's coming. There'll be enough of a cultural change soon. Yeah, they do. Tell him, Brendan. Tell him what you said. Yes, Brendan.
Yeah. Rightly so, though. Like, especially outside of the more metropolitan areas.
Yeah.
Like the dude that I saw, he didn't hide it at all. He was just like, fucking bloody Americans. Like, he hated Americans. And I was just telling him, I was like, man, I'm right there with you. Like, trust me. Yeah.
By the way, share, Brendan, shortly, just how filthy it felt to come home. Just like you're bathed in sewage when you came back to America. Just what it felt like. Tell us a bit about this.
I mean, so at first it was, let's put it this way. I don't ever feel like homesick, where I'm like, oh, home. No, I felt like even coming back here, it's just it's loud, annoying, the air is dirty, like I don't know how to explain it. It's just, each landmass has its own energies, and the people create those energies.
Yes.
And America just has this really unnatural, plasticky feel, and the way the people are is just it's bad. It's having a contrast. So it's I was dealing with a whole other set of people, and because when I'm here, you get numb to it, right? It's when you have like a smell near you.
Yes.
What is it? Blindness.
You build up a tolerance. You build up a tolerance.
Yeah, sensory tolerance to like just Americans because I've been here my whole life. But when you leave and come back, it's like it all just comes up to the surface, and you're just like, oh my god, this is disgusting. People are gross. They fucking like it's awful. Like it's awful. And I mean, there are some weirdos everywhere, but I mean, we take it up to this like Uber level of just to the next level. Like, you know, everything's bigger in Texas. Like in America, everything the crazy and disgustingness is like amplified, and it's bad. Like I was just like cringe. It's cringe. I mean, it's just like oh.
The plasticky feeling or the plasticky thing is fake.
Yeah. Everyone's fake
fakeness
and annoying and fat and like it sounds rude, but like that's what I'm saying. Like we don't notice it because we just kind of deal. You know, we just deal with it.
I can't handle fake. Fake is just it's hard to deal with.
Yeah, and other like in Europe and stuff, like they don't bother you. Like here, it's like I instantly get like attacked, bothered, weird shit happens, like homeless people with dogs roll up, you know, and that never happened once. And I was in like the sketchiest parts of London and everything, you know. So.
Yeah.
And even outside of like the capital, there was plenty of sketchy places. But I'm telling you, like America. But also, I came back into San Francisco, so.
Which is the worst of the worst in a sense.
Last time I came back to Seattle, and it was even worse. So I mean, America just has issues. Like for example, Sigmund Freud, like he came to America once to like New York, and he said, "I'm never going back." Like they're so anti-psychological. That's the best way to put it. America is the most anti-psychological country on earth.
Yes.
So that's the best way.
Thank you. And that was probably Freud's way of saying that they're just so dysfunctional and that they're just so... it would be like anti-psychological to him would probably mean something like anti-peace. By that I mean a sense of inner peace. They have no sense of inner peace. That's what I would think. By the way, Aristides he's in his kitchen. That's cute. Oh, and
regarding the Mesoamerican context.
Yes.
So,
go on.
So you know that the first peoples were like the Olmec and the Maya.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And those people, so the word Maya, the Maya actually worshipped the Asuras.
Yeah.
So in the Vedic text, there's like the king of the Asuras was called Mayasur.
Yeah, interesting.
Mayasur. So they named their whole civilization after them, like Maya.
Oh.
So, and he, like, actually, there's evidence of it on, like, the South American coast. There's this big symbol on the coast of Peru that's, like, the same symbol that they used for Indra, the god Indra. So it was built there, like, 5,000 years ago. So those people were actually brought to this area by flying craft, by Mayasur, because Mayasur was he was, like, the architect of the Asurs.
Oh.
Like, had all the technology, they were able to use Vimana and stuff.
Yes.
So that's why the Nazca lines are there, because you can only see them from
the air,
flying craft.
Yes.
So all that stuff was put there by the ancient it's not Hindu, it's not Indian, it's like these ancient peoples.
Yes.
And cultures, and one of them, the Maya. And then that's why also when people say, oh, look, they disappeared, like archaeologists can't figure out where they went, it's because they basically were able to take their whole population and move them elsewhere. So there was no evidence of, you know, them living there for more than a couple thousand years.
Right.
So,
fascinating.
and the whole worship of the underworld.
Yeah.
The reason why they had, you know, the Mayans have those weird like glyphs and, you know, everything was based off of like the netherworld.
Yes.
Like had this kind of concept. Forgot what it's called, Xibalba and these kind of places. Those were the reason why they focused on that is because that's where Mayasur, his kingdom, he rules like Patal, or at that time he ruled like Patal, which is one of the realms below ours.
Incredible.
So from there, that's the point. So there's a connection.
With
And there's
Unterland.
also like Ganesh statues. They've like a lot of these Central American places. They have Ganesh statues, Shivlinga, and you look at them and there's no other way to interpret them. So it's definitely in the Vedic inspired.
Yeah. Incredible. Thank you. I appreciate that profoundly. I hope that Sammy reviews that later, and hopefully he'll let us know when he returns. And so we'll keep an eye out for him. And I appreciate very much Brendan Zogit bringing that up. Do me a favor. Is there a way you can write that down in several paragraphs, like a miniature, a little essay for me, and maybe I can integrate that into the book I'm writing.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah,
okay. Yeah, if you could do that, please. Yeah, that'd be wonderful. And it's just, again, to put into perspective for our listeners, when it comes to Brendan's background with the Vedic, I would say that he's kind of like Michael Cremo. He came across the Vedic traditions, and Michael Cremo came across them through his just intensive dedication, his lifetime commitment to archaeological anomalies. And so when he was basically trying to ascertain how long man has been on Earth by all of these archaeological anomalies, which prompted him to write the book Forbidden Archaeology, and a few others after that. I don't remember their exact names, but his books are kind of strange in the sense that there's like reviews of his books that have been published that are the size of his original book. By that I mean they just took a bunch of reviews together and published them, or like it's almost like an appendix or an extension of his original book. As a matter of fact, I'll have to ask Brendan. I don't know how familiar you are with Michael Cremo's volumes, or Heather Holman. Heather, maybe you have his entire library of books. I'm not sure, but whatever.
No, I wouldn't even talk about him.
Why?
I don't really have anything to say.
Oh, well, but you seem to know of him, and you seemed.
No, I know of him. I just thought it was interesting that you mentioned him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
but
I didn't know because I didn't know that he was that popular.
You didn't know that? How did you find out about him through the Hindu religion? Correct?
Through the book, yeah. He wrote the book with Dr. Thompson.
Okay.
Forbidden Archaeology.
Right, the original book. The original book. Yeah.
The original book.
I'm sorry, honey?
I'm sure that was the one.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, it's like something that impacted many people. It impacted a lot of lives. And rightly so. So just with what happened with Michael Cremo was when he found all of these archaeological anomalies that just kept pointing to the fact that man was always here, that there was not a period of time, even going back into the paleo-geophysical ages, to the Permian, to the Cretaceous, we're talking about prehistoric eras of other life forms that dominated the earth, amphibians and fish and the dinosaurs, that basically man was always there. And so because of this, Michael Cremo converted to Hinduism. Now, that's how the term was used. Basically, people would say he converted to Hinduism, and he basically said that himself, probably because there's just no other way to say it to the average person without, and if you said Vedic, they're just not going to get it. So I'm sure that he probably, like Brendan, makes a distinction, but, just to... Yeah, go on.
He knows the difference.
Yeah.
And there's no doubt that he knows about the influence of the lower realms on our planet. Like, that's why he's so censored, because he knows as much as the elites. That's why they don't want him out there,
Yes. And basically he's someone who, but he was convinced to convert to the Vedic traditions, or basically.
No, I think that they were into that since their college days, as a matter of fact.
Well, that may be so. Yeah, that may be so. I always thought, my impression was he was inspired because he was finding out that just man was always here, and the cycles got him into the concept of the kalpas, and then he became, he just
I got is his, like, if you go into anthropology, you find that the Vedas are the oldest, and then he like verified it with all this research. Then they started finding like the OO parts and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Mm-hmm.
the out of place artifacts, these million-year-old artifacts.
Yeah, yeah.
And
Then
then he like Sherlock Holmes style stitched it all together and found out that like the Vedic is the most correct, the oldest. You know, similar to my my journey, so to speak. So that's the impression I've always got of Michael Cremo. That's why, you know, he did it that way. Yeah.
Okay. And but then again, yeah, what our Heather says is probably has some merit to it too. He was probably always fascinated by it in high school and the like, or
No, I think it was probably Prabhupada came here and he stole his heart, you know, or whatever.
okay.
He's just loved Krishna ever since.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Do you feel that Michael Cremo is Krishna?
Krishna conscious? Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean.
I don't think he was ever ISKCON. I mean, I don't think so.
Well, Richard, Dr. Thompson was he was Sadhupata Das.
Yeah, that's
So
right.
I'm not saying Michael Cremo was an ISKCON because I don't know that, but I'm sure that.
Well,
that's
actually,
where-
okay, so I take that back. Cremo is actually a member of ISKCON
Holy
So,
shit!
and the Bhakti
Yeah.
Vedanta Institute.
Yeah.
So-
So, you know, then they were in college. Everyone was in the war and the draft,
And
then
as
they
of
were in
2012,
college,
he has like a quote unquote Vedic name, Drupkarma Das,
Fuck.
aka
so I
aka
figured
Michael
that.
Cremo. Yeah.
Yeah. He
Yeah.
doesn't
all
want
the
anyone.
smartest
Yeah.
people in the world.
Okay, honey. Yes. Go on.
I mean, I'm not a personal that thing. I won't push that thing, but it's like to do this, like to take his stance publicly, like he had to go with the people with the most money. I mean, that's just to be fair. And ISKCON has tons of money. Like Heather, I wanted to tell you, I haven't told anyone yet, but I went to the ISKCON in London, like the main Radha Krishna temple, the one that like
The
George Harrison
GBC?
bought for them. What's up?
Did you go to the GBC?
Yeah, the bigger one in the north area. Yeah, I visited.
Yeah.
But the main one, I mean, the main one has like, you know, like this like little temple in it. It's very interesting.
Ooh, that sounds like it smells so good.
Yeah, the food like helped. Like without their food, I would have like not made it through my trip.
You would have just perished.
Yeah,
That's so cute.
you say that.
Yeah. And so that explains he had this like woman with him. The time that I met him was when this guy named what was the fucker's name? I keep calling him. His name was Dan Dillman. Dan Dillman. And son of a bitch like jacked up his fucking ticket price astronomically. And I needed to get down there, and this was how I hooked up with George Norrie so that I could ultimately get on the show and get George Norrie thinking I was a Satanist, one of his cult, and that was why he brought me on Coast to Coast AM. So when I went down there, Dan Dillman, of course, this poor son of a bitch, he has this incredibly this albatross around his neck. He purchased this historic theater. I think it's called the Bal Theater, almost like the maybe I'm wrong, but that's how I remember it. Almost like it can't be that, but it might well be that. Like Baal, the anti-god from the days of fucking Edom and shit. But he he can't do anything with it because it's in a shit location where he's like got this there's no way to get to it conveniently. It's got like a parking lot, blocks away, and then you have to walk to it. So it doesn't have the parking lot near the theater. It's just a shithole. It's just like you can't do shit with it. It's like, so he tries to keep doing something with it, and it's historic, which means you can't really change it. When it's declared historic, you have to maintain it as it is, and you can't do much to alter it. So it's like he's stuck with this albatross. He was trying to run for mayor of his city. This was after he had gotten into fights with the police department. I mean, physical altercations with the police department where he got arrested, you know. It's like this bumfuck little city down in California, but I forget which city it was. But I was down there and delivering a presentation, as was Michael Cremo. So we had been brought down there by Dan Dillman, or asked to come down there. Michael Cremo must have been completely misled. I knew what I was in for. I knew why I was there. But Michael Cremo was pissed. He was pissed. There was basically a very, very small audience. It's not that they were bad people, but there weren't many of them. And yet we had some incredible presenters. So it's like Dan Dillman got some presenters, got George Noory to show up there. But it's like for an audience of maybe, you know, extraordinarily small. You're talking about at the absolute most, it had to be like half 100 people at the absolute most. 50 people, if that. More like probably 40, if that, and probably more like 20 at all times. You know, because some would be there for some presentations and not others. So you're talking about 20, 25 at the absolute most. Probably only about 25 people at any given time. So it's like just a total bust. And all of his shit was like that. Poor bastard, because I went to a second one of his. And as a presenter. So first time I had to go down as a client, just like a person attending the lecture. And then I went down after that as a presenter a few times. This is, of course, by that time, then Lori and Ann Fenton had glommed onto my ass and was just like a bowling ball in a swimming pool. And yeah, just like an ankle chain to a bowling ball in a swimming pool. Yeah. And so, but with Michael Cremo, when he was down there, he couldn't believe how misled he had been. I mean, it was just, you know, he felt it was not worth his showing up, as you can imagine. But he had this wonderful young lady with him who was very skinny and very much a Krishna conscious type of chick. You know how they look? They're white, but they're kind of hippie-like. And they look like they're, you know, vegan and just kind of hippie vegan. And, but she was like, I'd say mature, like maybe in her 40s, 50s. And so she would, under stress, she would lapse into chanting. She would lapse into chanting under stress. And do this, like, it wasn't the Krishna thing that I recognized. It wasn't Hare Hare Krishna Krishna. It was something else, whatever she was doing.
Japa. She did japa.
Okay, yeah. And that was like, she did that one time when I was sitting down next to her, and then this guy who we called Smurf, he called himself Zerf the Alchemist. He was basically a street theater performer. Poor Zerf the Alchemist. But Zerf the Alchemist then was there with, I forgot who brought him in. But I guess Dan Dillman brought him in off the streets, and he thought this was going to be his big break to, you know, present himself to George Noory and get on Coast to Coast and then start a career doing what he did, which was, I have no idea, like street theater performance or something. I mean, he thought he was doing like alchemy or geometry or something, but, you know, to the rest of us, we couldn't make heads or tails of anything he said. Anyway, when he started in hot and heavy on me with just going into what he was all about, you know, she started chanting at that time because I noticed she was under extreme stress, because he came in like leaning towards us, like leaning on us, like, you know, physically invading our space. And really just like, you know, leaning himself across the table almost bodily to the point where he's violating our sensibilities. And that's when she went into her chanting mode. It was like her defense mechanism. It was interesting because I had never seen somebody behave like that before. But that was how she handled her stress. And so and she kind of rocked back and forth while she did that. I don't know if that was a personal affect or kind of like part of the ritual, so to speak. Yeah, so I remember that. But, you know, because I commiserated with our man Michael Cremo, then he gave me a copy of the Bhagavad Gita. And so he and that lady both really kind of gifted it to me at the same time. He had her, he didn't know where he had an extra copy, so she ran to the car to get an extra copy for him to give to me. You know, so it was like, it was all very touching. So certainly I have positive memories of Michael Cremo, and obviously
He was doing service.
Yeah.
He was doing service,
Yeah.
and it was doing service. That was a good thing.
Yeah.
He was distributing books.
Yeah, yeah. And I noticed that in the picture that you've given me, Heather, there's a picture Heather's just given me of Michael Cremo, and he's in front of, again, a very small audience. Though in this case, he probably feels justified. These are probably potential donors. You know, they all
Donors.
or something. Well, not organ donors, but
Oh.
no. What, do you know these people? What are they?
No,
Oh.
no, I don't. It's just a picture I found online.
Oh, okay. So I thought that they look like they. Well, first off, they all look very comfortable. They're all barefoot. They're either barefoot or socks, which is weird as fuck. Like, because they're not in some Japanese space where that would be normally done. They're in a Western environment. It looks like a normal Western architectural environment. There's a weird guy in the back who's peering through the back gates. You know, the portal, so to speak. And Brendan, what do you make of this? What do you make of all these barefoot old white people, the young skinny couple with their socks on, and the weird guy looking from the portal in the back, like he's like ready to pump in and assassinate them all? What the fuck? It's like, Brendan,
Yeah.
you get what's your what? Yeah.
I mean, it looks like someone's house
Oh, yeah.
or some kind of like historical library type thing.
Yeah.
Most
Yeah.
likely someone's private domicile.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what I would think, which is why they're all comfortable and shit wearing their socks. And yeah.
Exactly.
It's still unusual. That's still unusual, but yeah, it's probably the owner insisted, everybody relax, take off your shoes. And so what's with the guy from the portal? Is that security or a terrorist or what? What the fuck?
I mean, it's hard to tell. They look Asian to me.
They do to me too. Yeah. Weird shit.
Let's look at this. I didn't even really look
honestly,
at it
probably
like that.
someone doing all of the recording because the other people look too old.
Oh, that's it. Yes, that makes.
So he's like running the cameras.
He's technician. He's the technician. Yeah. That's it. That's
why he's trying to stay out of the microphone area because you know they don't want all the noise.
Yeah, got it. Oh my god. So
it seems like he's at a library.
Yeah, but yeah, no, it's not. No, it's just one wall's full of a shelf. Oh wait, you're right. If you take a look at the other rooms,
it's a library, yeah.
Yeah. No, it is. But it must be a library on a private estate, more than likely.
Yeah.
This is not a public library. It's not a public library. You can tell that. So or it might be, but I doubt it. No, the chandeliers.
No, it's not a public library.
No, it's not public.
Even the ones in England don't look like that.
Yeah, thank you.
Now, what are you saying about a guy in the background? Oh, the guy walking by?
No, the guy in the portal in the what would we call it, the door? The guy in the doorway, kind of looking in. He's the technician, is what Brendan and I conclude. And but in terms of Michael Cremo, here's what Laurie and Ann Fenton had to say about him. Laurie and Ann Fenton said, "Michael Cremo is a snoozer. He's a snoozer," and I could see what she meant. Because Michael Cremo, he's like got a message, and it's a consistent message. But once you get the message, unless you're interested in the details, or perhaps his overall cosmic theory that would, of course, be based on the Vedic traditions, he's he doesn't necessarily come up with something new and exciting all the time, other than the fact that he's continually bringing up archaeological anomalies. Yeah, your average person really would get the message and they wouldn't, otherwise be interested. So, yeah, you get what I'm saying. And what's this you just shared with us? Explain these to us, Brendan.
Those are the original paintings that are in the ISKCON Bhagavad Gitas. Those are the two originals from inside the temple.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, you shared them?
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you see them, Heather?
Yeah, no, I was just speaking on the picture and the person that was in the background.
Uh-huh.
But because I'm a little late.
Oh, no worries.
Oh, wow. You got those?
I photographed them.
Yeah, he doesn't own them personally. And continue.
No,
Brunswick.
but I went inside of I went all the way
Love
to the top.
it.
Like
Yeah.
I even went to like the private bedrooms. Like I didn't even know where I was at.
Yeah. Wow. Cool.
But because I can navigate those kind of spaces,
You're
like,
so
it was
lucky.
fine.
Yeah. He is lucky. Yeah, he's a lucky kind of guy.
Yeah.
Well, not really.
Lucky duck. Okay, and you see the milk.
I mean, it's public. It's like public.
You see the milk, Douglas, with the milk and the pitcher and the bowls.
Okay, let me take a look.
see
Yeah,
that?
I do. I do see that. Yes. Go on.
Okay, so tell him, Brandon. Tell him.
Yeah, tell me, Brenda.
I mean, that's like the prasad and stuff. Like that's the.
No,
you're
isn't that like
presenting.
you put it on you?
Yeah,
Cool. Okay.
yeah. That's the basically the cosmic milk. You know that thing. They also had like tulsi, maha tulsi like jal, which is like tulsi water. That's like part of the arati. There's like rituals they do, like over the herbs and over the milk.
Cosmic milk.
Yeah.
Cool.
It's supposed to represent like the cosmic ocean that like is where Vishnu's there, like floating.
Yeah.
That's what it is. Yeah.
Oh, okay. And inside of those spheres, they're hollow and they contain beings. So what does that represent? This
Those
translucent
are all the
spheres.
different Vishnus.
Yeah. Okay.
So each Brahmand, like egg of creation, has its own Vishnu, and like it's just showing like the infinite, you know, and like one could see that even atomically, like each atom is its own universe, and, you know. So that's their version of the illustration, yeah.
Okay. Great. Yeah.
Or like the Buddha puts it, like every bubble in a stream is like an entire universe. You can get really deep with these topics, but this is just like a visual representation of that.
Yes.
Vishnu floating on the ocean of existence, and then all the different universes. So yeah.
Wonderful. Wonderful. And above the void, above the darker vacuum, there's still a blue sky. It's like it opens up towards a blue sky, the heavens, I presume.
Yeah, that's like pure
So-
Godhead. Like that's pure divine itself. Like that's why it's in like a fractal, like a flower.
And
Below
are
it.
those suns? Suns around the flower? Suns around the flower? These yellow spheres?
Yeah, so it's like for us, like on this plane, there's only one way to really describe it, like they do in the Gita. It's like as if 1,000 suns were to rise at once. That's how
That's
brilliant.
it's
like,
supposed to be a
the pure
lotus
Godhead
flower, and
is.
those are lotus petals.
Yeah.
And then those are all
And-
universes. Each of those globes that you see, Douglas, those are all different universes, and they're numerous. They can't count them.
Oh, wow. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I can dust off. I mean, we can just use what Krishna says, like, directly. Like, let me go dust off the books over here.
Mm-hmm.
I got my own library of sorts.
Good. I've always wanted a library.
Don't you have one? You must.
I did.
What happened then? What happened?
I was minimalizing my life,
Oh.
and so I distributed most of my books.
Oh.
Unfortunate.
Yeah.
Dhammapada, Srimad Bhagavatam. I mean, I have like, I'm pretty close to like on Douglas's level of book hoarding. There's so many books in here.
I love that.
But
Books.
where did they all go when you were living in the warehouse? Where were you keeping them?
I have like trusted people I can keep
Okay.
them with,
All right. Thank God. Yeah. Most of the time you
but
can't.
or just storage, just in general.
Okay.
I kept some of them with my mom because I just. So let's see. Yeah, carry on, you guys. You can just give me a second here.
Okay. Before.
I'm trying to find the Viradrup.
No worries. Take your time. Yeah.
There's a part in here where Krishna reveals himself fully, and it's called like the Viradrup, like, the full thing.
Cool. And I'm just going to add one more individual who asked to join us. And give me a second here while I do that. And what I'll also do after that is then try to explain some, burn some bandwidth. Let's see if this individual joins us first and helps us burn some bandwidth. And then I can get back to some of the other things I said I was going to, get to, but as far as I'm concerned, there's no particular fixed agenda tonight. I'm just kind of moving with it organically. Let's take a look at our listeners, see if Ian West joins us. He's asked to come on. Let's see if this works. He's here. So, dear Ian, share with us your lead. Oh, yes. Please be patient, Ian. Brendan's going to explain something here, and then I'll ask you to speak after that. Take your time, Brendan, and explain what you wanted to bring to our attention.
Yeah, so this is the narrator of the Kurukshetra War. This is an excerpt from the Bhagavad Gita itself. So the Bhagavad Gita is part of a bigger book, collection called the Mahabharata, the Great Bharata, the story of the, this entire time period where Krishna was the king of the plane, or he was the avatar of the time.
Are you okay? Ian, you might want to go mute while Brendan's speaking, and then we'll bring you on soon enough. It sounds like you're breathing. Anyhow, go on, Brendan.
That was like a crack pipe hit or something. Sanjaya is the narrator in this part. He's saying, he's like a blind king, but he's able to observe the battle from afar. So he's seeing Arjun basically in front of Krishna, but Krishna's revealing like his whole cosmic form in front of him. This is all within the span of a few minutes before the battle starts. He says, this great Krishna, Lord of Discipline, revealed to Arjun the majesty of his true form. It is a multifarious, wondrous vision, with countless eyes, mouths, celestial ornaments, brandishing the many divine weapons. Everywhere was boundless divinity, containing all the astonishing things, wearing divine garlands, garments, perfumes. If the light of 1,000 suns were to rise in the sky at once, it would be similar to the light of this great being. Arjun saw all the universe in its parts and ways, standing as one in the body of the God of gods. Then, filled with amazement, hair bristling, Arjun bowed his head to the god, joined his hands, and spoke. I see the gods in you, hordes and varied creatures, Brahma, the cosmic creator on his lotus throne, all the seers, all the serpents of celestial origin. I see your boundless form everywhere, countless arms, bellies, mouths, the Lord of all. I see no end, middle, or beginning in your totality. I see blazing through fiery rays, crowns, maces, discus. Hard to behold the burning light of fire and sun that surrounds your measureless presence. You are the supreme eternity, the deepest treasure, the immutable guardian of all that is enduring and sacred. You are man's timeless spirit. Only boundless strength in your endless arms, the moon and sun of your eyes, the mouths of consuming flame, your own brilliance scorching this universe. So this is when the depth just becomes more, to the point where it starts sounding scary. You alone fill the space between heaven and earth, all the directions. Seeing this awesome, terrible form of yours, the three worlds tremble. Gods enter you, in their terror make gestures of homage to invoke you. Sages and saints hail you, praise you. Howling storm gods, the sun gods, the bright gods, gods of ritual, gods of the universe, the twin dawns of God, wind gods, vapor-drinking ghosts, throngs of celestial musicians, the demigods, the demons, and the saints, all gaze, amazed at you. Seeing the many mouths and eyes, thighs, bellies, feet, fangs, the world trembles, and so do I. Vishnu, seeing you brush the clouds with flames of countless colors, your mouths agape, your eyes huge, blazing, my inner self quakes, and I find no resolve or tranquility. Seeing fangs protruding from your mouths like the fires of time, I lose my bearing, I find no refuge. Please be gracious, Lord of gods, shelter of the universe. Rushing through your fangs into grim mouths, some are dangling, their heads crushed. All the sons of the blind king are already slain. As rolling river waters stream headlong towards the sea, so do these human heroes enter your blazing mouths. You lick the world, devouring them with flaming mouths. Your terrible fires scorch the entire universe, filling it with violent rays. Tell me, who are you in this terrible form? Homage to you, best of gods, be gracious. I want to know you as you are in your beginning, because I do not comprehend the course of your ways. And then that's when Krishna responds. He says, I am time grown old, creating world destruction, set in motion to annihilate the worlds. Even without you, all these warriors arrayed in their hostile ranks will cease to exist. Therefore arise, conquer your foes, win glory, and fulfill your kingship. They have already been slain by me. Be just my instrument, the archer at my side. Kill them all. Karna, Drona, Bhishma, and all the other heroes will be killed by me. Kill them without wavering. Fight, and you will conquer all of your foes in battle. After hearing Krishna's words, Arjun trembled and bowed and stammered in reply. Yeah, basically he was shocked at this like revelation.
Of course.
So, and then, but after this like whole event, like Krishna returns to his human form, because otherwise it would be like overwhelming for even someone on Arjun's level.
Yes.
Like he wouldn't have been able to fight if he stayed, in that form.
Yes.
So it's not like, what I appreciated about that is it doesn't give you this like foo-foo, like, when people think, oh, God is like the ultimate purity and benevolence, like they don't tell you about this part.
Right.
That actual, like the real thing, like the real divine is also destructive.
Yes.
And doesn't, like, he's not taking any, like, that thing. Like, it's not like Jesus punching bag level stuff.
Yes.
No offense.
Yes.
He's, it's okay to go out and slay your enemies.
Yes. Yes. No, I understand that. Of course, Jesus also said, I bring you not peace but a sword. I come to turn, son against father, father against son.
I'm saying the people
yes.
that edit it later.
Yeah, got
Obviously, like, Christ knew that, but I'm saying, like, the people that came to edit it later, they say, turn the other cheek, but they don't tell you the rest of that whole quote.
Yeah, no, it's so true. It's so true, and
or how he goes in and kicks the ass of basically the Jews, like scheming people in the temple.
Yes.
They always delete that one.
Yeah, well, what they were doing.
Lenders.
Yeah, what he recognized them as essentially doing. He realized that they were setting up the world's first stock exchange. And that set him off. That's basically what set him off.
Exactly. Yes.
Now it was perhaps you could give us some explanation for why that pissed him off so much. What would be your intuition about
for
that?
the Christ figure? Because his his people, like the Gentiles and stuff, they were already like the bottom of society.
Yes.
So he saw that as like the ultimate, and it was actually against like the original in the Torah. They said like you're not allowed to lend money, especially to outsiders and stuff. And so when he went into the temple, the Christ figure, that story is like he was thinking he's going into this like hallowed place of God and of the gods, and whatever they were doing at the time. It was supposed to be a holy place, and then he goes in there and he sees all these slime balls fucking scheming people. So that's why he like flipped he overturned the table on them and kicked them out of the temple.
Yes.
He saw debauchery basically when he walked in.
Yes, it was degeneracy, true degeneracy. Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. But thank you for sharing with us as well this this awesomely frightful image of divinity, because creation, as you said, is also destructive, and sometimes destruction is necessary for creation. For people who don't understand that, just think
has
of
to be.
Yes.
That's what Krishna was saying. Like, even if you don't do anything, like, and this is just like this is like a poetic edition.
Yes.
It's like a little pocket book by Barbara Stoller Miller. But the full one, he says, even if you were to do nothing, I would slay you all.
Yeah.
So it's like, and he even says, like Krishna in here, he says, even because Arjun's saying, I don't want to make a choice. These are my family members, my guru's on that side. I can't kill them. And he says, even to not make a choice is actually making a choice.
Of course.
I'll slay you all.
Yeah.
I'll slay you all anyways.
And again,
So
just
you have to do your duty, your dharma.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you. And just to put that into something accessible for Christians, this is like Christ saying, be thee either hot or cold. If thou art lukewarm, I will spit thee out. And
Exactly.
yeah, and
Also,
yeah.
I think this is how you say it in the Chaitanya Kartrimaya
Mhm.
Kartramita.
Okay.
Is that how
And
you say it?
Say-
What is this? This word?
The Chaitanya Kartramitra.
What does it mean? What
The
what are you
book.
trying-
The book.
is that the title of the book, honey?
The book
Yeah,
is
it's
the
like
Gita.
it's
The
like
book
the
is Gita.
Srimad Bhagavatam, but it's the Katamrita.
Wow.
There are different parts to it. I mean, these are huge tomes.
Well, there's a
Like-
part I was just gonna add.
Yeah.
I was gonna chime in how there's this one part. It talks about lap setting, and how lap setting is to be avoided with relatives, regardless of age or anything else.
Okay.
It
And
gives
Yeah.
the whole thing, like, it's like a manual for life. Like it goes from like everything. I mean,
Yeah.
these books are like, they can fill whole rooms. Like, you know those old temples with like scrolls and scrolls and scrolls, like
yes.
the Vedas and stuff are huge. It's not just like a one book thing.
Right.
Like, this isn't a one book deal. Yeah. Even the Gita is like edited, because it would be like, you couldn't even carry it with you if it was the full Mahabharata
Right.
story.
Right.
Like, you couldn't even carry it.
Thank you.
Yeah. So no lap sitting at any age.
But what do you make of that, Heather? Why is
I
that?
just think it's good. It's good advice. I mean, it's practical.
What does it? You mean literally? Like, do you take it literally? Like, we should not at
I'm
any
gonna
age?
go have to find my little hand. Like, I have a little like he was saying, he has a little handheld brochure book.
Oh.
I have one too, and it's got that exact verse, and I'll have to quote it. I'll have to go in and find it.
And a
now.
lot of these are, I mean, I get what you're saying, but a lot of these are like super out of context. So that whole part where they're saying no lap sitting is, they explain why.
Yeah.
Like, it
that's
creates
what I was gonna say, I'm
attachments,
gonna
or
have to
there's
go
all
get it.
kinds of like strange stuff can happen. And the rishis, like the beings that wrote this stuff, were like very detached and puritanical. They're like very, like,
Practical.
your only focus is to get out or to evolve. Like, they don't want attachment. Like, attachment is considered like a detriment.
No, it
So-
says that it's because the human nature is just too hard to resist. Being in a human body.
Yeah, okay, if you're born in human body, yeah, there's emotion. I mean, it has to
Yeah.
be. Like any being, even if like a being comes from like lower or higher realms, and they get a human body, like just like Krishna, like they still have. Like, Krishna had like 1,000 wives, like with the gopis and stuff. I mean, like you still have that.
16,000 wives.
Yeah, the numbers aren't important, but it's definitely more than anyone.
a
nowadays.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
I thought 3 times was a lot.
Yeah. So all these people that are like, you know, have issues with polygamy, it's like just, I mean, back in the day they didn't have that. There was no, and also they never forced women. It was like women were just down, you know, they didn't have it. There wasn't these like weird societal
That's how it
things
was.
or
And it was all
arranged
weird
marriage.
families and stuff
It's
too.
like the women could choose, like, whether they would go in or out of a relationship. There was no divorce, or there wasn't any of this craziness. It was just, you chose people. The women would choose as per what they liked. It was nothing. There wasn't all this weird baggage we have now. Put it that way.
Yeah. Go on, Heather, honey. Go on.
I had no tryst.
What's up?
No tryst.
Tryst? What's
Tryst? You mean like a tryst? Where you and I and Brendan get together and have a threesome where we're coming at you from
like a
different directions.
Something like that. but I mean, like, it wasn't about that either. It was just, if that happened, it happened. It wasn't like, nowadays everything is like a deal. People make like psychological things of it, but like, if you were the king, like, you know, like Genghis Khan and stuff, I mean, they could have as many women as they want. Like, no one was gonna go and say, "Oh, why are you marrying all these women?" Like,
no.
Oh, no such thing as the law.
No, I mean, there was nothing to do. There was no, like, nowadays marriage is like a business. It's like,
yes,
you get a license, and when you want to divorce, you have to go through all this.
No, it's literally a contract. It's literally a
contract,
contract.
yeah.
It's been that way for quite some time. But in those days, it was different. The way I kind of perceive it is that when basically, if a man were wealthy enough or powerful enough, he was expected to have more women because people were expecting him to reproduce himself as much as possible, and thereby create more successful people like him. At the same time, I also perceive it to be somewhat. Remember what I've said before. I'm a big believer in the concept of the bicameral mind, that our mind really thought, really processed profoundly differently. I mean, a great example of this is when I went into our inability to perceive the color blue through the majority of human evolution, and that our ability to perceive the color blue is something fairly recent, and that in some cultures it has yet to be developed to its full extent. The Korean language still has no word for blue. It's like a loan word. They use a loan word for it. But when it comes to the point that I'm making is that if we were processing so differently, you have to remember that back in those days, I've used parallels that maybe people could understand at the time that the human beings were involved with the building of megalithic structures, that we were behaving more like ant colonies or termitaries. But at the same time, another way to look at all of these wives, when Solomon or Genghis Khan, Solomon had something like 2,000 wives, or at least, something like that. So when you take a look at all of these wives, I think at that point in time, humanity in that sense was more like a school of fish. So you have the individual who's incredibly successful, powerful, and he's like the alpha fish, and then all these female fish are like spawning to him. They're like, basically gathering to him voluntarily because it's security, and they're housed, and they're in under the roof of the palace, etc. And they don't care whether he ever fucks them in their lifetime. He may never get to them in his lifetime. They're just there for the spawning if he does get to them. Kind of like, like salmon spawning. It's like that. Think of it as something similar to that.
That's true. That's true.
Thank you. Thank you. And so let's say hello to Ian, because I want to take a short break soon. Honestly, I need to take a little bit.
I'm gonna have to go as well. So.
Oh, what? Oh, God! You're kidding.
No.
Really? Oh my God! Oh, that's so sad. Well, we're so glad you were able to join us tonight, and we certainly appreciate what you did. It was profound. I want to thank you for that. And
wait, what did I do?
well, by the way, a lot. What you read, and don't forget you brought up the Aryan-Asian connection to Mesoamerica. I hope you heard what I said to Samuel Romero about that, and I hope you agreed with what I said. Yes, very important. Thank you.
And they knew that. I mean, the Nazis knew that. That's why they went to Peru and stuff.
Yes.
And Argentina.
Thank you. Also, why the Kaiser.
And what's interesting is there were groups out there that were blonde-haired and blue-eyed, like in Argentina, but they say, oh no, the Germans went there and mixed with them. But
no.
But there are some Mexicans that have really light eyes, like really light green eyes.
Yes.
They're natives.
Yeah.
Like partially native.
Yes.
But then when the Spanish came, they all just got grouped in Murano and said, oh, you guys are the Spaniards. Like later on, they got, like, that info got torched or lost.
Yes. Yes.
And then even when what's that disgusting creature that came from the Spaniards? What was his name?
Oh,
the
God.
Conquistador?
Yeah. So
Cortez?
many of them. Yes, thank you.
Cortez and these people.
Yeah, Pizarro, all the rest.
Yeah, Pizarro. When they landed, they said, oh, you guys are from Aztlan because you have blonde, like, blue eyes and stuff.
Yeah.
So they considered them that they were coming, but they're old, like, overlords coming back, and then they found out the hard way that these people were just savages. Yes.
Yes, a bunch of slime. So horrible. Yeah. Oh my God. And
Aztlan, they used that word Aztlan. They said you guys came back from Aztlan, which is Atlantis.
Yes.
Essentially.
Yes, that's right. It also means Atlantis. It also means white earth literally, but it also Atlantis. And well, I mean, can you stay a few more moments while I take a short break, or do you want to take off as soon as...
I have to go do something, so I'm going to go.
Okay. Well, we love you dearly.
Many
Stay
blessings.
safe and be well. And I certainly look forward to speaking to you again very soon. And hopefully you'll be able to join us on Sunday night. Okay. And, hopefully you and I can speak before then too. Okay. All right.
Yes, indeed. All right. Yes,
Okay.
many blessings. Good evening.
Yes. Bye for now. That's Brendan Soge. Now we're going to bring on Ian West to speak with Heather Holman and Aristides while I take a short break. Let's test the audio of all three of them. Say hello, Ian.
Hello, Ian.
Sarcastic bastard. Okay. Yes. And Aristides, can we hear you?
Hello.
Yes, thank you. And Heather, honey.
Good morning, Peter.
He's not here yet. Yeah, but good morning to him if he can, hear us. He's welcome to jump on. He's on the call. So hopefully he can, yeah. But at any rate, so I'm going to take a short break. I'll be back soon enough. Do me a favor and everybody keep Ian West under control. He scored this book called White Trash, How to Speak Coon, essentially. Okay, we don't need another episode with an outraged Troy Bellamy coming on.
That was classic. That was so good.
Oh my God. I like Ian's way of handling it. I didn't hear what you said. Yeah, I didn't hear anything you said, right? Yeah, that was okay. Yeah, I was just okay. We're going to now. All right, you three have got this. They went mute again. Heather, Aristides, don't go mute. Jesus Christ. I mean, if we let Ian handle the stage alone, I mean, God knows it's going to happen.
We're going on a trip through Crazy Town. Yeah, we'll
I
go
don't
through
know,
a trip.
Douglas. I want to talk about Comprancitos, so
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, do me a favor and start talking about that, and Ian West will follow up. Ian will just go, yes, and Ian will give you affirmations while you do that.
Yeah.
And then he can read that. How's
Yeah.
that?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, right? And Aristides, you're going to moderate this, right? Ari?
Yeah, I could learn about the Comprancitos or whatever she's talking about.
It's just Wikipedia. We'll start with that.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Sounds
We'll start
good.
there.
Okay, now I'll go
Okay.
mute. Okay.
All right. I'll listen.
Oh, no. You have to talk. Here's the link right here.
Oh, okay. Okay.
There. Comprancicos.
Okay. Let me go back. How you doing, Aristides?
I'm doing okay. I've just been pretty much listening here. We had some good guests with a lot of wisdom, and let's get myself settled, but pretty settled now. How about you?
Dude, I've been fucking rocking and rolling. I got an interview tomorrow with the Mississippi Republican convention.
Okay. What are you going to do there?
Get paid $20 an hour.
Okay. No, fair enough.
So I'm looking at this Comprancicos thing. This sounds like another sect of the crypto Jews.
What? Okay.
Yeah, it's like are they doing blood libel here?
Oh, I see. Okay, I'm just sitting down. I see here.
The
Yeah,
child buyers. They buy children.
Yeah, that's a Jew thing.
It
I
does
didn't know
look.
that.
It looks like.
Yeah, it looks like a blood libel that they're about to perform on the page here. Oh yeah, see jesters, Jews. Yeah, see there it is. Got it.
I didn't know it was a racial thing.
I mean, it's really just a what's it called?
AI.
No. It's more of a. It's what is it called? Like a not a hierarchical, but inherited traits thing.
It was about, okay, there's these people, they're the child buyers, and
Mhm.
they are the CIA operative or something that went around in the 40s and bought children. It wasn't what this is. But they were never caught. These people were never caught.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because they were rich. I'm sure they bought their way out of it. But
So is it the same people?
yeah, of course.
And do they wear red hats?
Now that I do not know because I was not alive in those times, but I have seen paintings of these blood libels where they are wearing red hats.
Okay. Okay.
Matter of fact, I got the book with me right here, actually. That's one of the things I rescued from Orlando. But yeah, no, I mean, that's
So the red hats, weren't the red hats were also the
well, the red hats were like a quick cleanup thing because of all the blood and stuff they got from like killing these kids, and blood would spray everywhere, so they just wore red so it wouldn't stand out and just blend in.
I don't know about that.
Well, I know about that because that's why the Rothschilds in all the Rothschilds houses, all their curtains and carpets are all red because of cleaning up the blood and the blood spraying everywhere. That's why they're red.
Do you think
red.
that Santa's suit is the inside out polar bear?
No, not really. No.
Okay. All right.
No, I used to be the Easter Bunny. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, maybe it'd be two baby polar bears.
No, I think I don't know where they got. I don't know where the history of the Santa suit comes
Well,
in.
you
That
can't
is
find fur that color, first of all, in the Arctic.
Yeah. Well, I guess you want to stand out in the Antarctic,
Ugh.
And red seems like it would trap your body heat in and not, deflect the sun and all that bullshit. So.
Or freeze, yeah.
But besides that, that's cool. I'm glad you brought this up because I've never heard of these people, but it looks like they're doing a blood libel.
I don't know what that is. Yeah.
The blood libel is where the Jews sacrifice their enemies' children, and they
take on their identities.
No. They drain the child of all their blood, and they drink the blood, and they sell the corpses off to like the meat factories, and they get put in dog food or McDonald's and all that.
So
that's a true story too.
Is this after Shakespeare, Romeo and Juliet days?
Oh yeah. This is still going on today. Like all the dog food in the stores and all the cat food, that's really all the missing children. They're just all chopped up and ground up and sold in pet food products.
Yeah, but you can't believe that.
Yeah, there was a big explosion down here in Florida in Kissimmee, and it was a plastics factory. And that plastics factory was located right next to these three big chain pet food products like Alpo and Cargill. Cargill's a big one.
Pedigree.
I think Pedigree's a part of Cargill. I think it is, but yeah, that's what happens to all these kids that go missing. They get chopped up and put into the pet and dog food, and never to be
since the
seen
dogs
again.
can't talk or they won't talk, they can't tell us about it.
Oh yeah, true. Yeah, you could look at it like that, but
well, I think they don't talk and they know better, and because if they talk, we would put them to work.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, honestly, if you've got a dog that's a watchdog and he's always at the house, then he always is working,
Yeah, but if you knew he could talk too, that just steps up his game.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
Oh. So what are you doing, Aristides?
He doesn't want to pay rent.
What's that?
I said, what are you doing, Aristides?
Kind of sitting here in front of a couple computers.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I almost bought a laptop today, but
yeah,
they wanted too much for it. So I've just been writing all my little songs and shit, and doing all that bullshit.
You still doing the Suno AI songs?
Yeah. Well, I'm taking a break from it, and I'm using Udio now, and I'm just pumping out the Skrillex-esque songs. So I've just been on a roll with pumping those out, and I pumped out
Udio.
Yeah, Udio, like studio, but just Udio. But yeah, that's more sophisticated than Suno.
Really?
But it's like Suno's is good for writing pop music, and Udio is good for making dance music.
Mm-hmm.
Like Udio makes way more better dance music than Suno does, but Suno writes way better pop songs than what Udio does. So now they're getting me for $20 a month now. So, but it's worth every penny.
Is it only paid, or is there like a free version of the?
There's a free version, but you're limited. You can't really get creative with it like the way I'm doing.
Mm-hmm.
So you kind of get limited. But
All right.
But if you know how to write the prompts, then you can do it all without having to pay the $10 a month.
Right. Okay. All right. Well, cool. Thanks for heads up. I know some people that I don't do it, but that do the Suno type stuff, so they might be interested in the Udio.
Yeah. Udio is more what's the word I'm looking for? It's more complex. You can tweak your songs a hell of a lot more than you can with Suno.
Mm-hmm.
But you know what? Suno got me because they started bragging about how subscribers could download the stems for the song, so you could just dump what Suno made and put it in put it in Ableton or put it in Acid or whatever. But they're not real stems. They're just like AI split stems. So you can hear music fade in and out of the background and vocal takes and et cetera, et cetera. So it's kind of a pain in the ass. But Udio gives you true stems. So it's a good thing.
Right, cool. I'm definitely going to tell some people about that.
Yeah. It's way worth the $10 a month. I mean, shit, I filled up two gigs on my Google Drive in probably less than 3 weeks of just new music, which is insane for me. So yeah, my new favorite song that I wrote is called it's The Chaos of Silence, Mr. West. And like right before the minute mark of the song, there's this like symphonic like interlude in the middle, and it's so addicting. It's like an orgasm to me, but whatever.
Right.
Yeah. So
yeah, I do notice that the Suno is like kind of everything. A lot of stuff that comes out of it is kind of like, regardless of the style that they ask for, is kind of like just poppy.
Yeah, it's super poppy. It really is. So what was really cool about the Suno though is the lyric rewriter. So it's like if you're not the best songwriter, you can just you can type in what you wrote down, and even if it doesn't make sense, even if it doesn't rhyme, the AI will rewrite it so it rhymes and it's syncopated, and it's a godsend. It really is. Like I just wrote a song like of my experience going to this new restaurant and like looking at all the hot chicks and shit. And Suno just cleans it up and just makes it all poppy,
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, I wrote this new song about going to the club and getting an STD, from hooking up with whores and shit. So yeah. So it's, and the Suno just really does a good job. It does. So anyway.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Thanks for the tip there. And
the AI update.
Pass that on to some people. I know some people are into messing with these things. They might not be making, for any real production purposes, if they like messing with them. Yeah.
Yeah,
just for fun shit to post.
Yeah, man, it's cool because it's like I've written so much music now that I actually like, and like I'm on the bike riding around all day, so I can just hear my music and critique it and fix what I need to. So I just got to get another laptop. Once I get a laptop, I can
Yeah.
really finish the songs, you know.
Yeah. Cool.
So
All right. So how's other than that, how's life there, man? How you making out? Like you're still in what was it? Not Florida, but
Mississippi.
Mississippi.
It's not bad. Like it's you know, I'm getting around. I'm getting back in shape from riding the bike so much.
Good.
So and they had New York strips on sale for like 50% off today.
Mhm.
So I got a couple of steaks. We're gonna grill them tomorrow. Oh yeah, I took a sleeping pill not too long ago, so I'm
Yeah.
fading out.
What kind of sleeping pill?
It's they're actually like these new gummy vitamins. They're called HUM, HUM.
Uh-huh.
And they work, man. They work.
Hmm.
I took like half a bottle a couple of days ago and I slept for a day and a half.
Half a bottle.
Yeah, I get down like that, you know, especially when they're gummies. Oh.
Let's see what's in them. If I can look it up.
Yeah, it's called HUM.
Yeah, I'm finding it right here.
And it's the blue bottle.
Mighty Night. That it?
Yeah, that's it.
Uh-huh. Okay. Promotes optimal sleep. Cell turnover. Ceramides? I don't know what that is, man. You're saying anti-ferulic acid, CoQ10, valerian root, passion flower, and hops. Help promote deeper sleep. Is this to help you sleep? That's what you're taking?
Yeah, that's it.
You know, have you ever? So I had never really done it with any regularity, but recently I have. Have you done melatonin or?
Oh yeah. Yeah,
That-
that'll knock me out. Melatonin will knock me out, but the Dollar Tree's closed, so I couldn't go score any. So
I could score the stash melatonin.
yeah, right. So
Yeah.
but anyway, so I went to Dirt Cheap and I got like this $20 bottle for $1.70. So they work though. They work. And they're good, you know, for gummies. But
Cool. All right.
yeah.
Good to have options. Yeah, I've been trying melatonin lately, and I feel like it does. I get better sleep. I mean, I'm usually able to get to sleep all right. I really never really have problems getting to sleep, but like I feel like the sleep's more restful and
deeper sleep.
Yeah, recuperative and having more dreams, which tells you like that you're in that state of sleep that's actually helping you.
Yeah.
And supposedly has a lot of other physiological benefits. Everybody just thinks of it only as a sleep thing, but it actually has other. I can't list them right now because has other benefits for your physiology and sort of like repair and detox, antioxidant. I don't know. You know, it's like helping clean you up and rebuild while you're sleeping too, not just get to sleep.
Right. I love
That's
it.
what I heard.
I love it. Yeah, I found this one herbologist or whatever out in Alabama, and he was just making valerian syrup. And if you ever want a good midnight snack, you could just get some waffles and some valerian syrup, and you know, go out like that. It's good. But God damn it, though. Yeah, I'm sorry. I fucking called Doug and tell him I could come on when I'm fucking falling asleep.
That's all right, man. I'm sure you need your rest, and he should be back soon. I mean, his break couldn't be that long, so
yeah. I'm kind of excited tomorrow about this Republican job. So hopefully this is good. You know.
Any idea what you'd be doing there?
I'll just be pointing out the fact that, you know, like President Biden fucks kids and stuff to people. I'm going to be very blunt and very rude about everything.
Okay. Well, I mean, I'm sure that you'll do that on your own merits, but I mean, that's probably not the job description.
Well, yeah, true.
It's just,
Yeah,
just
but
helping.
I
It's
kinda,
just helping out staff.
well, I want to show some of the local Democrats here the child snuff tapes, and remind them that voting for Hillary, that they supported this, and so I want to show them some child snuff tapes, at the meetings and stuff,
Oh, you're
and
gonna
ask
do-
them if they would still vote for Hillary after they know that she condones this.
Okay. Well, I mean, maybe they'll appreciate those services.
Yeah,
Maybe not.
it's just like you vote for the witch or do you vote for the orange man? The witch or the orange man? What do y'all think's the better of the two evils here?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I know you've never seen the child snuff tapes that I showed Doug and everybody here, but yeah, once you see it, you never forget it.
Yeah. I generally don't seek that stuff
Yeah.
out.
Yeah. Well, I have to show it to people to wake them up.
Yeah.
Hello, Douglas.
Bob Peters here.
Oh, he's Doug's on break. I'm just talking with Ian.
Yeah. Hi, Peter.
Yeah.
Hello. Who's here?
Hello.
It's Sire'sdies and Ian.
Yeah. Douglas is on break. He should be back any minute.
Oh, okay.
No.
What's been going on?
No, we're hanging in there.
Yeah. Yeah. Just kind of like a big round table.
Okay.
How about you? What's you could start? I mean, you might want to wait for Douglas to come back.
Yeah, I thought I'd wait for Douglas. Also, I will say that it's been I'm received an abrupt message that we're leaving today. Because Serene, the director, has to get back to Vienna, so the camp is closing earlier than we expected. We expected to go back probably Saturday morning. But now it's Thursday, and he's got to get me and the Andersons into a van and take us to Bucharest. Sometimes we spend a night or two in Chernovoda, which is the nearest town, decent sized town, and just kind of chill out. So this is so all of a sudden he tells me, and then the next thing the goodbyes start. And it just creates a whole cycle of events. And it's like wind down is quick. And this is classic Mercury retrograde. Things don't happen the way you would expect. Now, I do have a surprise guest this morning who just arrived on the scene. Come here, Tiberius. Sit over here with me. Oh, okay. And I will introduce Tiberius when Douglas.
Okay.
Yeah, we should let him know he's losing signal.
Yeah. Well, we won't.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're breaking up, Peter. Peter, you're breaking up. If you can hear us.
Yeah, man. If I was in Romania, I would be drinking down all the Romanian pollen tea I could find, and just get it in me, and carry it back to the States.
Yeah.
I wonder if he could pick up some bee pollen out there.
Yeah, I'm sure they got some good stuff. Very authentic.
Yeah, they're the flower breeds in Romania are just they're not found here in the States.
Oh yeah, a lot of stuff that you get there. It's like even if you just eat food, the same food that you would eat here, but it's just so much better.
Oh. I was actually ordering bee pollen from Romania for a couple of years there, and I had a good relationship with the supplier. He was a nice guy, man. But he used to sell me 5-pound bags of Romanian bee pollen for $30.
Wow.
He's waiting for us to. Huh? No, I'll stay here. I'll stay here. This is your private discussion now.
No, well,
Peter, you there?
I'm here.
Okay, you were.
I was going to say, there's bees everywhere here. Everybody has a bee, beehives to cultivate bees.
Yeah.
Colored
yeah.
boxes with bees in them. And
Yeah,
honey
cool.
is very good. And as for the flora, Radu states in his books that the flora that's mentioned in the Bhagavad Gita and the Mahabharata, which are Indian texts, are actually flora from here, which suggests that those incidents took place in this region, not in India. Of the Indo-Aryan.
Interesting. You should bring that up with Brennan if you get a chance. He was talking about the Bhagavad Gita today.
Oh, great! I just
Agree.
got back.
Yeah.
Just got back. Yes. Is this Peter with us and his friend? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Douglas,
Yes.
are you there?
Yes. Yes. Can you hear me?
I generally hear you much better than I can hear our friend.
Okay. Who's our friend? Okay, we got some glitchy tech going on. Can people hear me? Was it like...
You're,
hear you.
Okay.
You're fine.
Peter's got a weak signal.
Okay.
Peter's got a weak signal.
And was he on with somebody? There was a very strange voice I heard that I don't know if it was Ian's or Sire'sdies or Pete.
He had a guest. He said he had a guest he was going to introduce
Okay.
when you came back.
Okay.
No.
Cool. Strange voice for a second. No.
Yeah.
So Peter, we can't hear you unfortunately, but keep trying. So let me take a look at this. Just looking around at what was left here. Tarot deck. So Heather with her comprachicos, and which sounds like some kind of Mexican dish. And
You're playing on the Copper Chicos. That'd be so funny.
So Peter has left. Hopefully he comes back. Hopefully they'll find a better signal. What exactly did I miss? How long was Peter here before I came back?
Only a few minutes.
Yeah, not even. He just kept on losing signal.
Okay. Sad. Well, at least we know he's alive. That's good. It's better than, shall we say, I had this negative fantasy that, he was in a hospital somewhere in Romania or something like that. Yeah. So good thing it's not that. It's just a weak signal. And there we are.
Hello, can you hear me now, Douglas?
Yes.
Okay, I was dumped on the call.
Yeah.
I rejoined the call. We seem to be okay. So let's just talk,
Sure.
chit-chat for a few minutes to make sure that I can hear you and you can hear me.
Absolutely, yes. I certainly did, as for the call, dropped is the term for it. Yeah, the call dropped on somewhere your side, probably of the Atlantic, because of the signal. So tell us what's going on with you. Catch us up on everything you can.
Okay, I have a special guest with us today.
Excellent.
And I'm going to introduce him in a moment, but I was just telling Aristides that I was notified yesterday that Heather and I and the Andersons have to go. We have to leave today on 3.
Okay.
And go back to Bucharest.
Okay.
And good morning, Heather. Last podcast. You want to say hello to Douglas? Here, Heather's walking by. Say hello to Douglas.
Hey, Heather.
Hi, Douglas.
Oh, wow.
Hi, Douglas, how are you?
Oh, much the better for speaking with you. You have a beautiful voice.
Oh, thank you. I think it's a little bit hoarse from talking all week, but we'll get it back in the next day or two. Good to hear from you.
Yeah.
And she's enjoyed the stories I've told about you.
Oh.
Definitely.
Oh, delightful. And hopefully I'll be able to tell you some of my own.
Absolutely. 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 I'm sure our paths will cross one day for sure.
Yes, I look forward to that. And
Thank,
All right.
thank you, Heather.
Enjoy your
Okay,
day.
thank you.
yes, you as well.
Yeah.
Yes.
That was very, very courteous of her to say hello. And
Absolutely.
Tiberius, where are you going? Where?
No, I have to run to my tent.
Tiberius is going to be a guest here,
Okay.
Heather. Tiberius is going to be a guest here.
Thank you for
He's
understanding.
going to ask some questions about HARP.
Okay, great.
So, Douglas,
Yes.
so anyway, I was told that Heather and I and the Andersons have to leave early
Uh-huh.
on, 3 o'clock. So they'll be wrapping up their sci art exhibit,
Yeah.
which my friend Theodore Vaselli wants to buy for his garden, wants to buy one. So that was an unexpected surprise.
Mhm.
And we'll be meeting with him and having some very interesting discussions. He's my Freemason friend.
Right.
And I've also had some good discussions about Radu Shinomar
Mm-hmm.
and that work and what took place there. I've been warned by different factors to be very careful with that subject.
Mm-hmm.
I think that the danger might be exaggerated,
Mm-hmm.
but so be it. I really, that a lot of that stuff is going to take time to digest. So the plan today is we're going to get our stuff up, say goodbyes, do a Qigong lesson here or there, which have been fantastic.
Wow.
And-
Good.
And they really are. And then go into Bucharest, where I'll spend 3 nights, 2 of them at the same hotel with the Andersons, and then then I will. We don't know what we're going to do exactly, but we're going to have dinner at some place called. Do you know this place, Tiberius, in Bucharest? Shoot the Moon, or Close to the Moon. It's called Close to the Moon,
Close to the
Mm.
moon.
and it's a whole.
I suppose it's in the old city, in the center.
Yeah. And if you go in and you're immersed in a lunar experience in the restaurant, and I think you finally eat at the top of this place, so they said it's an incredible place. They want to go there, so they want to take me there. So
Yeah.
It sounds like an immersive experience. Shoot the moon or Close to the Moon, and I've never heard of such a thing. We did have Mars 2112 in Manhattan, which was like going into the Martian underground.
Wow.
Another thing is we had Ravi, the JPL Jet Propulsion Laboratory guy who ran the Curiosity program, engineer.
Yeah.
He came here with his family. He was here for 2 full days. He, I think I was one of the first people he talked to. I just, told him. He was so open, so accepting of, I told him, he said that their target is the South Pole of the Moon. So I told him about the garden on the moon and the German base on the moon, and he's very interested. He says, he'll look into that. I don't know he could. I'll probably send him some data follow-up, but he was just enchanted with the place. And I asked him, last night after, he did his 2 talks, I said, was this better than you expected, or what, did it meet your expectations? He said it far exceeded his expectations. Because he's been Skyping in here since 2012, and he had no idea that it was as large as it was, as many workshops were taught, and he wants to come back. So this has probably been the most prestigious event or guest.
Yeah.
Of course, David Anderson was, arguably a more remarkable guest, but David is not, doesn't represent mainstream space exploration.
Right.
So it was very, this place is so magical. And then, of course, there's many instances when, people ask about aliens, what he thinks about aliens. And, I know very well when to keep my mouth shut.
Thank you. I would as well. Yes, I get it.
No, it would be completely inappropriate to even bring up these subjects. I can bring them up. I was talking about one of them with my friend, the cosmonaut friend Dumitru. He's very open to hearing this. He left. I didn't get to finish my conversations with him. People are very open and intelligent. They don't judge. some judge, but that's another story. They become dismissive. But so what? But this was after you experience this magic, and it's like you think of these guys doing science fiction on a mosquito-infested island on the Danube in the official aspect of it begins in 1989. It's really just a bunch of guys camping, and now they have their own ship, the Atlanticron, which was it's a very nice ship. It's refurbished from the nuclear facility was using it, but they weren't using it because it had no purpose.
Right.
So anyway, we had this was such an incredible experience to see that these guys, are dreaming about science fiction, talking about it. They bring in their wherewithal. One was a major journalist, and Sorin, was well placed in nuclear security. And as he become more influential in the government, they create this island, and then because they were talking about the helicopter, and I was explaining to my friends I said they're talking about how the helicopter works on Mars, but they don't know why it works, because the mini helicopter for the drone, and it, as far as I'm concerned, it began in 2012 or whatever, when I said, why don't you use a drone? Because they were complaining how they couldn't go very far with the rover. I said, why don't you use a drone? And Robbie's assistant, who was then fielding the question, she just kind of had a it's like Netanyahu you don't really want a deal, do you, Bibi? Trump said, and Netanyahu So then the next year I asked her, and she says, oh yeah, I do have something for that. She says, we now are going to have a helicopter on the next vessel. So he went into the fact that the scientists, everybody said that the helicopter wouldn't work because of the air, but why not? I don't even think they know what the atmosphere is.
Right.
So to think that perhaps if Atlanticron wasn't here, they wouldn't have had their helicopter, and Atlanticron pulled me into the thing, and perhaps, arguably, it suggests how influential I might be if I was in a position of influence in these matters, and to say nothing of the position of influence you might be in matters of politics, geopolitics, and so on and so forth. Now, I'm going to introduce my friend Tiberius.
Excellent.
Tiberius is a Qigong student of mine. He's responded very well. He's a retired engineer. He's, foarte intelligent. That's Romanian for very intelligent. And he's got a lot of experience. And he was asking me about the HARP system. And because they had some physicist here who was, I think he was arguing on a Facebook group, was it?
Yes. Not he, but he released some statements that I'm not agree. Hello, good morning here. I suppose you are evening there. Nice to meet you. My name is Tiberio.
Yeah. Glad to meet you.
Electronics IT engineer working for almost 40 years in aviation and avionics. So this
Wonderful.
is my background.
Yeah.
And I came here meeting such nice people. Beside Romanian guys, a group of American that are very nice people, and they listen to my questions. One question to Peter was if he knows more about the HARP effects in different way of operation of this HARP. I don't want politics here to rise. I'm a technical guy,
Right.
and I really have a question for myself, and to make arguments for an argument that I have on the Facebook.
Okay.
One good physicist, famous physicist in Romania, made a clip saying that HARP is just doesn't have any influence, or very, very little influence on the ground. It is only used to to spot the ionosphere, and when reflection goes to the ground, the power is so weak that it cannot do anything, neither good nor evil. And I argued on the discussion, not with him personally, discussion group of the Facebook, that it's not like this, because HARP, it's a very specific type of transmitter and receiver, I suppose, but transmitter certainly, with coherent radio waves in a range of several megahertz, and with a power, not very big power, but quite big, tens of kilowatts or megawatts or something like this. And I said that if you pulse this energy in such a way that the voltage stand wave ratio, VWR coefficient, is minimized, it means that the HARP energy is absorbed somewhere. And if you do pulsating in such a manner that this coefficient is minimized, you can get a resonance somewhere on the Earth after reflection on the ionosphere. And I gave the example of a pendulum. If you push the pendulum in the right moment when it oscillates, exactly when, let's say, goes to the maximum amplitude, just pushing a little bit, you go slightly increasing and definitely the amplitude of the pendulum. And you can go to make pendulum rotate around the shaft. And this is a resonance effect that we cannot put under the non-coherent waves like the light, because he gave the example of the light. Look, the light comes from the sun and nothing does. But it's totally different. The HARP waves that can be directed wherever they want on the ionosphere and to reflect them on the Earth according to the reflection law, and to reach almost wherever they want the ground. And then to adjust the frequency, the carrier frequency and the modulation type in order to obtain the desired effect at the final spot on the ground. This effect is feasible according to your knowledge, because for me it's just let's say my mental experiment. I'm judging the possibility of this large area of array antenna, electronic scanned array antenna, and frequency agility of the transmitter. So all the possibilities are there. Depends on the researcher what they are doing with this capability for research. If I would be a researcher there, I would do this kind of experiment.
Okay, Douglas, over to you.
Yeah, I'm too overwhelmed
to follow most of that.
Of course not. No, it's too technical for me. Oh my God.
Wait, I will summarize.
Yeah.
Basically, although this physicist was saying that HARP is a system, a passive system that does nothing and cannot possibly harm anybody, and it's just something for scientists to fool around with. This is basically what it is. But he knows enough of his engineering that if you, like, say, do a pulse, even if it's a low amplitude pulse, that when it gets to the extreme reference point, it's sort of like the concept of a pendulum. When the pendulum gets to its extreme end, you can amplify it or augment it, and it will do far more than it would. So in other words, just a simple pendulum, the principle of a pendulum can be augmented in a way so that the energy can spiral, and further with beaming off the ionosphere and whatnot, it can reach other installations and create a whole multi-dynamic unit that reaches across the globe. This is what he's saying. And he basically saying that this thing that is harmless, according to this physicist, is not
harmless. It's not harmless.
Necessarily harmless on just a technical physical level. This is basically what he's saying. So that's sort of a precursor. And before you say anything,
right.
I was introducing him to the concept of using it to bind entities. This is what it's, one of its major uses.
Right. Okay. So, Tiberius, I want you to know that we have with us Sire'sdies, who's a friend of mine, who is trained in engineering to a degree. It's material science is his engineering field. And maybe he was able to follow you to a greater degree. What Peter explained was to reiterate what you said in such a way that I get it a bit more with the second telling.
More.
Sure. Yeah. But
sure.
Yeah.
I can comment. Yeah.
Please.
What they were talking about is basically resonance, where you hit something at its natural frequency and it increases. Like, in other words, like if you're pushing a child on the swing, you push them at exactly the right time, they start swinging harder. But if you pushed them at all other times, they would. So it adds up like that. I also want to say, I believe, maybe Tiberius will know that HARP is I believe it's a phased array antenna, right?
Yes, that's my understanding. I've heard that term.
So what that
yes,
means
it's a phased array antenna.
Yeah.
This is what I said. You can direct the spot of the antenna wherever you want, and you can modulate in the range of transmission several megahertz, whatever you want.
Okay. So it doesn't have to have overwhelming power like if you would like an FM radio station for music. It goes in all directions, right? So they have to have a lot of power for you to feel it at any one point. Whereas this is it's basically like a steerable beam. So that is where a lot of the effectiveness can come from. Without
Excellent.
Yeah.
Excellent. Any other? Go on. I'm sorry. Both.
On the other side, I suppose that they have receivers also, and they can measure the VSWR coefficient, voltage-stand wave ratio, and when they push energy in the antenna, they can measure what is the reflected energy into the antenna, and when they are minimizing this coefficient, selecting different carriers, different modulation type, different angle, azimuth and elevation of the phased array antenna, they can obtain position where they obtain a very good absorption of the energy to the other side of the spot of the antenna, of the radio waves. And that point means that the Earth is absorbing energy, and step by step, little by little, drop by drop, they can increase the amplitude to the level that can do measurable effect on the ground. This is what I intend to say, and the guys are saying, no, it's very low power, nothing happened.
Okay.
And my example with the pendulum, it's evident, it's obvious.
Okay.
So with small pushes against the pendulum will increase the amplitude unlimited, actually, as long as the equation for the oscillator is the same.
Wow.
Well, I think you've expressed it as clearly as we can.
Right. And Sire'sdies, any more responses to that?
Right. Like you say, that's what, because it's like basically steerable. They can do what they want right where they want it. They can just dial it in right at a certain place, right at a certain optimal, frequency for whatever they want. And it's not so hugely overwhelming power. It's very efficient.
Okay, so let me just tell our friend now. May I try and pronounce your name? Tiberius, right? Tiberius is what you go by?
Yes, Tiberius.
Okay,
TB for the friends.
Yes, great. So a TB. So Tiberius, I just want to tell you what I understand about HARP, and it's more from a perspective of what I learned. But remember that what I relay to you is as a layman, not as an engineer. So this is my understanding of it from a perspective of people who worked with it. And by that I mean some people like Michael Aquino, who was a colonel who I was involved with in terms of liaison status. In other words, I worked for him as kind of like a general secretary. And when I was working with him and other people who were involved in covert projects like this, I was exposed to information that led me to understand from what they were saying, and documents that I did work with, even though I was in no position in terms of education to be able to interpret the technical aspects of these documents. I was dealing more with the history, and like you said, to just bleach away all of the politics and kind of like do away with the historical context in a political sense. That my understanding was that during World War II, the biggest problems that the Allies ran into in terms of trying to bomb Japan, the most immediate and impacting issue was the jet stream. So the Japanese, of course, had been a maritime nation, and their Emperor Hirohito, was a marine biologist. So the Japanese, through Emperor Hirohito, and of course their culture of fishery, maritime harvest of the fish, etc., they were very familiar with what they called the Kuroshio, or the Black Stream. What they called the Black Stream was the maritime current that went along with the atmospheric jet stream. So when the Japanese and Germans began working with the jet stream, they were the first to really isolate it scientifically and begin to work with it scientifically. And so it only goes in one direction because of the orbit of our Earth, the spin of our Earth. So when the Allies were trying to bomb Japan from North America, they kept running into the jet stream head on, and it was a major obstacle to them. I mean, at times it would, the higher you would go, it would be up to 300 mile per hour winds they were facing head on. So they had to literally kind of go beneath the jet stream to bomb Japan, which put them in greater danger. So all of this became a factor for the Americans trying to develop a tool, an instrument, or technology by which to reverse the jet stream. That was one of the foundations for going into this kind of research. So when they went into this kind of research to change the direction of our atmosphere, they felt that they could do so electrically, or by a lot of electrical power. And my understanding is that they ultimately succeeded in developing this technology where they could do this. Now, of course, they don't use it very often. We do know this for a fact. The people who monitor HAARP the most and actually put up a public display of whenever it kind of activates or goes into a higher mode of operation, or seems to, is the University of Tokyo. So the University of Tokyo monitors, when the Americans kind of ramp up the HAARP power. And there's reasons for this, of course, but that we do also know for a fact that at one point this was like a mysterious incident, very similar to the Vela incident. I don't know if you remember that incident in terms of what happened. It wasn't similar in terms of what happened, but it's similar in the sense of the mystery. In other words, there was what was called the Vela incident in the South Indian Ocean, in the range of South Africa's islands. South Africa owns two islands called Prince Edward Islands near the coast of Antarctica. And at the time that it was still under the white apartheid regime, there was a series of flashes that people thought was South Africa or Israel in combination with South Africa testing nuclear weapons. And I've given some of the story behind that in the past, but it's been a mystery to many people, and many people have always brought up the Vela incident as something mysterious. And so we do know that at one point, at one time, the jet stream did reverse. There was one time the jet stream reversed, and this is on record, and that was HAARP going into operation. That's my understanding of this. But aside from that, the other thing I can bring up about the HAARP, because there's so many aspects to it. Obviously, when, say for instance, when someone builds the atomic bomb, then we get all kinds of collateral technologies. So when they were building HAARP, there's all kinds of collateral technologies or collateral effects. And of course, as you know, what you're talking about with this other engineer about passive versus active, one of the things that HAARP does is it generates a kind of passive pulsation of power. And my understanding as well, by the way, Brendan Zogit just gave me a link to ionospheric observation in Japan. Very much appreciated. And that is now in the text box. So thank you for that. He entered that into the text box for us to access here. And so such being said, my understanding was that the passive generation of a kind of pulsation that is just HAARP being at kind of like low-level operational status. This is enough to defend itself from incoming Scud missile attacks from North Korea. And the point is that HAARP, of course, generates some power, which, as you said, can be directed. My understanding was that it was directed by a chain of basically very high flying or stratospheric level, almost high level dirigibles, and that these dirigibles were made of a very reflective material to the point where they were extraordinarily shiny, very reflective, and they were used to kind of bounce some of the signals from HAARP off each other in a chain towards North Korea, where that energy ultimately sapped and depleted a lot of the mineral content out of North Korean soil and has been responsible for their ongoing famine for generations. And
about this, I talked.
Yeah.
About this effect, I
Yeah.
talked.
yes, that's so we
So
we have a similar
I
understanding.
feel that
Yeah.
you give me a chance to have a right in my opinion.
Okay, yes, yes, you're right.
Because already you mentioned here some big or notable effect, not something that some wave is dissipated on the ionosphere and goes down unnoticeable.
Yeah.
Okay.
And not only that, but when the North Koreans
Thank you very much. You gave me such important information,
Yeah.
even though some politically, but I just wanted to know technically, physically is possible, and I'm sure that it is. And I get a lot of hate on internet discussion. How
Right.
can you say something against this brilliant physicist? I'm also a physicist.
Yes, that's right.
I was in my youth a very high level physicist, but not so famous. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I leave you with Peter,
Yeah.
and it was nice to have this kind of opportunity to discuss with the people that are very close to this phenomena.
Thank you.
But I wonder if the Russians or other forces have the same, because I'm pretty sure that they have it. In the United States, the democracy and the freedom of speech gave to light this existence of harm. I'm pretty sure that other forces with big finance and with war thinking develop the same. But it's in a more silent
yeah,
way.
well, what they definitely have is scalar technology, and the scalar technology that the Russians had with the collapse of the Soviet Union. There were a lot of people who were just selling things that they had access to, and what happened was the Shinrikyo cult of Japan, which was extraordinarily wealthy and had a lot of Russian converts, managed to use their Russian converts to converse with people who were in the GRU and some of these other military security agencies, and they purchased some of that scalar earthquake generation technology from the Russians that they then used to generate the Osaka-Kobe earthquake that caused $1 billion damage within a second. Yes, that was...
This I was talking about.
Yes.
About earthquake generator or initiator.
Yes.
The earthquake, it's a kind of laser. You have to the earth pumps energy between the plates, and it's enough a kick off to dissipate this collected energy during years in time.
Yes.
And, if you spot the points in the ground where exists this tension, it's enough to make some piezoelectric effect there, appropriate to trigger the earthquake. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very
Thank
much,
you.
and I hope that we shall have the opportunity in the future to talk again.
I hope
Thank
so.
you.
I look forward to it.
Thank you,
It's
Peter,
an
for
honor.
this opportunity.
Thank you.
Tiberius.
It was an honor. Thank you.
If
Tiberius.
anybody's at the beach, let me know. I don't know if you're going down there.
I go there and I come back.
Yeah.
Okay. Let you know.
Yeah, because
Excellent.
I'll probably go down there to finish my own workout.
Okay.
Okay.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Tiberius.
Bye.
Yeah. Well, it was an honor to speak to him. Thank you so much for that, Peter. And I wish I could have told him more, but he's in very much a hurry. Yeah. I can understand.
Well, yeah, I mean, I can tell him. I told him a bit about the entity binding and stuff.
Okay.
But his question was, and he's open to that, but
Yeah.
he's interested more on a scientific angle, and you
Right.
answered his question.
Yeah.
which is great because, which basically you have somebody pontificating and being important and issuing opinions, and then sort of sticking out their chest and beating it.
Yeah. That's what people do. A lot of people who we consider to be higher intellectuals are really operating at that primal level of one-upmanship, competition, and trying to be the alpha brain. Yes, go on.
Exactly. And, here, I will encounter some of that because people have to be confirmed of their very own viewpoint. They have to know that they're right. But, I mean, in my case, when I was younger and moved out of LA, it's almost like I had to, convince people that of just silly, mundane things. Yeah, they wear these type of shoes in LA or whatever. You know what I mean? It's like, how do you know that? This type of shit. So I mean, I was used to that, sort of hillbilly hick status. Not really hillbilly, but just backward, and not that backward because they're intelligent. They're just, stuck in a small town mindset. The funniest one I never met this guy, but this friend of mine said to this guy, he says, something about Bakersfield. He says, don't you ever go into Bakersfield? Now, Bakersfield at that time was a town of 100,000 people. It had pretty much, any common things you could get. And he says to the guy, he says, don't you ever, there's something about, he says, don't you ever go to Bakersfield? He goes, ne'er been. And he says, well, what do you do when you want to go buy something, buy clothes or something? He goes, I go to Taft. Taft's got everything I need. And now Taft was about 18,000 people, and you could, certainly get clothes there. There was only a few clothing stores, a couple. And you could, pretty much get, what you needed there. But he was out in not even in Maricopa, which is about 700 people, and just like this, just he says, well, aren't you ever curious about Bakersfield? He says, nope, too much crime, too many minorities.
I like the way he equates the two, but go on, yes.
Well, Bakersfield had its share of crime, but it was not known as a crime-ridden place.
Right, understood.
And minorities, yeah, it did have minorities compared to Taft, which had no minorities. Proud of it. But they even made Sports Illustrated for that, for outrageous behavior. But anyway, so but that does filter into people, and the people here are so open, and they want to learn. So if I bring them, they bring somebody they want to learn from them, even if they're not scheduled to speak. Now, that might be, so on and so forth. And I saw one kid, I said something. He goes, I'm Stefan. I said, I know. I said, I'm Peter. He says, how could I forget? That was from, this guy was brilliant technically. He's like, a high school kid.
Yeah.
Just utterly brilliant. And he wanted me to know what his name was. I remembered him very well. And I said, well, I'm Peter. He says, how could I forget? So I don't even remember what we talked about. But so it's, I think of how you would fit in here. It would be it would be a high degree of strange. I'm rather a high degree of strange in some respects, but they accept me.
Yes,
they accept me, and they even said it was very touching last night. They said I'm a permanent place. We had all this, the goodbye dinner, and he has me and the Andersons get up and thanks us, and he just said I've been coming here for 15 years, actually 16, and I'm part of the structure, even though I don't speak Romanian. And the people here, it's like so many of them, I connect with them on a soul level. just like it's like this one woman. She has these two fantastic kids. I'm just looking at her. I don't remember her name. I just remember very deep, sympathetic interaction. Maybe I was teaching her Qigong. So we really got into a lot of discussions. And, you know, she helped me figure out my logic. Very, very good, because my computer wasn't working. Mercury retrograde. It just made no effing sense. And then some other kid came up and disabled certain apps so that my computer would work.
Holy
I've
shit.
never had that happen before. Mercury retrograde.
Wow.
So we booked my rooms. You know, it was see, I could not book the room, and then when it did get working, I could not book them on my computer because these rooms are sold out. So, but because she had some Prime account, we were able to book them on her cell phone, use my credit card, and you know, she really facilitated my you know, logistical needs. So what I would also say, this has been one of the rougher Atlantic runs in terms of creature comforts, because I was cold, effing cold.
Right.
First night I was okay. Second night, well, I don't know, the first night the night I talked to you, did I complain about cold?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay, so Heather got me a blanket and a pillow. That was cozy. No problem. Last night, I had the blanket, I had the pillow. It was even colder. So I had to, you know, put on some, you know, the long, you know, Under Armour that I wear for football in the cold.
Right.
And a turtleneck to and even then it was not very pleasant. So.
Why was it so cold this year?
I don't know. It's a water area. It's moist. And the day before I got here, it was very hot. It has not been too hot. The mosquitoes have been very reasonable. And plus I have a device, an electronic frequency generator. Looks like a watch that helps keep them away.
Yeah.
So I wear that at all times. And, you know, it just I was even out there with short pants last night, which usually I wear long pants to keep the mosquitoes away. So I think every time I come here, I marvel at how magical this place is and how it started everything for me in Romania. And then I go on the second leg of my journey with, well, there's an in-between transition phase, which last year was with Heather and David's sisters, and this year will be with them. And my one disappointment this year was that I wasn't going to get to spend much alone time with them, but now this is being facilitated. So I will be with them today and tomorrow, and probably most of Saturday. And we'll go see the Van Gogh exhibit, which was in Long Island, where you immerse yourself in Van Gogh.
Yeah.
It's just like this immersive experience.
Yes.
Maybe some other places, and we'll see. But I said, you know, the first thing we need to do is go get clean and hotel rest. Just so you know, there's nothing more comfortable than a toilet, a sink,
Yes.
warm shower, and a bed. And you can even turn on the TV if you want, and considerable amount of channels will be in English.
Wow.
So this will be. So I was expecting to have 2 nights in a hotel, and both of those possibly rushed. Now I'll have 4 nights in a hotel, and that will be very, very comforting, because then when I get to the camp, we're roughing it again.
Were you able to catch up on sleep? I mean, you had almost
Absolutely not. It's like the jet lag kicked in 2 days later, and I would often go to my tent and just crash.
Oh God.
And but you don't crash long enough.
Yes.
You know, or you get up and then you got to be here, or you do this, and so I felt very empowered by the fact that I hardly have anything to do. I hardly have any responsibilities, which is, you know, the qigong in the morning at 8 o'clock, and that kind of filtered out. Like Heather was coming back because nobody showed up for yoga. Sometimes it's one student, sometimes it's two, sometimes it's five, sometimes it's more. And I did some really good. And then some woman came up to me. She saw my Qigong T-shirt, and she was a Taekwondo practitioner. Had a real kick-ass mentality, and she said, I went to Qigong, and some other teacher, and she said, she wasn't comfortable. And I basically assessed her very quickly. I said, you went in, there's this kick-ass mode in Taekwondo, and you want to sort of learn inner peace. And I explained to her that this is why many martial artists who are very good smoke or drink themselves to death in their later age, because they create this huge imbalance. So she totally I hit the mark with her, and I showed her some exercises which will, I guess what you'd say, correct the ratio between tension and relaxation in the body. And I said, you're gonna have to do this for a year, and I think she might. And then I took her and I showed her how to really, work up to hitting the tree for a full hour. Don't do that right away. Do it in a certain way, and then you kick the tree for an hour. And I said, if you can hit a tree at full hit for an hour, it's going to be very challenging for anybody to beat you. Because, not that it couldn't be done, but you're just pummeling them, and you're not getting tired. Whereas boxers are known to punch themselves out.
Yes.
And they can't do that. If they trained like this, they would be even more devastating.
Yes.
So
true.
This is something. Nobody there? Thank you. So and then she lives in Cebu. So I said, you're not far. You should just drive 2.5 hours up to Choclavina and be a part of it. You can be part of our cave exploration if you want, because Susie's not coming, so you can fill the place. So she might come up and join us, which would be, just another piece of life to add to the equation. I met some young lady. She knew me from yesteryear. I didn't recognize her. I started telling her, about Somerset Jatuza and time. She says, I will go. It's in her roots, Said I inspire many people to find their own roots. It's just like, I suppose if I, went to San Francisco, I could introduce many people to the Presidio and tell them of all the horrors that went on there. This is where the kids were tortured.
Horrible, but yes, true. Horrible, but true. Yes.
Well, yeah, and it's like the first thing I learned about the Presidio was you can't go there.
Yeah.
1968, 69.
Yeah.
You can't go there. That's the Presidio. You can't go there.
That's right. Back in those days.
And that made it mysterious, but it didn't add much to the mystery because there's no story behind it. So be it. But anyway, we have Georgia. You want to say hi to my friends in America? Oh, come here. This is Georgia. She's one of my favorite people. I met her with Qigong.
Yes.
Hi, good morning.
Yeah.
Hi.
Douglas Dietrich. He's my co-author.
Okay.
We wrote the Roswell Deception together, telling the truth of World War II, what really happened.
Yeah.
And George is just this incredible person who feeds me breakfast every morning.
Oh, wonderful.
And I like to sit down and talk with her. She's so wonderful.
Yes.
And do you have any, what can you say about Atlanticon, Georgia?
And maybe next year you will manage to come here, because it's a marvelous island and it's something magic around here, and maybe you want to join us.
Oh, I'd love to. That would be wonderful, and you have such a beautiful voice.
Thank you. It was a pleasure to meet you online.
Yes, I hope we meet someday personally. That would be wonderful.
Yes, for sure. Thank you very much. Take care.
Thank you. Have a beautiful day.
Thank you, Georgia.
Thank you,
saying
Peter.
hello. Yeah.
Yes.
And then, also Georgia has her daughter, a really nice daughter, and she has a, her best friend, Cesare, and she was the one with the back. Did I tell you about the girl with the back problem?
Oh yes, and how it was. How did they fix it again? Surgery?
Well, surgery, yeah, and it was very short. And so then I got to meet her father, who's never been here before, Daniel. And I spent a lot of time with Daniel yesterday morning at George's quote-unquote breakfast table.
Yes.
And then I talked to Daniel even more because, and I said to him at one point, I said, I said, your daughter, if I was going to cast her in a movie, she'd be beautifully cast as a gypsy. And he says, oh no, he says, no, he says the stereotype of the gypsies. And I said, no, I'm saying about casting. Castings are stereotypes. He said, oh yeah, I know what you mean. And then he and I just saw this side of her that was just very beautiful. And I saw that, Roma thing. And he says, I taught her how to count in Romani, when she was young. And she went to the school and counted, so she was proud that she could count in the Romani alphabet, which is the language the gypsies speak. And the kids just, alienated her. So she learned not to count in that. And then as we got deeper into discussion, he told me that he's half Roma.
Oh, wow.
Which then he just knew so much about the culture that he shared with me. And it was just, it was very incredible that how deeply he's, deep his knowledge is. He told me about what was the group he told me about? I forget what he told me, but it was like fascinating stories of certain cultures. And of course, he said there's one gypsy faction, not all of them are this way, that just do nothing but steal. This is their whole culture. He talked about that culture. And he has an administrative job. He works with NGOs, which is a not for gain organization, not for profit. They call them NGOs in Europe. And just an incredibly nice man. He has the same, she inherited the condition from him. So his condition is not, is so easily repaired. But I did show him an exercise that, can certainly help him because he's struggling to keep his posture to the degree it is. It's got a really big S in the back. It's huge. Her S was big too. So it was very, very, moving to meet him and talk to him. And I did say to his wife, before I knew it was his wife, I said, you're not Romanian. And she looks at me and she says, you're right, I'm not. I'm Hungarian. She speaks some Romanian, but she's Hungarian. Reddish hair and whatnot. And I could tell the difference immediately.
Yeah.
I said, that woman over there is not Romanian. She invites her over and I tell her, you're right. So I guess I'm pretty good at spotting Romanians.
Yeah, you're getting good. That's how it happens when some. Yeah, go on.
It's kind of natural.
Yes.
And I think I'm going to have a discussion about this with Paula because she doesn't look that Romanian. I mean, she does and she doesn't. She doesn't really look that Romanian. I have to have a discussion. Her father does. So, how Romanian are you? I guess she kind of has a very cherubic face. So, whatever. But so anyway, the most, perhaps the most interesting part of the journey is to happen in the next 3 days when I spend time with the Andersons. We have our discussions about our friend David and, this, that, and the other thing, and where's all this going? It gets kind of existential.
Yes.
And as much as last year we had an introduction, and they love to talk about it. Just that he's always been very mysterious. I was telling them about the Anderson family being the custodians of time. last night.
Okay.
And they've heard the story before, but they didn't remember it.
Yeah.
And what I realized is David is somebody who's Scorpio. He keeps everything quiet, and you would, if you had power, you keep everything quiet.
Yes.
Why? Because why? Why do you need to make yourself vulnerable?
Yeah.
And then also with him, things kind of operate on a time release manner, like when it's released. And I've told this story not recently, but of this voodoo practitioner priest, Louis de Martin, from, I don't know whatever happened to him in New Orleans, and he went to this woman every day trying to get her knowledge. She was an old black woman who was a voodoo, probably Haitian, but she had all this knowledge, and he would go to her every day, not every day, but frequently, and try and learn from her. And she wouldn't, and then one day, after knocking on the door so many times, she just blurted it all out, and that became his knowledge of voodoo.
Oh wow.
And it's a time release. In other words, you knock on the door long enough, you'll get an answer.
Yeah.
Like one of my friends, somebody was asking how to get a job with NASA. They were asking Robbie, and he says basically, you got to have good grades, you got to be basically qualified. And then he said he had the good fortune of having a professor who had a connection. They called him up, he got the interview, he got the job. That's, connections are very meaningful. But I had another friend who was expert in makeup, and he wanted to work for this prestigious firm. I don't know what it was, and he'd send him a fax and send him a fax and just send him a fax. It got to the point where he was sending him a fax every day.
Jesus.
And after a year, they said, yeah, we got your resume. Yeah, we got your resume. They started actually acknowledging him after a year. And this went on with this ridiculous, so maybe he'd send it, once a month or once a week. And it got to the point where they either hired him or wanted to hire him. In other words, this long, persistent, sending the fax, and pretty soon it just inundates the company and the recruiters with the message. And this is how powerful a message is. Now, it's hard to imagine this fax was going anywhere but the HR department.
Right. And
they just kept getting it until it finally, just inevitably happened. And then I don't know whether, I don't even remember whether he got the job or not, but if he didn't, it was because he had a better job.
Okay.
But I think he did get it, and it was just an incredible story of, knocking at the door, and finally getting in the door. And I remember one of my friends, Dr. O, I mentioned in Montauk visited, the ozone doctor.
Ah.
He was very impressed.
Is this the gentleman who went to jail?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sad. So
that
sad.
wouldn't be for a few years yet.
Yeah.
But he was very impressed, of my ability to, interact with Preston.
Right.
And I told him, I said, it's very simple. I have a business relationship with Preston.
Yeah.
I do. It's like, so, he wasn't, he was always suspicious of Dr. O or anybody who's seeking too much information.
Right.
They come up, I want to know this. I want to know how to bind an entity. I want to know how to do it. I want to make my own Vox Arca. What's the address of this leather? I'm just, diffracting it to you, like if I was,
Understood.
Where can I do this binding spell? Where can I do this transmigration of the soul? So, they're like seeking information in some misguided idea of self-empowerment.
Yes. Yes.
And acting like not acting like Maxwell Smart or something.
Yes.
From the Get Smart thing, acting like a complete
asshole.
thinking they're clever.
Yeah, that's the worst part of it. Thinking that they're clever when they're really just anyhow, go on. Yes.
Or that their motives are, of course, questionable.
Yes.
Because he doesn't know, who they are or what they're doing and whatnot. So, and I think, when I think of David Anderson, I honestly don't know what's to come of this, because, it's a trajectory I've been on for many years, and the trajectory is, at least one professor, he really can't handle it, what I do, because it's just not the way he does it.
Okay.
He wants to put it, of course he wants to conform everything to his own reference frame, which is very scientific and open to nonlinear stuff, but it's like, it's not his process. In fact, many years ago, he got very upset, saying, in fact, I couldn't leave. He says, why are you doing this? Why are you coming here? What are you doing? And he's the one who set me on my trip in the first place.
Right.
He's the one. I said, it's all because of you. I said, you sent me to FŌRMSAN EIGHT. And he was like, because he just didn't understand what the hell I was doing. Like, what's this process I'm doing? And so I was trying to go to bed. I'd taken the shower or whatever, and I couldn't get out of the wardroom, because he kept asking me questions. I didn't.
Jesus.
This is late at night.
Wow.
I mean, I could have left, but I mean, it's just like, so it's I'm involved in a mysterious process myself, and I have to, and I mean, how many people have a friend with a time machine,
Yes.
And he knows lots of people, but they don't necessarily know of that aspect of him. And as they say, Heather knows, but she, minds her P's and Q's as far as talking about it.
Right.
And she probably knows more than she says, but then again, she doesn't discourage me either. So, where all this thing ends up is a great curiosity, and I feel that talking to them will help move the vertebrae. So to put in the chiropractic terms, readjust the vertebrae and see where this is going.
Align the vertebrae. Go. Yeah.
Exactly, so that it'll manifest. And good morning. See where it goes. Now, hello. Nothing. It certainly hasn't escaped me what you say about that reactor device being a very powerful thing for directing, releasing entities and directing.
Yes.
Wholesale, quote unquote, saviorship of humanity.
Yes.
But if I just think of you, without even putting him into the equation.
Yeah.
You getting out the Vox Orca, getting out the eye patch, and that in alone is a volatile situation.
Yes.
To test it, just to diagnose it.
Yes.
Then if we put another person into the equation who's going to sit there and witness it, like a TV crew or even me or somebody else witnessing it, it's not anything I particularly like to witness.
Right. Thank you.
Yeah. In other words, that adds another component to the quantum reference point, because now we have another observer in there. And what's that observer going to do?
Yeah.
And if that observer has any sort of Laura Lee Solomon energy in her, or any of these other people, it could go even worse, let alone a Miguel Andujar or Jameson Reese.
That's right. Yes.
Salman Sheikh would be relative benign. But it's like, and then if you put in a highly sensitive situation like David Anderson, now see, if I am ever given the opportunity to, see his lab in action, what effect would it have on me? What, would it just, the bare minimum would be like saying, oh, I saw it, it did this, it did that, ha, 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 ha. It's just like, okay, it's a one-step remove validation or, confirmation, but it's not something it's just a report, that has X degree of integrity to it, because I haven't, I guess I have a certain amount of credibility by the way I've conducted myself and not asserting things that I don't know or not true. So if I said, well, I went in there, I saw it, this is what happened, that's what happened, made a few observations, very interesting, that would be seen like anticlimactic in the extreme and borderline unnecessary.
Right.
So it suggests to me, my first question would be, if I saw it and it was rather a minimal experience, who else has seen this? Now I know other people have seen it,
right?
And what about them? See, it opens a corridor of, a potential Pandora's box of new characters, new people, places, and things.
Yeah.
Which would probably be a very progressive, pivotal point in pursuing this. In other words, okay, so I see a different paradigm, and that sort of thing. That would seem to be, okay, you find out one thing, you find out another.
Yeah.
It's just that the fish do not bite that often.
Yeah.
And when I'm in Romania, especially with Heather and whatnot, the fish bite more, and we'll see how the fishing is in the next few days. Yeah. I will be try to be with you on Sunday morning.
Yes.
On Sunday morning, my Sunday morning.
Yeah.
It'll be my Monday morning.
Your Monday. Yeah.
My Monday. Will be in Bucegi at the Hotel Pescara.
Excellent.
Which we will have, if we're going to go exploring the Sphinx, we would have done it the previous day. We're getting up at 7 o'clock in the morning, or we're supposed to be picked up at 7 in the morning from the hotel in Bucharest, going to the airport, pick up this lady, and then taken off to Bucegi, and so we'll get there. If we're leaving the hotel at 7, we could be there by noonish, eat lunch, and then take the tram to the Sphinx, and then I will tell him, my friend Christer, he's the one from Sweden who grew up in the gang culture.
Right.
I will tell him, that I've heard that the antenna station up there, which is quite huge, is supposedly an entrance. I don't know if it is. I was told to be chased away from it. I've never gone there. I've seen it. But we'll probably do that. And good morning. And then we'll, people are waking up here, eat dinner. And they have a nice, swimming pool and a whirlpool down there. That's nice.
Oh.
That's nice. I'll probably spend some time in the whirlpool to have those jets kicking on your anatomy. It's really great. Forgot about that. Yeah. and then if we have time, I'll introduce them to the cave. I don't know. This is their journey. That I'm just I consider myself a tag along because my travel plans got changed, and I will, I guess, defer to their desires and wishes. I will suggest things if they're interested. They will be interested in what I have to say, and I'm going to try and talk them into, driving to Brasov and staying at my friend Susie's. She will put us up, for free. She wants, wants everybody to. Romanians can be very hospitable. They're very hospitable.
Yes.
Although I've been told that they're not as hospitable as they used to be.
Well, that's what happens when you're exposed to enough, shall we say, foreign elements. Yeah, all that begins to change. Yes.
Yeah. So I will now. If I figure, if like I try and contact you at 7 o'clock, it might work because I can probably do it from my room. I don't know what time will be. We don't need to get up too early.
Right.
And I can probably contact you. The hotel has internet. The worst that could happen is I might have to go into the lobby. That could be a little tricky if my voice is too loud. I would hope to do it from my room.
Of course.
And I know there was one year I was there where I was the only one who had internet because I had like a third floor suite or something.
Yeah.
They gave me a suite.
Yeah.
And everybody else down on the first floor, good morning, was couldn't get internet in their rooms. So and that was a funny trip too because I had this laptop. It was an iBook that one of my friends had gifted me. She bought it used.
Yeah.
And it was the first time I ever had, a laptop in Romania. It was 2013, I guess during the biorhythm. And as soon as I, hooked up the internet, as soon as I hooked it up, got the computer on, it was the first time I did it the whole trip. We'd already been in Transylvania. I get this hysterical Skype call from my daughter.
Oh, Jesus.
And she's, somebody tried to abduct her.
Whoa! What?
She was jogging. She was jogging in the neighborhood. And this white van came and she picked it up. She's very smart. She picked it up right away and just ran.
Yeah.
And ran to the Domino's Pizza. And the guy took her home.
Yeah.
And then she, went to her mom's house, which is only a mile and a half away. And then she went, called her music partner to come and spend the night, or spend the night at his house, I guess, because she was scared.
Of course.
And then, later I was going out for her, like later I was going out to get her some sort of drugstore medication. She had something going on. I had to go, could have been as simple as an aspirin. I don't remember what it was. And I saw the cops at the gas station just screwing around, talking. I went up, drove up there and talked to them. The cop says, yeah, I know. I remember that report. I remember I talked to your daughter. He goes, and he says, yeah, I know there's this van. He told me the town it was from. I think it was from Belmore, and there was a story of this van going around stealing
women.
Women, probably young women.
Yeah.
I think they were young white women actually.
Yeah.
So
of course.
That was scary, and she told him about, and I told him about the voodoo cookies that were put on my house.
Oh, tell us about those. Tell us about those.
Well, that was what had happened was I had I'd come home one day and saw an Oreo cookie that had one side of the Oreo taken off, and they took the white sticky stuff and put it on the window to the front door.
Jesus.
Which is sitting there. So I come home, I said, what the hell is this Oreo cookie here? It's like, what happened?
Yeah.
What is this? I kind of dismissed it. And I remember her seeing it, telling her about it. And then I came home another time, and there was another Oreo cookie on the window. I said, this is too much. This is not an accident. And at that same time, Marianne had a white Oreo cookie. Mine were black. She had a white Oreo cookie put on her tree in front of her house.
Disgusting. Yeah. So sinister.
And and I actually called Maria DeAndrea, and she says, well, that's a voodoo technique. She said, they're trying to sweeten you up,
Jesus. Well, all they're doing is creeping you out. Yes.
Well, but it really struck close to home with this second thing, and she told the cop about the cookie because and then it's a good initiation for her to learn. She's pretty shrewd. She went to the Magic Castle one time. I think it was the Magic Castle, and she was with a friend who brought her there and listening to all this metaphysical horse shit, which wasn't true. And she knew to just get the hell out of there. She said, this stuff is dark. She has a certain appreciation for metaphysics.
Mm-hmm.
But she's she knew to get the hell out of there.
Yes.
So in any case, the part of this story is I was talking to Marianne about what had happened, and as I was talking to her, she's telling me about this friend of hers who was at this guy's house who she knew, and she went downstairs into the house. There was a party at the house, and she goes downstairs, and there's this bare-breasted Jamaican mama. I don't know if she's from Jamaica, but she was Santeria mama, and she's doing some ritual. Now, the guy who owned the house was gay, and he was into Santeria, and she freaked out. And this woman who saw it is the type of person that, will run into anything super strange. She'll just, she has all sorts of weird stuff happen to her. Marianne described her as Aunt Clara from Bewitched.
Okay.
Aunt Clara was this bungling witch that would things would go weird around her.
Right.
So I talking to Marianne, and then while I'm talking to her, she gets a call from the guy who owned the house, and he complained that his house was backing up with the whole downstairs in the very area where this had taken place was flooding. The washing machine was broken and the whole basement was flooded. And I said, don't you see? He's the one who did this.
Yes.
He knows where I live. He knows where you live.
Yeah. He
was probably doing the white cookie to help you and harm me.
Yes.
And I think he was very jealous of my relationship with her because it wasn't a sexual thing. It was just, I think he wanted her for his own, as his own. She was his best friend. She was the only person who was ever nice to him. So in any case, so his parents wanted to kill him. His father did because he was gay. Got
it.
He was a devout Catholic. Thought he had an evil son.
Yeah.
And so, then Marianne she didn't get the synchronicity of it. I said, don't you see we're talking about him? I'm bringing this up, and now he has a flood. Flood is emotions.
Yes.
She didn't get it. And then she calls me up. I think it was that same day. He had a car accident. He totaled his car. And then she acknowledged, yeah, okay, you're right.
Right.
And then both of these women forgot about the incident.
Jesus.
They forgot about it. They dismiss it. And I don't dismiss it.
No.
I don't dismiss it. I see it. I heard it. I didn't make it up.
Yeah.
And they just kind of, well, it didn't really happen. No. I don't remember that. She did remember the cookie, but she wouldn't attribute it to her friend because she, when I first, learned about her connection to this guy, I said, you should cut the cord on this guy.
Yeah, of course.
And she wouldn't do it because it was like, like a stray animal she was caring for.
Yeah,
she was his only friend.
Oh God.
And she did him well, but it wasn't necessarily good for her.
No.
So she's more interested in caregiving than she is in her own
well-being,
personal, well-being, health, and which is a neglect of self in a sense. But anyway, that was the story of the cookies. Now I'm getting this when I am at this hotel. It's this desperate, and I'm sure glad I was able to talk to her and just be there for her. That's really all she needed, because she had her music partner to, kind of shelter her. And then I run into the cop, weeks or months later, and he remembers it very well. But they're just like, they're kind of, to put it politely, useless.
Yes.
If they had something to go on, cops need something to go on.
Yes, that's right.
And you can't go down intimidating everybody in a white van.
Yeah.
In the town of Belmore, or wherever it was. but you could set up a sting. And when I think of, I mean, it took them forever to find David Berkowitz and the Son of Sam.
Yeah.
And that was just a mistake.
Yes.
It was a stupid mistake on his part, and then that led to the whole cover-up of a satanic cult.
Yes.
Which made Brussels pointing the finger at Aquino.
That's right.
U.S. Army.
That's right.
The U.S. Army. And so anyway, my Freemasonic friend, I was telling him about the Army being satanic. He goes, "Why? Why?" I mean, I got across to him, but it was beyond, because he just didn't really understand.
I notice a lot of these people get hung up on trying to find a motivation for these things as if they have a basis in sanity. By that I mean as if there were some sane reason, like they're looking for some sane motivation that is rational, that makes sense to them, when they live in a world of madness that's run by madmen, and they don't understand that nobody's operating on these logical paradigms that you were educated in. And of course, more and more people are part of that madness. So less and less people are asking that question anymore. But anyhow, go on. Yes. Well,
that's the thing, and that's where I have to, where I'm at in the United States. I'm in my relative comfort zone. I mean, I'm still not, convincing, the people who enjoy my other books of what's going on with you. They're not picking up on it. Some of them are fascinated, but it's a different process.
Yeah.
And then when I come here, it's like this wonderful lady who was helping me with my accommodations. She says, she's asking me who am I going to vote for, and I said I don't vote. She says no. She says it's very important that you vote because it can affect me personally, and she's worried about Russia invading Ukraine, Romania.
Of course.
And I said, that's not going to happen. And then I started to explain to her, aside from NATO protecting her, she's afraid that Trump will,
abandon NATO.
Pat Putin on the back and let him go after Ukraine. And I explained to her the whole situation with the gas in Ukraine and what this was about. I went to an explanation of the art elect in Taiwan.
Thank you.
And just kind of, to a significant degree, disabled her argument, but also, she's still concerned and worried. But the one thing I realized, which was a synchronicity, that gas it's interesting. The gas is neon, right?
Yes, that's correct.
That could well be the same gas that David uses in the time reactor.
I thought of that once.
Interesting synchronicity.
Yes.
So now, because one of my friends here, that was last few years ago, he just went out of it when he started talking about this science fiction book he wrote about consciousness in a plasma field. The time reactor is essentially a plasma or plasma-like field. It's got, let's just say it has neon gas in it. It's got an exotic gas in it. And that if the gas has consciousness, or some sort of consciousness, and that the neon gas that they use in the artificial intelligence chips or expert system chips, but if we think that the art elect is doing this, the art elect is, using gas plasma to create these hygienic conditions to create quote unquote AI chips. So it's like, what's the relationship between AI and time travel? Now, I learned something interesting about David that I didn't know, and this was told to me by my friend who told me a lot about the Radu connection. She's also set me on my journey years ago, and she was fascinated. We're having a discussion that, transpires over like 16 years, and she's very interested to hear what I had to say, and she doesn't speak English, so it got into some pretty interesting stuff we'll talk about another time. But
okay,
she told me that David, well, first off, that he designed the control boards for the F-16. That was his design, and his sister knew that. But So, and then she said, coincidentally, the Romanian Air Force has a bunch of F-16s now. She says, but they were purchased from Portugal, used.
Okay.
So the Romanian Army has a lot of David's design.
Right.
Say. Yeah. But when he was flying in an F-16, when he was a pilot, he had an experience where he went out of time. Now, I never heard him talk about that. What he has said to me when he read the Montauk Project is that's very real. That's very real. He had a subjective, visceral feeling of reality. But if he was having time, and he always signs his emails, your friend in time. So he's had time travel experiences. But what's interesting about it is he had the experiences before he created the technology, which I find fascinating. It's just like, wow, he's having these experiences, so now he creates. I don't quite know how to think with that. I haven't had enough time to digest it. And that was sort of a collateral piece of information, which I found very interesting.
Yes.
Like, you travel in time. I'm trying to give a parallel. It's like you find yourself on a boat on the Yangtze River in China, but you don't know what a boat is.
Right.
You're on a boat. So then you go and figure out how to build a boat. I don't know what the right analogy to compare that to. It's a strange thing. It's like you find yourself before a djinn.
Yes.
And then you go figure out on your own how to call a djinn before you.
Right.
No, it's just super intelligent mind. And super extracurricular experience. So, and it totally fits with what Al Bielek said about the Andersons being the custodians of time. It's just weird, but you don't get I guess we should say, a forthright answer.
Right.
Good morning. You think you're going to come with us? Think you're going to meet us up there? You don't have.
I have to work.
What? You have to work?
I go back to my job on 12. Meaning Monday.
Yeah. And you have to work all week?
I'll send a message to ask how. I don't know what happened in the last week.
I'm doing a podcast right now.
Hmm?
I'm about to wrap it up, but we'll connect information. Okay, thank you.
I'll have a coffee then at least.
Okay. Yeah. She's the girl who wanted to come up. Shaklavina. She doesn't, but it sounds like she has to work, so whatever.
Okay, I see.
Everybody who's supposed to be there will be there. So yeah, this is where I'm at. I'm glad I could reach you.
Yeah. I'm glad you could too, and it was just such a pleasure to be speaking with you about these subjects. Certainly with Tiberius as well. And how did he respond when you were trying to tell him about passive binding mechanisms for anti-gods? He must have just kind of he just rolls with it.
I didn't talk about anti-gods.
Okay.
I didn't talk about anti-gods. I just talked about entities, and there was a whole other thing. He listens, but his interest was more technical.
Got it. That's what
his interest was more technical. He learns the qigong from me. He does this, and as I say, he's the one who loves me because I found his glasses on the beach last year, saved him $700.
Oh my God! Yes, that helps immensely. By the way, did you ever see this photograph? I just sent it to you right here in the Skype text box on the public call that we're on right now. And in your private messages in Skype as well. I don't know. Have you ever seen this photograph?
I'm using my iPad, so
Okay.
Things are not quite as. I'm going into the chat box. It says, I see a message from Brendan.
Okay. Beneath that is a photograph?
Forbidden archaeology?
No. Lower. You have to keep go to the bottom. Yeah, it's the latest.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay. There's a photograph of the emperor.
Yes, he's with Ceausescu.
Interesting.
It's Hirohito and Ceausescu.
Oh, it'd be fun to Google both of those. And I don't know what that's about.
Maybe you could ask around. And,
I know his old sound man.
Yeah. Okay.
Who works here. And I also, the guy who helped start Atlanticon, the journalist, he's not here anymore, Alexander Mironov, he was a, journalist for Ceausescu. He knew him well.
Okay. Oh.
I didn't really know that till this trip. Of course, I used his name when, I sent a letter for Paula, to come here. She showed it to her father so he could fund the airplane fare for her. And I guess he was I said that, I know this man, Alexander Mironov, he's, a friend of mine, blah. And it helped convince the father.
Right.
That, where's he sending his daughter to? Even though, this is him trying to make good for all the crap he did to her.
No doubt. Yes.
But anyway, no, it was, so I didn't know he was a journalist in the Ceausescu regime, but he helped start Atlanticon. And so, but yeah, he would be good to ask. And there, as I say, maybe I could ask his, the sound guy who does all the sound here.
Yeah.
Krakow.
Yeah.
Who's learned how to speak English since I first came here.
Yes.
A few people who've learned English.
Yeah.
They learned more English than I learned Romanian.
Yes, for some reason that's always the case with people tend to learn English a lot easier. It seems to be easier to learn English than for English speakers to learn other languages. Just the way
that's because they're permeated with the English language through TV and movies.
It's true.
And Paula not only learned, she studied English in school. She also studied French. The French didn't stick, although she could learn it in a heartbeat. She doesn't. Yeah. She really could. She can understand. She can even understand Portuguese where she works. When they start talking Portuguese, she can understand a lot of it.
Yes.
But she learned Spanish by watching Telemundo. And just watching it as a young girl and watching Telemundo, and it just was very easy for her to pick Spanish up. And then she's formally learned the grammar and stuff, so she speaks it really good. And then English, they watch TV, they see the subtitles, and then they learn it in school. And I think she said after she moved here to the United States, then she began to think in English. She said, she talked about the difference between thinking in English and thinking in Romanian. But I was told by one of my friends, who's the one who had the plasma idea for consciousness of plasma, he told me that he says English is a very good language for poetry. He says Romanian is not good for poetry.
Interesting.
He said it's very limited, where English has a lot of nuances and expressions. He said Romania was more fixed. Now, I would ask my friend Nicole about that, because Nicole is a poet. She is a poet. She's written books on poetry. So I will have to ask her about that. And she wrote me a very beautiful poem once in English.
Wow.
Very beautiful. It's a short stanza. It's almost, it's not haiku, but it's short like that. Something about the stone and the moon, and my heart is in the stone. I don't know. I have it written down. I read it to her once, and she says, yes, I know. I wrote that poem. It was like, that was about 10 years after she wrote it for me. That was on our first trip. But yeah, so he's telling me that Romania is not a good language for expression. If it's very direct expression, pick up the
Oh yeah, right. It's a practical, pragmatic
Yeah,
language.
and I mean, this would be a great question to ask Paula because she's really, majored in the Romanian language. She's, I guess you could call it an expert in the Romanian language, just like somebody would study English in school. She studied Romanian, so she could give me a very non-prejudicial answer and an answer from somebody who speaks English far better than he does. So, whatever. It's as they say, it's in many ways it's very bizarre to be immersed in another culture. And as I sat there at the dinner table with them, they had a dinner for the guests and instructors or whatever. And I'm sitting there, and it's just odd to me that I fit in here because I can't see myself fitting in a similar circumstance. If it's a banquet from I'm not invited to conspiracy conferences, but if I was sitting at the banquet table with Richard Dolan, I wouldn't fit in.
Yes, thank you. Quite so.
I might be able.
That's a good thing. That's a good thing. Yes.
Yeah, but I'm saying is I generally don't fit in if I, went to one of my friend's house from football, the white guys, and I said, this is, I can fake it, but I really don't fit into this mindset, and then I do fit in, oddly enough, with the black guys at football.
Yes.
I just fit in there. It's kind of weird, it's a different culture. And I fit in, uniquely so.
Yes.
So, and I also felt like I fit in when I was with the Moors in Chicago. I'm sitting there at the dinner table, or at some restaurant, pizza parlor, and the only other white person there was the girl who was sponsoring it. And it just, everything was so copacetic. So whatnot. I haven't quite had the same resonance with the Asian culture, just because I haven't been that exposed to it.
Right, of course.
And I often notice when I greet Asians on the street, whether they be Indians or they really appreciate it when I'm friendly to them. They don't expect me to be friendly because I'm white.
Right, that's right.
And when you're friendly, you kind of let them know there's a safety factor.
Yes.
And that they're, because I think they just expect extreme prejudice. Now we had Guy Jochen here. He's Mr. UNESCO. He was here for a couple of days. Such a friendly guy. And he told me of an incident, told a bunch of us of an incident in, I think, Istanbul. When he's, getting in the plane, off the plane or whatever, and they selectively picked him out because he was black. He knew it. He could feel it. And they wanted to take his passport, and he gave them a really hard time. He gave them a really hard time, like indignant. And he's not the type of guy. He's just the friendliest guy in the world. He sees me and he just greets me like some long lost friend. And I've only, been with him, I think, once before. He was here in 2016. It was really nice. But he said that once they saw that he had a U.S. passport, they just demurred. They let him alone. Okay. It just stopped all the hostility. And it was not, this is not an American. I think it was Turkish. I think it was Turkish. But, they just messing with black people. Yeah. And then my tent roommate Felix, he's from Nigeria. He was talking. They were both talking about that together. So we've had 2 black people here this trip.
Oh wow.
Yeah, and but as I say, I do not find Romanians prejudice. Right. It can happen with gypsies though. That's a cultural thing.
Yeah. Yes.
But then again, you will find people of Roma descent who just fit in. They just, and many of the women are interesting in their appearance, if not striking or beautiful.
Yes, of course.
Many of them. And they just, fit in. You meet them as a waitress or whatever. And my experience has been they're very nice. But
yes,
so be it. So I will try and join you on what will be my Monday morning.
Yes.
Your Sunday evening.
Yes.
And I will encourage people to donate to Douglas Dietrich at yahoo.com. And it was so nice of Georgia to invite you here. Yes. I don't know.
Yes.
We might have to bring along a couple of blood boys to supply you.
Well, I'm sure they're all.
I thought about like how long could you be away without that?
Longer than you could expect, probably, and but nevertheless, it would, of course, be to my advantage to bring some along if that were possible. But I'm certain some could be found in Romania in place. There would always be local options, I'm sure. But
I certainly wouldn't know where to find.
I understand. Yes.
And I would also be very concerned about your creature comforts. Now, he always has newcomers stay in the apartments.
Right.
Which means at least a half hour. It means a boat ride across the river and at least a half hour ride back to the nuclear campus.
Yes.
Or wherever you're staying, because it might not be the nuclear campus. But I'm saying I only did that on my first time. And now that I'm a bit older and froze my ass off, I would, just froze my ass off in the tent. God, it was cold. Yeah. And I just hope I don't have that problem up in Transylvania, except that I will be indoors. So that will modify it. Just being indoors helps a lot. So, those are all considerations. As I say, you require a, not exactly an entourage, but accoutrements that the average person is not going to require.
Yes.
Because, you don't want you to have a Australian experience.
No, God, no. But nothing would ever repeat that. Those were ambushes.
I took Virgin Airlines on the way over.
Oh God.
And I was a little, I think, I've not had bad experiences with Virgin Airlines personally. Of course, then I'm not you.
That's right. Yes.
And you don't know what mole they might have sent in there. I don't even remember the flight that clearly. I had an NC, and it was just a long haul of 7 hours or whatever it was. And the more challenging part was the 6 hour wait in London. So, no, Virgin Airlines they did a decent job.
Okay.
And as I say, they have I one time got in their upper class lounge because I had an upper class ticket because of, they have the best lounge I've ever seen in the world. Like, you can play billiards in there. Not that I did. They might even have a ping pong table. You can shower. You can go in a room, do internet. You can, and then the thing is very comfortable and very stylishly designed. And then they have this buffet, and it's one of the best buffets I've ever seen in a lounge in an airport. But you can go back as many times as you want. If you go into most of these lounges, not the one I was in this trip, it's like, you got to get a ticket. You get one meal, and they're kind of like monitoring you. It's like they become very possessive of how much you're eating. Now that's the food buffet. I mean, you can go and get as much, nuts and raisins and fruit as you want. And I'm saying they get very proprietary, whereas Virgin Airlines, you can, how much can anybody eat? It really was unnecessary. So yes. They have their, and then I found out there's a new airlines, and this is what this, this is an interesting story I should tell you before I go. My Freemason friend, we're walking to the amphitheater, and he told me he introduces me to his friend, Andrea. And she had a lot to share with me. She'd been friends with him. She wasn't part of his metaphysical school or any of that. She's his friend. And then later in the evening, he's at a table talking to her, and he introduces me to another friend. And he says, this is her sister, Andrea. Now, of course, it wasn't her sister because she had the same name. But they were just all very close. And then I was telling the second Andrea, she asked me some question. Oh, he was telling me about the books I write, and I told her what I was working on. And I told her about your book. She says, I want to read it. I want to buy it.
Excellent. Excellent.
I said, that's not going to work. I said, because I explained to her, I'm making a limited edition. And I said, I will bring a VIP copy next year to Theodore. So I don't know how I'm going to do the VIP copy. I'm going to make a few of these. Give one to Heather, because she'll read it before David will.
Yeah.
And I said, when I give it to him, you can read his copy.
Yes.
Because I don't look at my Romanian audience as I really don't want to be selling to my Romanian audience in terms of just how much money it's going to cost. You know what I'm saying? And then they have to pay a lot to transport things. It's very costly to ship a book overseas. For like a buyer.
Oh God, yeah.
It's generally in the $36 range. I might have raised it to send a book overseas. And then if you're sending it to Australia, you can reach up into the 80s or even as much as $100. So you got to sell them a bunch of books that you can fit in. So that's I don't look to the foreign market for this book.
Right.
At least initially. So, but I was, she was like, well, I want to read it because this stuff is completely outside of the box compared to the way most people think, and these people think very intelligently.
Yes, that's right.
So this is my last morning at Atlanticron. Seems like I've been here forever.
Yes.
And we'll be here.
Yes.
And I'll look forward to reporting and thank Sire'sdies for his astute comments about, engineer to engineer.
Absolutely.
And he's really happy he got his question answered. So thank you so much.
Yes, well, thank you for allowing me to answer that question as best as I could, and for Sire'sdies to allow me to do so with his incredible insights, his technical insights.
Okay. Thank you. Remember to donate to Douglas and have a great. I'm about to have a great day.
Yes.
I guess you guys are about to go to sleep or something.
Yes, whatever we feel we'll do. Yes.
Whatever's appropriate.
Yes. Well, we love.
I haven't told anybody about the subspecies issue.
Okay.
I haven't told anybody about that. I don't think.
Okay.
It's just enough is enough.
Yes. Oh my God.
Okay, so anyway, goodbye everybody, and thanks for listening.
Yes.
I look forward to talking to people, hopefully on
Monday morning
and your Sunday midnight.
That's right. We love you dearly. Stay safe and be well.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Okay. So that was Peter Moon, skybooks.usa.com, which is not accepting emails until he returns on the 19th. And so all that being said, we have Sire'sdies and Heather Holman with us. We are going to give another round of calls to see who responds. And again, we'll see who responds. Let's check this out. And Heather, yes. Hopefully Sire'sdies and yourself can start a conversation, burn some bandwidth while I tend to this. You know how difficult it can be to multitask. And so here we are.
What subspecies issue?
Let's talk about my vampirism.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah, that's cute. His oblique reference. I thought it was rather interesting that Tiberius was, maybe it was because he was in such a hurry, but I thought it was interesting that, I was going to go on with some other details, but it was almost like, oh, he glommed onto what he wanted and that was it. It was like, I thought that was, odd. It just is what it is.
Yeah, I think he did well.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that profoundly. You're very kind. And okay, so let's see if we can hit George Knight here. See if he's responsive. And he's been, of course, reviewing some of our past. How about Nemo? Let's try him. Sammy is almost certainly asleep. Amanda Ute. Let's try.
I have no idea what time it is. Oh, it's not even that late.
No, you're on my time zone. It's almost 11 p.m. here. And so let's try this. I think the Victoria should still be on the call, so she can jump on if she wishes. And that was an interesting noise, honey. What was that?
I know, that's the sound that my heart makes every 2 minutes.
Wow, that's it's adorable.
I have an appointment.
You do? What
Yeah.
is so your appointment's with a cardiologist?
I guess I'm going to have my brain, or not my brain scan, my heart scanned or whatever.
Uh-huh. And, well, haven't you had that by now?
No.
Really? I mean,
Yeah.
like, haven't you... but you've had health issues all your life. I mean, I don't...
because of the keratoconus that I have, the same thing, the same tissue that makes my cornea is the makes the valves in my heart. So it's probably just blown out. Because my corneas are pretty blown out. So.
Oh, well.
Yeah.
I mean, now you were saying that you felt that the muscle tissue of the heart, and the cornea, or the tissue of the heart and the cornea are the same? Is this what was your impression?
The valves of the heart valves and the tissue of the cornea are the same gelatinous kind of tissue.
I'll have to look into that.
Yeah, it's a protein link. It's a protein linking gene, and it's mutated. So I don't know.
Okay.
It's a mutant gene. I'm not sure the exact gene, but I know that they have found which gene it is exactly that's mutated.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
And this is like for everybody, or just you? It's just you.
People with keratoconus, or whoever has the mutated gene.
Okay. Let me see if I can look that up. Keratoconus. I just want to look up what keratoconus even is. Amorfati says, donated to us. Thank you so much, Amorfati. Welcome aboard. Let me send him a nice response. And and we'll see if other people are responding as well. In the meantime, I don't have time to look up keratoconus just yet. So tell us what you know about it. How would you define it in a nutshell, keratoconus?
Oh, it's maddening.
Well, I mean, that's an adjective. It's a descriptive. But I mean, is there like a disease description?
No, it's when your corneas bulge out. I guess when your temporal nerve stresses out, or if you're under stress or eye strain, your corneas tend to bulge out. And if they bulge out too much, then they could get a corneal hydrops, and that's when you have to have a transplant.
Okay. And so, but you, did you not say you cannot have a transplant, correct?
I am not eligible for a transplant.
Sorry. And the reason for that is...
and that's probably has something to do with all the nano stuff. So, I mean, I'm okay because I don't need a transplant. You know, as long as I don't need a transplant, I'm fine.
So, but aren't you legally blind?
Yeah, I am legally blind.
Okay. So I'm looking at this keratoconus. Your cornea thins and gradually bulges outward into a cone shape. This can cause blurry, distorted vision. Keratoconus, keratoconus is an eye condition in which your cornea, the clear dome-shaped front of your eye, gets thinner and gradually bulges outward into a cone shape. By the way, if that sounds redundant or repetitive, I'm just reading what it says, which is redundant. For some reason, this is from the Mayo Clinic. They've got a redundant repeat statement here. Very bizarre.
That's the only thing that you're going to find either way.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And by the way, where's Vinny? Is he okay? Is Vinny all right?
is in the other room. Yeah, he's just doing something. I'm not sure.
Oh, okay. That's fine. Yeah, it's a bummer. It's a bummer. I'm looking at some of these images. Yeah. It's So
So yeah, it's a bummer. It's people that have the stigmatism, in their left eye or whatever, it's probably slight keratoconus.
Yeah.
It's very common. It's nothing. It's not like, I mean, deadening. It's not deadly. I mean, a lot of people have accidents because of their lack of vision.
Mhm.
But, you know, as long as you're careful, I guess you should be okay, or I should be okay.
Okay. And like, what about nobody fucking answered my call. The call that I threw out to all these people, nobody answered. Then again, it's pretty fucking late at night for the majority of people in the United States who are on the East Coast in particular. But such being said, you know, still rather sad. What about your but I don't understand. As you said, unlike certain conditions which are, shall we say, collateral or somehow usually indicative of other conditions, this is a condition in and of itself.
Yeah, and then like you were saying, like mitral valve prolapse is a condition that would be as a result of something, as a result of keratoconus, as a result of I see what you're saying.
Mitral valve prolapse. Okay, now I'm somewhat familiar with that because of my mitral valve prolapse. Okay, so mitral valve prolapse, type of heart valve disease that affects the valve between the left heart chambers. Again, looking at a Mayo Clinic definition. I'm gratified that when I'm looking this stuff up, that I'm getting Mayo Clinic first as opposed to Wikipedia. To me, that's an incredible positive. But such being said, but so they're going to give you a heart scan, but you've never had a heart scan before, an EKG, any of this kind of thing?
No, I haven't.
But,
I mean, when I have had heart scans before, they were fine.
Okay.
But I wasn't also making little squeals all the time either. So, you know.
Okay. Well, there you go. So you're awfully silent, Sire'sdies. Is that because you're falling asleep, or?
No.
Which is okay if you are. I mean.
I'm here for now. Maybe soon.
Okay, thank you. Because maybe I'll close out early tonight. We'll see what happens. We got good numbers. I don't want to close out. Yeah, I don't want to. It's like I was hoping people could join us. Like I said, George in particular was reviewing a lot of what I had to say, but I could go back to telling my story about what happened earlier, and that would probably knock a lot of people off. But, in terms of just my earlier experience with the cab, what I found fascinating was that when the black African American cab driver picked me up from the campus of French campus of Kaiser Hospital, and he's driving me home, rather to the Searchlight Market on Russian Hill near my home. We started talking about Oakland, and I was talking about my working at the Acorn Projects in security, and of course we were talking about the police station near the hospital, across the street from the hospital. And I was talking about the dispatch, the problems I had with the automated dispatch. So he thought I was talking about the police. And I said, well, the police don't have an automated dispatch. Yellow Cab Company does. Now, this guy's driving a yellow cab, mind you. And he said, well, I live in Oakland, and the police dispatch in Oakland is automated. I said, the first thing I had said before he said that was like, I said, no, I'm talking about the cab. That's automated dispatch. If the police ever went into automated dispatch, God help us. But then he said, in Oakland, where I live, we have automated dispatch. And that's when I said, oh, God, I mean, how does that work? And apparently it doesn't. And he was describing that it was just in the news recently that some criminals had committed some heinous crime in Oakland and then drove across the Oakland Bay Bridge into San Francisco. And so theoretically, the constabularies, Oakland Police Department and San Francisco Police Department, are supposed to cooperate and coordinate, but San Francisco Police Department was getting frustrated with Oakland Police Department's automated system. Which goes to show you that there's nobody dispatching in Oakland. They just have a purely automated system that the SFPD was trying to get through to somebody live, which is insane. And, but, you know, I could go for hours into OPD and just how bizarre it is, and SFPD and all this other shit. But, you know, then I asked about the cabs. I said, when I was working security in Oakland, the cabs would stop service after a certain hour, like maybe 10 p.m., something like that. And he told me the cab service has stopped completely in Oakland. Just for those of you who do not know, I do want to probe here. I'm just curious. Now, I'm not going to ask Heather. I'm going to ask Sire'sdies, because Heather's been to California, and Heather's somewhat familiar with some of these things, kind of. So Sire'sdies is probably a total stranger to this. So I'm just going to ask Sire'sdies, do you know anything at all about Oakland, California?
Not too much.
Well,
No.
anything at all?
Not really. Weren't you saying on a recent episode there was like a lot of black people? There was
Yes!
black,
Yes!
and there was like white neighborhood and something about a fire.
Okay, so you remember that? Yeah. So Oakland,
Yeah.
just so people understand, what happened was during World War II, Kaiser, the multi-millionaire of his day, which would be like the equivalent of a multi-billionaire today, he was an industrialist of Kaiser Hospital fame, of course, but he, I believe, lived in Hawaii. And during World War II, he wanted to help American industry with the war effort, so he needed a lot of cheap labor on the West Coast, where he was headquartered, and he imported all of these blacks from the Deep South, and that's how Oakland was born. It just became a biological landfill for all of these low-income blacks that were imported from the Deep South to work in war industry in World War II America. And it was this sad and tragic story because a lot of black American men in the days of what did they call those laws? They had a certain name for those laws.
Jim Crow.
I'm sorry?
Jim Crow.
Well, Jim Crow was the title for a lot of these anti-black kind of policies, but the name for the vagrancy laws, anti-vagrancy laws.
Oh. Okay, sorry.
Yeah,
I was
no
just
worries.
kind of
Yeah, so oh no, what you said was good. It was good call historically. When it came to the anti-vagrancy laws, your average black man was not going to be employed because nobody was going to hire them, yet when your average black man was found just hanging around, he would be questioned by the police as to why he was hanging around, and he had to show proof of employment or he would be arrested. And since your average black man had no proof of employment because no one would hire them, they were arrested and then put to work for no pay, which was just a reinvention of slavery. So thousands and thousands of black men were arrested on anti-vagrancy laws and forced to work in deep mines where hundreds and hundreds of them died, or maybe they died by the thousands. Working for coal and all this other shit they were digging up for the steel industry up north. And so this was, lasted until World War II. And what happened in World War II was Kaiser. And then Kaiser said, I need all those blacks here in the West. And so they just shoved all these blacks up in mass with all their families up onto the West Coast to work in the war industries. And then after the war was over, they just left them there, stranded. That was the birth of Oakland, as we know it. Talk about a fucking horror story. At any rate, the Oakland is, like I said, when I was working there, in the largest housing project site in the world in terms of expanse. I think it was 762 units and over several acres. And this was before we gated it. It was just a frontier. And so I'm talking to the black guy about this, the cab driver, and we got to talking about, Oakland in general. And then I find out, wow, they don't even have, he says he's a cab driver. He works in San Francisco, but he lives in Oakland. And people will, when they find out he's a cab driver, try to ask him for connections and he just tells them there are none. It's like they have what's like a front office in Oakland, where the cab company is just there to tell people, look for alternative transportation. And if people are calling for a cab, they'll say, you might get a cab, but don't expect one for at least an hour. I mean, it's like, it's if you're an elderly person in Oakland, I don't know what their options are. You're just kind of homebound. So it's a dystopia. And so you've got this OPD on an automated response system where you're trying to call them working through an automated system. I mean, there's no point.
Yeah, pretty soon calling the cops or an ambulance is going to be like, you got to do it on an app like it's like Uber Eats or something.
I hope not. It's
getting there.
Oh, shit. You know what I mean? Is it that where you're at? Where you're at?
No. I'm just saying, like, it's getting there, you know?
Yeah, I hope not. Jesus Christ. I mean, if it gets to that point, society's on the verge of collapse anyway. That's just no point.
Well, yeah, it already was.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. I mean, even Peter Moon has trouble accepting that. I guess that's because, he's on that Long Island little, utopia and shit. He's like, yeah, Douglas said, I don't think I see that, like the way you're describing it, like it's going to collapse any minute and shit. And it's like, dude, you're up there on Long Island in fucking Elysium and shit. And you just don't see it. But it'll get there. It'll get there when, the food stops coming into your island, the supplies stop coming into Long Island and shit. You'll find out. Yeah, then he'll wake up freezing his ass off on Long Island. What happened to the heat? Yeah, wait, man, what happened to the heat? Oh, man, it's like Romania. What happened? Yeah. At any rate, so, like I said, so then I get home, and then I called today, yesterday by now. So what happened with all that was the day before yesterday by now. Well, not yet. Actually, it's not midnight yet. So it's still today. So it was today I called Yellow Cab, and I actually was given a special number for reporting incidents because, when I got through to the operator, so to speak, he was very helpful with that. And then when I called them, it was just, voice message box is full. And I was just like, oh, well, that's a scam. But then the guy called me back. Oh, hey, I got 2 calls from this number. And so that was conscientious. And so I shared everything with him. And now this is going to sound strange to people. And I'm open to feedback. I'm open to feedback. But I stand by what I did. But basically, so for those of you who don't get it, just to review in the absolute minimum nutshell, when I was leaving the hospital, a Chinese guy who was supposed to pick me up gets all upset because I yelled at him. And there's several reasons why I yelled at him, aside from being upset. I'm in the middle of a traffic zone where you get all this ambient noise. And this sent him into crying. He's breaking down, he's crying, he's telling me about his life story and shit, which I don't give a shit about. And I'm just like, just take me home. But he won't let me in the cab. So I'm sticking my head through the passenger side of the front seat, through the window, the open window, sticking my head in there like I'm a hooker. And he's a drive-by pickup John and shit. And he's been, I have a wife and I have a family. And I'm like thinking, I have no sympathy for you whatsoever. I don't give a shit because we all have these issues. And I'm coming out of a hospital. I'm scheduled for surgery inside of my skull at the end of the month. And while I consider all of this rather passive and minor stuff, I mean, this guy doesn't know. He's picking me up from a psychiatric facility, for God's sakes, or a place where they have one. I could be someone who's just been released from institutionalization. I could be someone who's dying of cancer. I could be like, and this guy he's telling me his problems? Picking me up from a hospital? I mean, the audacity, the sheer self-centeredness, the narcissistic insanity of his behavior was such that I felt, you know what? Fuck this son of a bitch. It's like, so when I called and reached this guy who takes these incident reports, I let him know it. I said, dude, this guy's like, he should not be driving a cab. I don't understand how anyone with such delicate sensibilities, who feels that someone yelling at him, it brings him into full tears, and he relates this like, I mean, something like that. How can they be driving a cab? This is like, driving a cab is like being a cop or a paramedic. You're going to be responding to horrible people with horrible situations. Maybe it's not, some would argue, as bad as a cop or a paramedic. There's some arguments that could be made that it's worse, because the people are ambulatory who are getting into your cab. They might be going to, rob you. There's all kinds of things. You're running into all kinds of people. You have to have a really thick skin, or what on earth are you doing working that job? It's like, I don't see how that's even, he doesn't belong there. So I expressed all that, and he said I'll have a talk with him, and I just let him, yeah. So I hope the guy gets fired. That's like, honestly, that's the best thing for him. He definitely should not be in that position if he gets upset. It's like, I never even called him names. It's just preposterous. So there you go with that, and I'm losing my voice already. So such being said, what Heather Holman said about the cabbies behaving the way they do, about their income, she's in a city, Phoenix, Arizona, where apparently, from what she's describing, the cab business has been killed by Uber and Lyft. That basically these Uber Lyft motherfuckers have just driven the cabs out of business. So if you're an Uber or Lyft, like she's talking about, maybe you are getting paid through an app, but in the case of cabs, it doesn't work like that. These guys get paid by whoever gets in the fucking cab. That's not going to be like somebody paying you through an electronic. As a matter of fact, cabbies in San Francisco will insist on money whenever they can. They do not want to be paid in credit if it can be helped. They only grudgingly accept it, and they bitch when you pay on a card. Fuck them. Of course, I got the paratransit, and I just make them eat it. The paratransit, I give them a tip. Thankfully, paratransit only allows the most minimal tip. So I'm usually giving them something like $2, something like that. But still, that's fucking better than most of what they deserve. But at any rate, they're getting paid by whoever gets into the cab, Heather. So they have no right to be all fucked up about, oh, I didn't get the call. None of that makes any sense. None of these people, it's the one thing I can tell you is, for whatever reason, certainly in San Francisco, the cab drivers are not looking to pick anybody up. They seem to be on some other mission. I've described how they used to be gangs, and they used to be using their cabs for totally different business reasons. Like the Brazilians dominated yellow for years. And they were just, all the Brazilian families monopolized the pizza industry. And they were just like the Cambodians monopolized the donut houses. It was the Brazilians were running all the pizza places, and they were using the cabs to deliver pizzas. They didn't want to pick up clients. So it's like, that weird shit was going on before. That's not the way it's supposed to be now. Because all of it's a monopoly now. It's all owned by yellow now. No matter what it says on the cab, it's all yellow. And certainly the Uber, I know this from experience, Uber in the flywheel, they call them flywheels, and some of these other shits in San Francisco, some other weird names, they all take the paratransit. So obviously the money's good when it comes off the city card, because the city's paying for it. So it's like, there we have that. So that's the situation. So who knows why they behave so strangely. So all that being vented, all that being cathartic. Anything else you want to bring up, Heather, before I seriously consider?
Well, you should try Lyft.
That's so
if
cute.
They pay for it.
That's so
yeah.
cute. That's so cute. It's so cute. It's like, you mean, it's not so much that the city pays for it, it's that they take the money because the city is paying for it, but I get what you're saying. Yeah, the Lyft and the Uber.
Try a different avenue or something.
No, I get what you're saying, but normally it works out well. Like I said, in the time since I got on paratransit, this is the first incident I've ever had that was, actually irritated me to the point where I would call in. And I let the guy know that. I let the guy I was talking to know that. And
So when is the procedure?
the 28th.
Okay, and no syncope lately.
No, thank you for asking. Yeah.
Yeah, no. I remember last time when you were on, or not last time, but a couple of shows ago, that you were having some situation.
Yeah. And then Peter,
And there's
yeah, go on. Go on, honey.
there's nothing you can do when that happens, can you, to prevent it?
Well, Aristides and I are working on a potential preemptive kind of strategy that might help, preempt syncopal
Yeah.
episodes in the future. We're working on it through an potential enzymatic solution. I'll experiment with some of these enzymes that he's been working with. And for those of you who don't know, Aristides is an engineer who works in a lab. By the way, these aren't something he designed himself. But yes, anyhow, Heather, go on, Heather.
Oh, that's amazing. He designed that himself?
No, I said he didn't. He didn't design this himself.
Oh.
But go on, Heather. Yeah, go on.
I was going to say maybe just a can of oxygen might help.
Yeah, a can of oxygen. Why is that, Heather? Because of just yeah.
Oxygen is good for you, and a lot of times when people need oxygen, it's because they're feeling similar.
Interesting. I'm sure it would help. It would probably help. Honestly, you're right. Heather is actually correct that, say for instance, when I went to Kaiser, they gave me oxygen for a short period of time, maybe a few seconds, literally, and then decided.
Just really quick to make sure that you're okay,
Yeah. No, I get it. I totally fucking get it. No, that would be fine if I had some oxygen machine around or something. But but for what it's worth, thank you for asking about that. I do want people to understand that the syncopal collapses happen. I've gone into this before, almost ad nauseum, and when I was suffering an extended syncopal episode to the point where that time that I was producing lying down, I think it was just bizarre. It was a bizarre night. Peter extended that episode a lot longer than I wanted, to tell you the truth. He went on for another 2 hours, which I guess he thought he was being helpful, and all I wanted to do was hang up and just go to sleep. Yeah. It was pretty weird. But altogether, hopefully anyhow, it all worked out. I wound up being able to pay the rent, but most of that was thanks to, in the main, Aristides. Aristides paid the bulk of that rent, $200 towards it. And of course, someone like Brooke Hagberg played a similar role to Aristides in terms of sheer contribution. But like I said, it was Victoria dragged me over the finishing line. But
I like the way that everybody can come together like that for you in a pinch.
Yes. And so it did work out. We're going to make sure it doesn't get to that point again, hopefully. So I just want to be careful. But then that was a month, like I said, in which I was dating. And a lot of money was spent on that and some other social obligations. This month shouldn't be that bad at all. Nowhere near like that. But obviously I'm not going to be spending too much money because I'm not dating per se. My son's getting me an escort tomorrow. And on Saturday is Chinese Valentine's Day. By the way, for people who don't know it, the Chinese have several Valentine's Days a year. They're not called Valentine's Days, of course, not based on some saint. It's, we just say that because otherwise the Americans don't know what we're talking about. But such being said, tomorrow is, or starting at midnight within a few minutes, it's going to be Taiwanese Father's Day. So then my son will, of course, be taking me out, picking me up early. So I'll probably end the show early so I can get some extra sleep before seeing him in the morning. And but all of that being said, I couldn't have gotten this far without all of you. I'm glad we waited to the point where Pete called in. And any other thoughts, Heather? By all means, cut loose.
No, I just appreciate you. That's pretty much it.
Well, I love you dearly, Heather. You're an incredible human being, and you're such a wonderful person.
I don't know about all that, though.
Well, you know that. I mean,
No,
oh my
I
God.
don't think so.
With all the challenges you deal with, you've managed to maintain a very good attitude. I mean, you have And by the way, did you notice, Sire'sdies, that Heather in Romania sounded almost exactly like Heather Holman? Did you notice that?
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah. There you go.
interesting.
Yeah.
Heather, was it Heather?
Yeah, that was the chick's name, Heather. Yeah. Peter says, I'm with Heather. Heather. It was very confusing.
Or Georgia?
No, Georgia was later. And Georgia was the one who...
Oh, Heather, like Anderson's wife, Heather.
Yeah!
How
yeah.
funny.
Who's an American?
Yeah.
Yeah. And...
Sorry, yeah, I don't know, I forgot that.
No worries. For those of you who don't know, there's a secret story that I cannot tell publicly. But later on, maybe I'll end the stream and then, tell Heather Holman privately. But yeah, so I'll do that. Yeah, why don't we do that? Let's just check in and see who's with us right now. And no one else has joined us. So, god damn, our numbers are high. He said, well, Troy Bellamy says, got work in the morning, but I am listening. I feel so guilty for shutting down the show when all these people are here. But again, just to explain to everybody, I want all of you to understand that emotionally and intellectually, I'm just all my energy. I'm invested in writing this book. And really, it's not the book I'm writing with Peter either. That's a totally different effort. And we kind of work on that when Peter's back again. And then we will work on that. I haven't even looked at his last chapters that he wrote. Obviously, I helped to write them, but I haven't, I'll look at him when he gets back and we'll look at him together and do an editing. When it comes to the book I'm writing, all my energies are going into this right now. I'm just really invested in it as opposed to the narration of the program. Obviously, I want to do something for my listeners and provide the service I usually provide, but I don't have the intellectual capacity to basically put into the analysis. What does inspire me sometimes into that mode is the right question. And so when Victoria came on, for instance, and asked the right question about Trump, is he the Antichrist? Then I said, well, you've come to the right place. And then I went into a trance mode and really cut loose with it. The right question will sometimes bring out something from me. And Peter even asks that every once in a while, the right question, he'll ask the right question. I'll go into something. He did that when I was sick and producing Lying Down with the extended Syncable episode. Then he, went into asking me the right question. I was energized enough to respond to that, at which point he seemed really annoyed that I took all that time and then extended 2 hours of narration. Oh, my God. So, at any rate, but other than that, just be patient because I'm producing a book that I'm hoping, might get out by November 5th, at least electronically. And I'll see if I can arrange for something like that with Peter. I would like it to just be released in, pure D-Traconic, where, Peter wouldn't edit it at all. And we'll see how people respond to the pure D-Traconic and who can, handle it. And what we brought up tonight with Michael Cremo made me realize that I have to add that near the intro of the book. So I'll be telling people that, I agree with Michael Cremo that humanity's been here for much longer than conventional science says, because of all of the anomalous archaeological findings. I don't want to overdwell on that, of course, but I'll devote at least half a dozen pages to that, saying that, if you want to know more about it, go source Michael Cremo. Fuck, our numbers are even going up. Hi, what the fuck? Well, it's like, what the fuck? It's like 3 a.m. In the East Coast. It's like 12 to 1, 1 to 2. Yeah, it's 3 fucking a.m. on the East Coast. Why is everyone joining us now? It's like...
Because you're quite the storyteller.
That's cute. Well, tell us a story, honey. Now, first off, you certainly seem aware of Michael Cremo. There must have been. How did you learn of him? How did you learn about him?
I know of Michael Cremo because I know about the co-author of the book.
Okay.
Who was killed, and
really? I had no idea.
He is no longer with us. He was found at the bottom of his swimming pool.
Holy
and
shit.
He was an Olympic swimmer. So yeah. So nobody. It was just kind of like brushed under the rug. Nobody really nothing was ever, his dignity, nothing was ever restored, nothing, no honor. And it's very depressing to me that his name is on the book, but nobody knows of who he is.
Is Michael Cremo kind of a villain in this? Is he like not giving the man his due?
I wouldn't call him a rascal or anything like that. But no. But maybe there's a reason. I mean, he probably knows more, and he probably is in danger maybe too. Who knows?
Wow. Yeah, what do you think of that, Aristides? Do you know anything about this situation about Michael Cremo? Did you ever follow him or know of his work before?
I've heard of him, but I don't know anything about some kind of this type of situation surrounding him now.
Right.
Yeah, it was right before the book was published or released to be bought, and Richard L. Thompson was Sadhupata Das, and he lived in Altura, Florida, I believe.
Okay.
Or Gainesville, or something like that, over in Florida, and I never, nobody was ever brought to, justice or anything about it.
That is outrageous.
And I think it was probably, my take on it was probably like Scalar Technology, who was trying to get away from it, but it was too late and he couldn't get away from it.
That's so this is when I looked this up, Richard Thompson and Michael Cremo, no one speaks of this guy being murdered.
No, nobody will. I can find an article for you somewhere.
Please. Yeah, please do. I'll try and put it into the book. I mean, that should at least get a mention.
You think?
Yeah. I mean,
I always had a bitter taste in my mouth, but then after thinking about it long and hard, I can't really blame. I mean, he's got to be in the same precarious situation. That was his friend and his colleague. He's probably one of his closest colleagues.
Now, this is what I found just now. I'm going to share screen here with both of you. So can both of you see the cursor moving? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, good. So this is what I found. Back to Godhead, the magazine of the Hare Krishna movement. These are Heather Holman's people. Forbidden Archaeology by Dhruta Karma Daisha. That's Michael Cremo. And so basically, here we are. So obviously, our man Brendan Zogit was skeptical, but Heather Holman is right. Michael Cremo's not just Vedic, he's Hare Krishna or affiliated. Holy shit.
No, it's Prabhupada, like I said, Prabhupada, he had a certain demographic that he came here and he found them, all the smartest people.
Wow. And so I'm impressed. So the other thing that I wanted to bring up, I guess, for while we're still here with some people, with a lot of people at this hour of the night. Oh yes, I got some questions. I got some questions asked to me in the email about, of course, the photograph in thumbnail of live stream. So yes, that's my son and I. We're very physically comfortable with each other because, of course, my son used to be a girl and used to be my physical intimate. So once she had sexual affirmation surgery and became a young man, where we were, of course, and got married, photographs like this that we take are posed, but we're still very comfortable with each other physically because of our past. But the reason that we took this photograph is because of Taiwanese Daddy Day, or Father's Day in Taiwan. Literally in Taiwan, it's Daddy Day is what it's called. It's Baba, which is like their word for like daddy. So it's a much kind of it's a different feel to it almost. It's like the child never grows up in a sense. And
Baba.
yeah, Baba. Yeah, and yeah, and I'm happy with that. I'm fine with that. I mean, my son never grows up as far as I'm concerned in terms of, it's always a child to me. But all that being said, so there you have that. So that's the story behind this. There's other details, of course, but if people ask any further questions, I'll think to mention them.
Yeah, all I found was like a forum where people go back and forth about who did it or who could have done it, and it's just all hearsay. There's nothing really solid anywhere that nothing that holds merit. I don't think there's a Google group or things like that.
Yeah, that's well, I'm definitely glad to have what you can give me in that regard to at least give me an idea. I mean, I'm just appalled. I mean, this should be common knowledge.
I mean, absolutely, I agree. I totally agree, because I'm sure he did contribute his fair share of the book, and not to discount that Michael Cremo didn't. It's got to be equal, though,
Yeah. Absolutely, absolutely. I'm again. It's just.
And from what I've heard from the other, like his peers, his wife was an asshole and his daughter was an asshole, and that's the only thing I can get out of it.
From this Richard Thompson guy.
Yeah, yeah.
That's even more of a tragedy. Even more of a tragedy. So, but by the way, obviously. This is not something I expect you to remember specifically, but any details on that you remember, like why they were assholes? Like,
they were just greedy. They were just greedy, and they didn't appreciate him.
Okay, so when he died, all they cared about was the insurance, essentially.
That could have been it, or part of it, or they didn't even,
bury him. They didn't even bury him.
Yeah, they weren't even really interested in his wishes or anything like that, maybe.
Holy shit. I'm just, so I'm looking at this now, quantum loss, J.I.D. Swami. J.I.D. How come you don't J.I.D. Swami. How come you don't have a kick-ass name like this, Heather? What's your kick-ass Hindu name?
Because I was never initiated.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
They don't want me.
Don't think like that. Oh my God.
No, I know. I could have a name if I wanted one. In fact, I think a couple of people have given me a name, but it wasn't like an official ceremony.
Okay. I'm taking a look at this now. Okay. Da puta in memoriam. Okay, let me see if I can cut and paste that. Oh my God. What a world we live in. As for why everyone is showing up now, when I just want to fucking retreat into the gentle night is beyond me. Richard
L. Thompson, he made a series of lectures, like extended series of lectures he worked in computer science and AI, like in 1984, like when it was first starting, the whole he's probably the one that started virtual reality.
Wow. Okay. And wow, I mean, that's fascinating. Is that brought up in any of this, the forum, or any of that?
No, you could find his videos on YouTube.
Okay.
And they're really old and pixelized. You could tell that they're from the 80s.
Yeah. Okay.
Beta. They're probably beta.
Right.
Copies.
Yeah. By the way, beta was supposed to be the superior video, and the Americans began to almost tariff it or something. That was my understanding. People, there might be experts on the history of that technology too.
I'm gonna go ahead and just put his name in the chat, so that way if any of the people listening want to find him, then they can look him up themselves.
Yeah. Thank you. And
you're welcome.
And so what this looks like a quantum loss. So this is, wait a second, J.I.D. How do you call him? J.I.D. So this is his site, the site of the guy who died, Richard Thompson.
Richard L. Thompson.
Yeah,
he has a website.
So this is 2008.
I don't know who manages it for him, but
no, it's just probably just stuck up there. The guy, by that I mean it's probably just nobody's managing it. It's just on, it's just on.
Oh, somebody posted something, you mean?
No, I mean, I just think this was posted when he was alive, in 2008. He wrote this in 2008, and himself, before he was murdered, and it's just still up there. That's all. It's just his personal site. It's just nobody's doing anything with it. It's just still up there. That's what happens. Things get, people's Facebook timelines, their Skype accounts are just up forever. Nobody bothers.
Yeah, that's true. That's very true. My Skype is giving me a hard time, so I'm just gonna spell it to anybody who's listening that wants to know. It's SADAPUTA, Sadaputa.
What? Well, I'll do you one better, and I'll just put the link in the site in the chat.
Yeah, I put it in our chat room, but now my Skype's being stupid. So
right, so I'll do it for you.
Thank you.
Yeah, give me a second here.
You're awesome.
Oh.
Yeah, he's mind blowing. He's probably the smartest man that ever lived.
Well, he's up there. He's definitely up there. Yeah.
He really isn't. He's figured out how to get out of here, anyways.
Yeah, there you go with that. Yeah, and so I'm gonna also stick this Daily Chess link in there as well, so our listeners can access that. At least I can do before I check out for the night and go into working with my. See if that works. Daily Chess.
Thank you for appreciating that, Douglas. I appreciate you for that.
Oh, bless you, honey. It's the least I could do. This doesn't seem, the second link doesn't seem to be clicking, but this one is, the first one is. So let me see if I can fix that about the second link. Give me a second here. And in the meantime, anything else that comes to your mind, darling, please, by all means, let us know.
That's it.
Okay.
I just wish you well on your surgery. I hope it all goes well.
Oh, honey, you're the best. I mean, I'm sure it will. Give me a second here before I end the show, and then you and I will speak privately. And let me make certain I get this into the chat. Here we are. Okay, first thing I need to do is delete the older message, which I can't do. Here, I know what to do now. Go here, hit that button. There, that one works, and I can delete the other one. There. Okay, so both links work now. One about the forum discussing his murder, and the other about, and then Vril stuck in, thank you, Ari. Thank you, that's great, Aristides. All right, to all of you out there, I love you all, and who support me, of course, and by that I mean morally, if not financially. And join us on Sunday. We will be back. And hopefully we'll be joined by George and other people so we can extend ourselves throughout the night. Tonight, obviously, is, it's the day before Taiwan Father's Day. I'm, anxious to turn my attention towards sleep and then, waking up refreshed for activities tomorrow. And all of you who have supported me financially or at least morally, you're all loved and welcome back on Sunday. So we're going to end the stream and just return, same time, same place, this weekend. Okay, bye for now. And here we are, ending stream. Okay, end stream, end stream.